community gives the bad apples within their community this much airtime.
They're not as represented. They're not as overrepresented as black people are. This is what I'm saying. We can have these
I will always,
Can I say something? Can I add something?
Ignore the
Right, I'm back, family. Yeah, let's get a little bit of order back.
I feel like Taz, to answer your question.
I work with barristers, etc. Okay, I am very well established. Yeah,
I know you probably got a bit of a delay right
individuals,
now. I can't really hear us.
Yeah, I don't think
she can't really hear us. I don't think she was being rude, you know, Nevaeh. I think she just can't really.
I want to protect their own community.
All right.
Look,
as you can see, she can't really hear us.
You might have to drop her and bring her back up, because I think there is a really bad delay with her.
It is what it was. I think you may have a delay, sister, and that means that when people are talking, we're kind of overlapping a little bit. If you wanna drop that, I think you do. If you wanna drop down and drop back up, I'll leave you straight. Yes, you definitely do. If you drop down,
let me come back.
Drop down. Yes, amazing. Thank you.
Taz,
big up to everyone watching on YouTube. Big up to the whole YouTube family. Follow me on YouTube, Illuminati Live. You done know. We're on TikTok, Illuminati Live. Jedi Online got banana.
Sorry.
All right. So Euclid. Euclid. Come on, man.
Can I talk?
Let's man. We need a man's voice now.
Okay, so Taz said something about like the black community and how no other community gives their bad apples as much airtime. Unfortunately, and I completely agree with you, unfortunately, being minorities in a society, we do not have that choice, because anytime, especially, and I believe you're from the UK, anytime something happens in the UK, the prayer is always, let it not be a black man, let it not be a black man. And by virtue of the society we live in, even for things that are not bad, like football, for example, the moment Saka misses a penalty, you already know it's over. Because even though we don't want to put light on those bad apples or those bad things that happen with black people, the BBC, every single community, every single news agency will spotlight it on us, shine it on us, and keep feeding it to people, and it's misinformation. You get what I mean? So by virtue of where we are, we can't really control that the bad apples are being highlighted. Sometimes it's not even our fault.
After
can I ask him a question real quick?
Yeah.
Is it equal? How do you pronounce your name?
Euclid.
Okay. But what you are saying, I'm from Africa. Do you think we don't have good things happening in Africa? Why we Africans are not soaking this to the world? What? You know why I'm asking you this question?
Why?
There are real good people in Africa doing the right thing.
Yeah.
But there was a man from I stand to be correct, is it Equatorial Guinea, that slept with 400 women? He trained than the good people in Africa. What does this imply? Was it?
Sorry?
You were talking about the man that slept with all his.
No, you said that is the Western media that is, showcasing Africa, right? And I'm asking you, if something happened within Africa, are we able to showcase it to the world? We ourselves.
Look, but the thing is
always let the bad news about Africa trend, because perhaps that is the mentality of a black man.
No, don't
blame anybody. Look, I'm very serious. Look, let me use this player as an example. Let me use this player as an example. There's a player, he's doing everything for his village, Sadio Mane. He's from Senegal. He's providing all the basic necessity for life for his family, his hometown, and everybody. But nobody is talking about that. Why this guy?
You can ignore though that a lot of the time, even within Africa, the media is still controlled. There's a reason why what's happening in Congo.
Yes, it all comes to the point that black men need to use common sense.
All right, so sorry, I think we're
discipline.
We're getting into a bit of a Pan-African, pro-black nuance right now, and I want to kind of bring it back to.
But that is where we have.
I want to bring it back to feminism, and also the black woman's role in feminism, and whether feminism in itself is a movement or ideology that is for the people or against the people. That's more what I want to stick it back to.
Where is
So I feel like
but I think that is what
we're getting into African politics
Yeah.
and African society and whatever. But can we just remember what the overarching thing is about?
Yeah, because you know what it is? Do you know what it is with the whole feminism thing? It is in a way similar to the race thing, but let's focus it on the feminism thing, yeah. Realistically, the point of the matter is nobody is coming to save no one. I don't care if that's a man in your community. I don't care if it's a man outside of your community. I don't care if it's someone from a completely different community. No one's coming to save you. And the thing that these things like critical race theory and things like feminist theory do is they give you the power to understand, cool, this is what the system's built like. This is how I'm going to dodge the bullet. Cool, I'm going to have to code switch sometimes. Cool, I'm going to have to do this sometimes. Cool, I might not want to wear makeup, but if I want to get that job, I might have to. Cool, we're not going to change this system. But what you can do is pattern yourself. And you know what it is? If you do want to rebel against patriarchy and say, you know what, I don't want to wear makeup, or I don't want to get married, or I don't want to do these things, that's fine. But you have to be aware of what the consequences are, because patriarchy is going to punish the people that choose to opt out of patriarchy. Do you know what I mean?
Referring to with respectability politics, so.
But feminism, respectability politics is one of the biggest forms of controlling women in patriarchy.
100%.
All right, Taz, talk to me, Taz. What Taz, for somebody like me,
Yeah.
I'm quite green. I think it was.
Yeah.
What is respectability politics?
Respectability politics in the sense of feminism is more to do with, if you act like this, you're a dignified woman that deserves respect. If you don't act like this, all hell can break loose. You don't matter. Your safety doesn't matter. You're done out here. If anything was to happen to you, it's fine. You're allowed to get cheated on, whatever. And we see it a lot in the feminists that write a lot about Madonna Hall complexes, or even in this country, for example, when someone gets R-worded and the first thing people ask is, what was she wearing? Who is she chilling with? Or when a woman says, this man did not step up to be a father. Oh, but you have 2 other baby dads. Okay. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's always, you have to fit into this narrow perspective of what it means to be a woman.
Those points, though.
You can't ignore the racialized identity.
I feel like to a certain shade, to a certain degree, all of those points have their relevancy. And no, I don't believe that a woman should be subjected to any form of attack that she doesn't, or anything that she doesn't want to be, right? But at the same time, when we're looking at society and moving forward, I would like to highlight behaviors that will put women more at risk or will safeguard women more.
But that's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Like, let's be honest. We kept. Can I just say this?
Wait, sorry.
I was gonna say,
can Taz respond to me, and then we'll go to Danite.
So what I'm gonna say to you in response to this here is, when people say that they want women to love themselves and they want women to be in their power and they want women to embrace themselves, that's what it looks like. It looks like people being themselves. People being themselves means that there's going to be people that don't fit into your box. There's going to be people that are dressed in a certain way, not for you, but because they like what they see when they look in the mirror. Like, there's people, I'm not going to lie to you, like, and we talk, babes, you're literally coming off me while I'm talking. That's so rude. Like, no offense, but that's actually so rude. And also, like, when we talk about the black thing, for example, where it's like, if a black woman decides to wear her natural hair out, why is it more easier for you to get moved to if you're wearing a wig? Do you know what I mean? Because that fits into the respectability politics of what is considered the norm in this society, which always excludes certain minority groups. Do you know what I mean? So all of these things fit together. If you're going to say, oh, women have to act a certain way, then that means we all have to dress the same, have the same hairstyle, giggle that little same giggly, weird little laugh, and go into the same careers and not speak up when... Society would not be where it is today if people didn't say, F this system, I'm just going to embrace who I am, and whatever happens, happens. I'm leaving it to God, sort of thing. We really would not be here. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, and just to build on that.
Yeah,
I feel like this is the issue, right? Because at the end of the day, like, we all have to, that's what I'm saying, as black women specifically, as mixed women, I'm talking as a mixed woman, I never want to like overshadow, because I experience different things due to texturism, colorism, etc. But in order for us all, we have to all do away with these things. Like, we have to do away with respectability politics in order for that needs to be the movement. It needs to be that core and that radical. Because going back to what you said, like, unfortunately, whether we want to paint it as like pro-black this or that, men are still, like, there's a global femicide. Like, men are still the biggest danger to women. It doesn't matter what color or race or whatever, it's all over the world. And so as Black women, we're almost the most disenfranchised, the most unprotected in various contexts, like whether we're out, like, you know, in Europe, in the West, you know, we're the furthest thing away from white people, and therefore the power dynamics, or whether we're back home, like, it doesn't make much of a difference. And so it needs to be that we, like you say, we understand our role, but we also are so radical beyond even trying to play the game, because we're like, some of us will play the game, some of us will win, some of us will die, like some of us won't make it, a lot of us won't make it.
Not for me.
Dana, that was the original point
Not
that
for
I
me
was
to
trying.
interject,
Okay,
right?
go on.
You aren't on the spectrum of being, you're mixed, okay? So
she said that though. She said that.
No, for me, I feel as if I'm East African. I'm from Somalia. So I hear day to day, oh, you're very good looking for a Black girl, because I have, what's it called?
Someone do me a favor. See this niggas person, yeah? Just type, I don't accept spamming, yeah? So just someone just block them, please. I can't. I think Shani.
Eritreans are not Black. Oh my God.
They're just saying the same thing over and over and over again. Okay, cool.
Who was that?
It doesn't matter. Please carry on, sister. So rude for me to interrupt you. But yeah. Please.
Who was that?
Please, can you
Negos, Eritrean person. She keeps saying that Eritreans are not Black.
Let's not even give them energy, guys.
Let's move on. I already said let's move on, and you'll keep repeating it. Like, is
that?
Wait, can you continue?
Anyone else want to talk? Because obviously, it is what it is. It's now this.
Jedi, if she's not going to finish, I want to ask you.
I'm going to go to common sense, then Nevaeh, please.
Okay, cool. So Jedi, one example of like the respectability politics is the idea that you need to assimilate into the culture that's kind of dominant, right? So do you believe that in the workplace, Black women should be groomed to wear wigs because their natural hair is seen as like uncleanly?
No.
Okay,
no,
cool. So wait.
Genetically, all
put yourself on mute.
Why am I?
I don't think you know what. Generally, I think she just experiences some kind of issue with her connection. She's been so lovely. She ain't been doing none of this. I don't think she can hear what's happening.
Okay, so essentially, right, the idea of respectability politics is you need to assimilate into the dominant culture, which most people disagree with. But like things like code switching, the reason why people have historically needed to do it is because if they didn't do it, they would be punished for it. So the idea of looking at intersectionality is essentially where do people hold power and how do you like deconstruct that? So
I code switch to manipulate my environment to my liking, and also
that's a form of activism,
and also to like I will code switch on the phone, right? Now the fact that the root cause of why I'm code switching is because I know if I speak in my normal relaxed manner, I may activate a preconceived stereotype or perception in your brain. I want to bypass that, so I'm code switching. Right?
Yes.
That's a form of activism.
It's sad, but it works in my favor sometimes. Sometimes I'm doing it and it works in my favor. Other times it's because it's kind of imposed on me. So I feel like I have to like, make myself smaller.
Code switching for me doesn't work because I grew up in Surrey, so I'm a product of my environment.
You don't talk like this at home with your family, when you're at home with your family.
Yeah, no, I speak in Somali. Somali.
No, I mean, even when you're talking in English, you don't talk like how you're talking now.
I do.
You will automatically. No. Listen, all of us who have separate languages or homes with separate languages, we all code switching is part of social intelligence.
At home, I speak Somali.
I'm not talking about a foreign language.
I beg your pardon.
I'm not talking about a foreign language. I'm not saying switch language.
Double consciousness. You're talking about it's an idea created by Webb Du Bois, and he talks about double consciousness that Black people need to have. It's not necessarily just code switching, but it's the need to have two separate identities to navigate.
More than two. But
listen.
the point I was saying is that it's a sign of social intelligence. Yeah.
Wait, but Jedi, wait, Jedi. That same logic, the idea that it's a sign of social intelligence, right, is problematic. It's only a sign of social intelligence because of its proximity to whiteness, based on the
no, it's
culture
not.
that we
It's
live
not
in.
because I've been on holiday with white people and I've seen how they suffer trying to communicate with people from different places. I've seen how their inability, their inflexibility, their lack of social intelligence leaves them at a detriment.
Can I just respond to that, host?
My ability to say, do you have and automatically my voice starts going, means that I have more social currency.
But you understand, host, you understand that because of the history that you have as a black person, yeah, needing to navigate yourself in a white supremacist culture is the same as a woman trying to navigate herself in patriarchy. And that's why black women do need not this specific type of feminism, not to accept the feminist label, just to empower themselves. Because let me put it like this, yeah. When do you get a break from men? At least when you're out of work, you get to be with your family, you get to be with where you can just relax. A woman has to always be on guard. You can't, considering the fact of what Dane said earlier. Can I just finish, please, host? What Dane said earlier about statistics of women being unalived by their partners. You can't sugar a man's ego in the comfort of your own home. You can't dress what you like. In a lot of cultures, until you're married, your dad is responsible for every decision you make. So realistically, eventually you're going to have to maneuver these things. And I'm going to give you the example.
That's not a bad thing, though.
Can I just give you an example of being, has anybody ever been a pretty black woman in a white workspace where they're so mad at you until you sit there and smile extra hard and you have to make everyone around you feel comfortable and you can't be intimidating and like you have to come and ask everyone how their day's going, and
the workplace
that's draining.
is an arena, is an artificial arena that our black women have placed themselves in and been placed in by society that they don't necessarily have to. It's not by design that the workplace is an arena you have to conquer. I do understand what you're saying.
No, don't give it
no, but this is the whole thing.
No, everybody needs to have access to resource and money. It don't make sense.
Feminism has got you to enter the workplace by default. That's where you have to be. And now you're fighting these workplace battles. They weren't even necessary. And they weren't even necessary. That's what I'm trying to say.
But black women were in the workspace prior to feminism. This is what I'm trying to say. To have this conversation, you need to realize.
Where are we talking about?
What are we talking about? Cleaning.
Where are
being
you
nannies?
about?
Being nannies for white women. They were already working.
Okay.
They were already working.
Sorry, 1 second.
Black women were already working.
1 second. Where? 1 second.
I'm sorry.
Please, I beg you, wait.
I'm sorry to go
You
back
gotta
to what I do for a living.
Can anyone just
In
stop
the
for me?
workspace, I deal with a
stop for a
lot of
minute?
barristers.
Oh, sister, you're gonna have to go. You're gonna have to go. I don't want to get rid of you.
Every
Criminal
time
psychologist. I don't want to get rid of you, but you can't.
Will you get me
can't
my
stop.
coffee? Do you know what I mean? So
I hear you, sister. It's not your fault, but you can't hear us.
It is an issue.
And I can't stop you. It's not your fault, sister. When she hits the chats, I beg you lot tell her, please. I beg you lot tell her what's happening. She can't hear us. Something's happening, and I've had to drop her down because even though we're all doing it, all kind of talking over each other, at least when we hear the cue to stop, we can all stop, but she can't stop for whatever reason. I know it's not her fault, as you lot can hear. I don't want her to feel away though, because she was sick with what she's saying. Sorry, sisters. We was getting somewhere. Workplace, blah, blah, blah. I kind of lost my train of thought. It just got a bit noisy. My bad if I'm over talking anyone. Who wants to pick up the microphone again?
It was me speaking. It was speaking to the fact that black women already were working. So no, they might not have been in a corporate office. No, but they were still nannies. They were still cleaners for these rich white women. They were already working. After slavery, it's not that black women just all of a sudden stopped working.
After slavery, where?
In America, in the US.
Oh, we're not in America.
But even
we're not in America.
Slavery still happened in the UK. It's not that black people only came over during the Windrush era. Black people.
So are you talking about ex-slaves? You talking about ex-slaves in the UK?
Not even just ex-slaves. Some of them will be ex-slaves.
Came over from.
You're confused. You're mixing it. You're mixing. What are you talking about? What are we actually talking about?
Jedi, she's talking about all context. She's talking about all context. She's talking about in America they were nannies and other things.
Societies are different in every.
Right, and then she's saying that in the UK one of the earliest waves of like Afro or Caribbean people coming was Windrush, and they came here to work in the NHS and to work in travel and to work.
Okay, so let's talk about the Windrush generation.
Okay.
So you're saying that prior to the feminist movement in America, which I believe predates the Windrush generation.
It does.
You're saying prior to the
I was saying prior Windrush as well. I wasn't even just because this is a thing. I think people
realize
black.
Give me some anecdotal examples.
Okay,
please.
For example, I've got a friend who she sits there and can date her black family in the UK up until the 1700s. It's not just that black.
Up until what?
She can date her lineage in the UK back into the 1700s. She can date her lineage.
Okay, so how did
you need to mute, DB? You need to mute. You're echoing.
DB, use a headset.
I'm very sound sensitive. One thing I am is very sound sensitive, man. Sorry, if you see me like rubbing my eyes or whatever, them sounds just get in the back of my skull. Okay, she can date her lineage in the UK, her black family in the UK back to the 1700s. So in 1700s, who were all these people that her grandparents were sleeping with to keep her black? Because she must be extremely mixed.
No, she's actually. So I think it's very rare to find a black person that's monoracial, but you would look at her and think she's monoracial. She's not mixed race.
So there was multiple black families that she was around.
It was a small community. Like, I'm not sitting there saying the mass migration of black people.
Okay, so they were working as black people, and you're saying feminism came and assisted them assisted the women that were working, the black women that were working in the 1700s, 1800s.
Yes.
The feminism that was invented in 1870.
I'm not talking about feminism. I said this is what I'm trying to say. We make it seem like black women were part of this feminist movement and wanting to work. Black women were already working. That's just the claim I'm making. That's it.
But what I'm saying is, in the UK, that would have been very limited.
But it doesn't negate.
Now wait. Now we're talking about the effects of feminism, and you're trying to give me these small anecdotal little.
You asked me for an anecdotal. You literally.
Yeah, but you're giving me the tiniest thing of you give pre-Windrush, where feminism didn't help these lot. Feminism had nothing to do with them. And the point I'm saying is it was the feminism that made it a thing where women wanted to leave the home and join the workforce. And what I'm saying is,
class, but host, we're telling you that for all of human history, even if we forget black people for a minute, poor white women always had to work. They worked in the factories. They worked as waiting maids for rich white women. The only thing that feminism did is it pushed the upper middle class white women who had the luxury of not having to work. They now got to work, and yes, they did get brainwashed because they actually did have the luxury to sit at home, and they chose not to do that because they told them it was more empowering to go to work. If you were working class, if you were black, if you were an immigrant, there was no choice. You had to get put to work if you wanted to put food on your kids' table. And do you know how you know that? Go to these countries in Africa where feminism hasn't even been a thing in the village. The women are still working. They're carrying big, heavy jugs of water every morning. That's getting put to work.
We're talking about different societies, right? That's actually part of their lifestyle.
Exactly, and working to put food on the table is part of a lifestyle.
In the UK, this is more of a thing of. What I'm saying is this, right? These women that are now fighting the battles that men were fighting in the workplace, they have been encouraged to do so via feminism. Is the whole point I'm making?
No, because I don't.
Feminism that has glamorized the workplace, right, and pushed them into thinking that they all want a power suit, yeah, and they all want to schmooze with the big wigs, and they're missing out, right? They've left their families. They've left the ideas of being. They've left the ideas of being solely a homemaker or whatever, or working from. They've left that, and now they've come to compete in the workplace with men.
Yeah, right? That is true in the instance of these upper class middle white women, because there was this whole part of feminism
not upper class middle white women.
Well, yeah, because they're the
women in general.
But they're the ones that had access to these jobs in the first place. No one else at that point in history, nobody else even had access. It was when Margaret Thatcher came up and said, yeah, acting like a man in the workplace is what makes you a feminist.
So you're saying before Margaret Thatcher, women didn't have access, weren't working.
They were working, but it was the poor women working. The middle class women it hadn't clicked in their head to abandon their kids yet.
Who was all the teachers?
Exactly, they were women working, but that's not a corporate job. That's not a corporate job.
All the teachers were poor women working.
Yes.
Majority.
All the teachers were poor women that were working.
Well, they're not aristocratic
Majority,
women.
majority.
Let's start with that.
Working class. In other
Nah,
words,
I disagree with that. I disagree with that.
That's like disagreeing with
I
history.
disagree with that. And honestly, there was a core value, and that core value is lost. That core value of the nuclear family, that core value of the man being the breadwinner, the woman being the homemaker.
But hear this. The nuclear family is capitalism's way of exploiting us even further, right? Because we actually used to live, this is what I'm saying, when we go back to how our ancestors did things, we lived within our communities, our parents lived with us, the brothers and sisters lived by close together, there was a village structure. Now we all live in individual homes, we get billed individually, we get, you know, we don't, exactly. So realistically, all of these things that can't exist under the same paradigms that we're in right now. Like the nuclear family is in itself like still under.
I feel like the system is assisting it as well, right? Like more playing into it. Hence why it's harder for the man to just go out and work. Now we need two incomes in the family, right?
Yeah.
Because things are so expensive. So, but they're trying to draw the family apart even more and more, make it more difficult. Even single men are struggling to live out here, let alone, you know what I mean? Let alone families and that.
And in the sense that communing, like actual living in community, living with your loved ones close by, planting, growing food together, like the real stuff that our ancestors used to do, living off the land, securing each other in as many ways as we possibly can. That's
you know, the thing is, it's advertised to us as civilization, as modernity, like, but actually I think it's the opposite, because the more we come away from our natural settings is the more devolved we become.
Yep.
So I think what we call civilization and walking into modern way of being is actually like
anti-human. That's what I call it. Because you know what it is? I agree with you, host, because let's look at the most quote-unquote modern, I'm not talking about rich, I'm talking about modern cultures, Japan, Korea, these people that have been evolved since the 90s, and they've got to the stage where no one's even having kids. So you're telling me you have an iPhone, you have a big house, you have everything, but not a man. The foundational things that make you a human being, and it's not even that you don't have it, you don't even want it. As in capitalism, media, advertisement, all of these things have got to your head to the point where they've rewired your natural instincts. But you know what, I wanted to also build up on what Danae said about capitalism as well. I feel like the nuclear family is a capitalist construction for another reason too, because bonds are what create class consciousness, and bonds are what make you a powerful tool against the system. Because if I don't have salt in my fridge, I don't put salt in my fridge, if I don't have salt in my cupboard,
you put salt in your fridge. You got cold
no one
salt.
heard that. If I put salt in my cupboard,
go to Taz for cold salt.
If you need cold salt, I'm hearing it. But anyway, if you have salt in your cupboard, and you don't have any right now, you knock on your next door neighbor's house and you ask them for salt, you just get given the salt. It's not even an issue. But when you create this system of, this is my family within our house and this is the next family, we are two distinct things. Mind you, we're actually competing, because there's that whole keeping up with the Joneses thing in capitalism, where instead of you trying to help the people around you, you're trying to subconsciously compete who's got the best house, whose kids go to the best school. Like, the reason why a lot of parenting issues are going on right now is because in Africa and Asia, in all of these countries, you just happily leave your kid with your cousin, with your auntie, and you know they're safe and you know they're good, and you don't feel like you have to, there's no kids being abandoned. Do you know what I mean? And can I just say, I was going to say one last thing as well. Capitalism isn't just interfering with relationships between men and women. It's interfering between friendships. People are charging their brethren for petrol. People are not even showing up to their friends because of work, because we've bridged the line between what it means to be at work and what it means to be at home. And our jobs have basically consumed our whole lives to where everything is transactional. And if you're not benefiting monetarily or in some type of way from someone, that relationship has no purpose.
I think
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit like that now. I don't think I always used to be like that in terms of monetary purpose, but definitely I believe all relationships are transactional. However, it seems that people are lacking in so much substance that it's like the only thing they can offer is a bit of banter, and I'm bantered up to here. So I do need constructive, positive people, because we're living in a place where we're always convinced to be pushing forward, and ambition has gone from just wanting to feel fulfilled to feeling like you have to keep up, and there's a checklist of things you have to have in your head, and it robs you of your peace, your tranquility, and like the now. And this is something I was going to talk about next week, which is I'm kind of now at a point where I don't feel the need to be ambitious, and I don't feel the need to feel any kind of guilt about it, about not always wanting this and that and needing to be here and see there and get this and blah, 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 because I realized that it's actually tricking me out of my life. It's tricking me out of my happiness. And I think that, yeah, like, it's a concept that I've always felt, and people will know. I make money, I get money, and I have from I was a youngster, because I've always been independent. From like the age of 13, I've been independent, raised myself basically to who I am today, right? But what I realize is, especially when I go on holiday and observe people outside of our direct paradigm, is we're being tricked into just literally just running on the fucking reel, running, and when you get one thing, you need another thing. If you're not right now, we're at the point where if you ain't opening a supermarket and you don't own a range of baby products that's doing well and doing well internationally, you're a nobody. If you ain't driving a German-made car, or you don't have a certain amount of rooms or acres under your belt, then you're a nobody. And I think the everyday person, the everyday man, is almost looked like a bum. It's almost looked like, oh, what, you don't want to be part of this thing that we're building, then you're like some kind of bum. And I think that it's time to take back. It's time to take back our now.
But this
Do you
is
know what I mean? I love what whoever the sister was that said about living in a more community basis. In a nutshell, is bring back the village. Is it realistic to bring back a village in the UK though?
I think so, but this is the problem of what things like gentrification and respectability politics do. When we sit there and have these mad amount of corporate business coming into communities, it ruins what happens there. Peckham, Brixton, Lewisham, these were areas that were built on communities, and now they're being changed into something that they're not. Even in a book, I can't remember the company, it was a famous American company, and they tried to equate a woman being actually essayed to a Latino man saying hello to a white woman as being the same thing. Gentrification doesn't only just hurt in terms of money, it also hurts the foundation that we have of a community. People are somewhat scared now to speak to each other. There is no village of, like, I remember when I was growing up, there would be street parties, like you could sit there and not have to worry about your kid being outside till late. Do you know what I'm saying to you? Now it's not the same.
So you're from Southeast?
I'm not from Southeast London. I'm from Northwest London, but still,
okay, cool.
But in a sense, this is what this thing does, and then tap into respectability politics, where you're hoping. Mickey Kendall, she is a black feminist, but she's so, like, I agree with the majority of what she says. She speaks to the fact there is no magic shield in being middle class that can completely insulate you from the consequences of being born in a skin that is criminalized just for existing. I think we're getting a bit confused on what respectability politics is. It's not just about making yourself be respectable to the society. It's about making yourself respectable to the white man. That's literally what it's about. So people sit there and confuse, and they make a Eurocentric idea of what success is, which is what you were talking about. The idea of people having these riches, these German cars, the newest phone, whatever, and that's what they perceive as success. But prior to the white man, brother, success would be growing, having a fruitful land. It would be crop. It would having a good community. That's what success would be.
I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I'm so glad that my other channel got bananas. Yeah, my main channel got bananas, because I don't know if I would have had the opportunity to speak to some of you. Yeah, Nevaeh, obviously you was over there, but I hope it don't sound cliche when I say I'm very impressed with the intelligence of you sisters. I know some of you sound like a little bit younger than me and whatever. Do you know what I mean? But the intelligence and the vocabulary and the fluency and the confidence of speaking is beautiful, especially the fact that you are not just regurgitating what the mainstream, because if you came on here and you was saying now men of this and men of that, I wouldn't be as open. Not that I wouldn't facilitate the conversation, but to hear like the balance in how you use your information. Because you've read the same books as other people, but they've obviously drawn to different conclusions. That shows a level of critical thought.
I think
that shows a level of he's not regurgitating. All right, look, let me bring you up. Who's this?
Brother, she's just got a problem with me. I can't like.
No, it's cool. Don't worry. But please don't ignore the request when I request for you to jump on.
Wait, Jedi?
Yes.
Out to the girls because it's so beautiful to hear other women speaking like this. And
you agree with me, right?
Oh yeah, and I love it. So thank you.
And I don't want to patch
learning from each other. It's so beautiful. Thank you.
You know what it is, host? We need to technically be thanking you as well, host, realistically, because you actually created a platform that's not the back and forth thing. Because most of these topics that I see when I scroll down on my live is just men bashing women. So I don't even come up. So really, you need your flowers as well.
We bash Jedi. Okay.
And my
Jedi, even the reason
my flowers, I prefer my flowers in
3.5
form. Yeah, sorry. Who was calling my name?
Wait, Jedi, I got 3 things for you. First, right, in the UK, women weren't allowed to be teachers until like 1920. And yeah, so there's a thing. Women weren't allowed to be teachers until 1920. Second one, married women weren't allowed to be teachers until 1944. Like there was a thing where most women were in either long-term engagements or just pretended that they didn't have a husband if they wanted to be a teacher. And the next thing, earlier, right, you mentioned that you have a skill, which is to be able to consciously navigate situations based on changing how you speak. That's not the issue. The issue isn't the fact that you have the skill. The issue is why the skill is necessary within the environment that you're in. It's necessary.
Skill's always necessary.
No.
Yes, the environment is sick. The environment is sick. You're right.
Yes, that's
because
what I'm talking
I live
about.
in a racist environment that's anti-me.
Yes.
But also,
yes, and that's what people focus on.
No, what?
The
they
racist environment.
The racism.
Yes, that's what the fundamental point of focusing on the politics thing is. It's focusing on that. It's not the skill. The skill's not the problem.
We live in a racist society. Cool. That's cool. Yeah, I hear you. We live in a racist society, and within that racist society, my skill to navigate has helped me. Yeah, I also have a ability to refuse to navigate. So I do a lot of things, and I act in a certain way that I think is very abrasive to those that would rather I conform. I'm very non-conformist. I conform when it suits me. Do you know what I mean? When I see a benefit. Not do you know what I mean? Not because
I do agree with that, because one thing I wanted to say earlier and I completely forgot about, was when we were talking about the whole white people thing, and I was saying it's not white people's job to come and save people, it's people's job to save themselves, because realistically we're living in an ultra capitalist society. No one cares about nothing but getting to the bag, and the sooner we understand that no one even cares about their next door neighbor, you're going to understand that nobody cares about their far away person, which is to them us. And the reality is of what a lot of, just like feminism can be toxic, racism can be toxic, all of them are toxic. And what can make it toxic is this idea that you're a victim because you're a woman, or you're a victim because you're black. But the reality is you are born with all the tools you need to succeed. It's the system that's convinced you that you need to act a certain way. Look at 50 Cent. He dodged enough bullets. When he walks into a room, then white people need to be humble in his presence, because he's got what he's written his books, he's made his money, he's made his
I also think
can I just finish my point, please, host? Because realistically, it's the same with women. Like, the only reason we need feminism is because you accepted the patriarchy label in the first place. Had you said F this from the start, we could have all been living our lives the way we want to live it. Like, for example, I'm going to give you an example. There's a lot of girls that are in their 30s that I chat to, and they're like, oh, he ruined my life. He ruined your life because you decided you were a victim. Had you decided that you were not going to be a victim, you wouldn't be here complaining about how you basically gave someone
sister, before we go too far,
can I please reply?
I don't believe that. I don't believe in if you've got the skills and the talent and you work hard enough, you can get where you want to get in this society. I think that's a lie. That's the lie of capitalism. It's an illusion. And the truth is, no matter how talented you are and no matter how skilled you are, it's based on your level of threat and your willingness to join certain groups, whether it's publicly or in secret. And this is the actual truth, right? Mm-hmm. To get to 50 Cent's level of success, you must join certain fraternities. And if people don't want to hear that, cool. But this is often where it gets a bit shaky, right? There's a reason why only certain people get to walk through those doors that make them millionaires and billionaires, right? The type of person that you are will determine what doors you can go through. If you are non-conformist, truly, not just on the outside, but on the inside. Let's even go as deep as saying spiritually. If you are non-conformist, you are not getting through to those doors. And that's the actual truth. But this is like the next level, what people don't really want to talk about, right?
Host, that's not your opinion. It's literally just a fact.
It's a fact. But
the thing is, when you say things like we've just kind of been gaslit to internalize our inferiority, I do agree with you, Taz, but it's bigger than that. This is a structure of violence that makes it structurally difficult for you to achieve things. Like how you're born, like your race will literally, oh, hold on, my nephew's waking up. Your race will literally denote the extent to which you can accumulate wealth. It will denote the likelihood of things like you unaliving in hospitals, you being able to get adequate housing. These are things that supersede, gaslighting and telling you like you can't do well, because you're literally met with material and cultural backlogs that make it difficult for you to achieve. When you're more likely to be expelled from education, when you're more likely to be racially profiled, all these things, right? All these things will literally limit you, and that's not even a matter of gaslighting. It's literally a matter of material deprivation and the things that as Black people we are exposed to. That doesn't mean that there will never be a 50 Cent, there will never be a Jay-Z, but I do think that is very, very unrealistic, the notion that in this white supremacist system where we are materially kept down, where there is a lack of resources for us, where we are literally excluded and alienated in all social institutions, that we're gonna all be able to achieve. I think that's unfair. Exactly. There's a reason. Let me just say one thing. There's a reason why Serena Williams, Beyonce, Oprah still go through racism, because there's no amount of riches that is literally what I just said. There is no magic shield that can insulate you from being born in a skin that's criminalized just for existing. So yes, you might be able to tap into some sort of wealth. However, you will never sit at the tables with the top 1%. That is a fact. You will not be able to stop racism. That is a fact. There's a reason why Serena Williams and Beyonce, despite them being multi-millionaires, still went through racism, still went through medical racism, still sat there and went through childbirth issues, because of the fact they're Black. We can't ignore these things when we're having these conversations. So yes, you might be able to absolve some of the issues that you go through. However, there is no amount of riches that can completely insulate you as a whole from being perceived as Black, being perceived as a criminal, because that's not how racialized identities work.
But this is what I'm trying to say, though. It's always about how other people perceive you. I'm looking at it from an angle of, I don't actually care what white people think about me. As long as I'm rich and as long as I've got access to, you could call me what you like on the newspapers. You can come for how I look. You could say I'm whatever. Once I've got to the top and I have the financial ability to make sure my youths are all right, the people around me are all right, to the point where we don't actually have to access medical racism because we're actually at a private hospital and they're on my payroll, to the point where I can build communities for people within that look like me to get the support they need. Racism is always going to exist. It's never going away. It's just the same as, can I just finish, please? Same as misogyny is always going to be there. And realistically, I'm going to give you just to respond to what Loyal said, because you were saying how, like the statistics and the stuff. Yeah, that's why I said at the beginning, obviously you weren't here, I was saying the most important way to tackle these things is to do the reading and to understand how these systems are structured. So for example, you might have to sit your Black son down and be like, listen, everyone else might be mucking around, but you better not muck around, because once you start talking, them man ain't getting excluded, but you will. So of course, we have to acknowledge these things, but I'm not gonna just scream about it rather than be tactical with it. And I'm gonna give you an example, yeah? Just because a white person decides they don't like you, I'm not giving white people the power to determine whether I'm successful. And I'll give you an example, yeah? When my sister got accepted to a really bougie sixth form, it wasn't even in London yet, and she was like one of the only Black people there, and they were making fun of her, and all the teachers were like getting onto the way she spoke with her little London accent, and she used to cry every day and beg my dad to make her change schools. And my dad said to her, it don't exist. You just have to act like it's not even there. And I used to be so angry. I used to be like, how's my dad just gaslighting my sister? Or how dare you say that she's not going through it? But realistically, it is what it is. We know the hardships we face. If you want to get to the top, you're just going to have to do what you need to do that.
Yeah,
like,
okay, let me
white people are not odd. They're not going to stand in the way of my bag.
Wait, can I add something?
Can I just slide in quick? This in theory works for everybody.
That's what I normally say, but go ahead.
just to say that this works for everyone that can't mask, right? Like for everyone who can't perform, like that's a varying degrees as well, because you might be neurodivergent to the degree where like you be talking in class and then you get, you know, excluded, or you might get into something, you get excluded. Now you're down the prison, the school to prison pipeline, right? So there's literally situations where a lot of people can't mask and perform well enough in order to even climb these hierarchies, let alone those that, again, like we're saying, like the before anything else, you're black, right? So like, it's like these work for some people, for others it doesn't. So those that it work, black capitalism works for very few, and for the rest of us it doesn't. So that's why we need to have either a couple people that mask their way to the top and end up giving back to the community in monumental ways, or we all just band together in a way that it's like we're getting rid of all of this. We're getting rid of all of it at once. We're not trying to go for that anymore. We're not trying to go for capitalism.
Let me add something what Taz was saying.
It's taken away from critical time that we need to be trying to get money. We're talking too much about how we're going to dismantle the system rather than thinking about how to use the system to get rich. Because that's what you need to understand.
Can I
Wait, hold on, because I was the one who initially addressed Taz.
Hold on, we're back at it again. We're back at materialism again as the key focus, as the key goal. Getting rich, and then what?
Wait, that's what I wanted to add to what Taz was saying, right?
Because you get rich and then what? I got a famous analogy that I created probably about 8 years ago, right? And it's this: if we liken the system, the oppressive system, the system of white supremacy, international system of white supremacy and oppression, if we call that a prison, we have two types of people, or we have two scenarios. Either you want to escape the prison, and that's what you're fighting for, that's what your revolution is for, that's what your every step is for, to escape the prison and be without the prison, maybe even destroy the prison on your way out, or you just want to comfort yourself. Now, a lot of people that's in this black capitalism, black excellence, it's really about having a comfy cell. They don't, do you know what I mean? They just want to have a key to the door or have a sofa in there. They want to have Netflix in there and then they're cool. Yeah? They don't want to escape the prison. They don't want to destroy the prison so nobody else can be in the prison. They just want a comfy cell.
But this is the thing, even to get to that point, host, this is what I'm trying to get at, right? Because we brought up like the entertainment industry and like successful black people in the entertainment history. Do you know what Diddy did to other black people to even secure his spot in that said entertainment industry? We need to acknowledge that capitalism inherently, to make that profit, you have to exploit other people.
You have to step on people.
Yes,
the foundation is someone else's back.
As a black person, you will be stepping on your own people to even get through the door. And that's it. And that's the thing, right? Because when we're talking about building in communities, that's why when we have that, and when we have this analysis, we see that black capitalism doesn't work. When push comes to shove, who owns the money in actuality? When when that top 1% own the majority of that money, it's ridiculous to even say that the global majority who own the minority will be able to accumulate any level of wealth. What we need to really be doing is investing in our communities, because we have the resources. They take from us. They take the resources from us. They take our labor from us. We need to invest in our own. But that is not a matter of trying to be the next millionaire or billionaire, because what you are going to literally be doing is doing the same thing that they are doing to us, which is exploiting people. You'll be doing what Diddy did to Biggie. You'll be doing what Dr. Dre was doing to all them people, because that's just how it works.
All right. But, we're gonna get the final points on this, and then I'm gonna bring it right back to the initial thing. And I've thought of an avenue because I need to bring it to the we talked about feminism, we've talked about the black woman and feminism, but we've not talked about our modern or our current state of affairs, our current paradigms that we're dealing with. There's clearly an issue between man and woman. Right? If you're not black, don't feel excluded from this, because I generally feel that this is intersectional. Did I use that correctly? Yeah, I generally think this is intersectional, right? Thank you. Yeah, thank you. You lot have schooled me today so much. I swear down. It's very rarely that these mass conversations I walk away with like, I've got new words, new phrases, new terms, new people. This has been so amazing for me, very fruitful. Please tap the screen if you agree, if you've been enjoying this, and feel free to gift the speakers that are brave enough to come up here, express, and actually generous enough to give me some of their time and help my platform to grow. Yeah, so it's like we're mutually helping each other, right? So please feel free to gift them, show them love, follow them if you think they're making sense. I'd love to see everyone's platform rise, because this is the right type of people that should be getting the attention, right?
Okay. If you don't mind, can I throw in my 2
I'll let you wrap up. And then I'm gonna flip it.
I don't know how to pronounce your name, darling, but I think I had something to say. You said stuff.
Oh, Euclid.
Yeah, it was. Okay, I think some of it has already been touched, but Taz was saying something about like she wants to get her money up to the point where she cannot experience these things. But realistically, we've seen people that are billionaires, black people that still experience these things. No, but you did. You were saying that you want to be able to get your money up to the point where that you can. The doctors are on your payroll. You get private doctors, right?
I did.
You did. Yeah, but the point is, no matter how rich you are still in a society with white people, and you're not going to be able to completely absolve yourselves of the negative effects of racism. So rather than just saying, oh, I want to get as much money as possible to help myself, the focus should be on, let us tackle this issue of racism and see how it can benefit all of us that are marginalized in society. Because there are many people many black boys and many black girls that are not going to have the opportunity to be like, okay, I'm going to make this bread and I'm going to make myself exceptional, because there are many people that will get cut down and get put in the prison system, will get shunned into different things before they get the chance to do that. So we need to stop that from happening.
I just say something, Euclid. I completely understand where you're coming from, and I don't want you to think that I'm saying I just want to be a millionaire and I want to. You can't help other people when you're broke. That's what people need to understand. And I want to say another thing: money is not evil. The evil is what the person does with that money. That determines whether that money is good or bad. And the reality is, cool, there's Diddy and all these evil people, but there's also people like Akon who use their money to help Africa. Can I just finish, please? To help Africa. My dad worked. Can I just finish, please? Can I just finish? My dad worked his ass off to make sure that he could put all my cousins through uni. Had he not done that, they wouldn't have access to have gone to university back home. Do you get it? And I just want to say one thing. While black people are doing up activism, everybody else ain't scared to step on everyone else, because they understand how this system works. They understand that capitalism is not collapsing. Can I just finish, please? Can I just finish, please? Capitalism is not collapsing within our lifetime unless the Messiah comes for the second coming. That's the only time this system is collapsing. So you have now an option. Am I going to sit around holding up plaques in the street, or am I going to do something within the system so that people can, in a few generations' time, won't have to go through what we go through? Because if you're waiting for the people at the top who don't look like you to help you, you're going to be waiting until the cows come home. So it's time to start stepping on people to get to where you need to.
Here's the thing. Just because we're not waiting for them, we shouldn't wait for them. We shouldn't wait for them to help us.
Taz, wrap that point up. I want to go to Kib the Voice, and then after that, I want to refresh the room and bring us back on topic. I'm sorry if anyone else has come to speak on exactly what's just been said, but we do need to just kind of bring it back. So, Taz, finish your sentence, and then Kib the Voice, and then we're moving on, please.
Sentences: get your money up. And stop talking all the time about the system unless you're talking about solutions. Problems, we already know they're there. It's time to get our money up and help people that look like us and stop putting the power within other people's hands. Everyone else is getting their money up and we're doing activism. I'm not doing activism because I don't have money in my pocket. I don't have time to waste.
I hear you, sister. I just want to say, I would say that they got you where they want you, if that's your mindset. But I still think that you're making valid points. Yo, Kib the Voice, chat to me, bro.
My bro. So yes, KLB the Voice. But I just wanted to throw my 2 pence.
KLB, sorry, KLB.
Yeah, KLB, yes, sorry. But I just want to throw my 2 pence on what Taz was saying. I agree with her. I think that black collectivism, as I've kind of grown up and developed my thoughts on it, is mostly a scam. A lot of people kind of are fixated on their social class, and because of that, they look at their material situation and they refuse to look at others who have less than them. And this is a thing that's very prevalent within the black community. People that are from higher social classes do not tend to want to help those in the lower areas, if that makes sense. And I think it's a problem. A lot of people kind of are fixated on the idea of, oh, black people need to come together as a community. Black people need to help each other out. Like, you know, with like the Pan-Africanism movement in Africa and like Caribbean movements to do with like getting Black people together and helping each other and building up businesses and so forth. It's mostly a scam, if I'm honest with you. A lot of the people, they have no real interest in actually communing together and helping people, uplifting Black you know, people out of poverty. It's mostly just people kind of seeking their own gain and using that to exploit the Black community, if that makes sense. And there's a lot of like there's a lot of like talking and chat, kind of like what Taz was saying. There's a lot of talking and chatter about, oh, what are we going to do? How are we going to solve this? But there's no real action into that. And I think that kind of what Taz was saying, again, we need to just, instead of just blaming the system all the time, we kind of just need to start getting stuff, like start making stuff happen. Because nothing's really going on. Everyone's just, oh, we need to get together and band together. A lot of Black people are dealing with their own things, economic situations. They don't have time to care about, you know, the politics or the semantics of it all. A lot of people just kind of want to focus on their own lives.
What does getting your stuff together look
But the thing is, it's
no,
not mutually exclusive.
Sorry, we're not cross-examining KLB the voice right now. KLB, you know, you could do the KLB in capital letters. I'm just like a bit neurotic, it's just like people stop calling you Kib. I know everywhere you go, you get called Kib. Okay, you made your point. Look. The reason why I want to bring it back is because, what?
Just genuinely though, like I hear it. I hear all sides in the sense that like we need to do what we can, but then also like we can't just leave, because what's going to happen is we're talking about capitalism, maybe not in our lifetime, but definitely in our grandchildren's lifetime. Like this is not sustainable. Like we haven't even talked about like global warming and all of the other things that are just completely out of human hands, right? So considering all of this, we have to start rebuilding the world that we want to live in right now. Like it is falling apart as we speak. Like we're talking like there is time to like stack coins, and it's not. Like, it's happening right now.
It's not falling apart. It's called controlled demolition. And there's global warming is a natural phenomena, and something that is being hijacked and utilized. Utilized to tax carbon and other things like that, and promote the myth of finite fossil fuels, when we know that fossil fuels are regenerative and exist.
No,
It's the Rothschilds that coined fossil fuel. So, bro, how can you be confused at something that someone is saying currently? You even let me get to the end of what I'm saying, and you're doing confused sound ad-libs.
Well, either way, it's a natural phenomenon that's occurring, innit? Like there is something happening, and it's going to affect us.
Been happening. Ain't affecting us in no way.
Hold on, because it's natural in the sense that if we consume at the rate that we are currently consuming, that is what would happen. That is the science.
What's gonna happen?
Like it's not natural.
What's gonna happen? The glaciers are gonna melt.
Did you know that if we consume at the same rate that the United States of America is consuming, we'd need about 4.5 planets to sustain that level? That is
okay. What are we talking about? Consume what? Anything? Consume what? What are we talking about? Animals?
No, I'm talking about.
We're watching Cowspiracy again.
Wait. Fossil fuels, for example. You mentioned fossil fuels being regenerative. They're not.
Fossil fuels.
Yeah, how are they regenerative, please?
They are.
How?
And they're not made from fossils either.
No, but it takes.
Okay, can I ask?
You do realize it takes thousands of years for them to.
Who told you that? Who told you that?
So what?
Go and look up the oil wells that are refilling. Listen, man. Listen. There was a convention held in the 1930s by the Rothschilds, where the term fossil fuels was invented, and this was a way to tax. This is a way to create a finite kind of pricing system, similar to diamonds. No, they're finding oil everywhere. We ain't running out of shit.
No, here's
it's not running out. It's about destroying the planet before anything even happens.
No, first of all,
there's no evidence to that.
There's evidence.
This planet will destroy us before we destroy the planet. We're not destroying any planet.
That's exactly.
I grew up in the era of the greenhouse effect and acid rain. Yeah. Now this is what I'm saying. What you're seeing is climate change. The climate is changing. The climate has always changed. And we, as human beings, were supposed to enjoy our nomadic lifestyles, but we became sedentary. we relied on simply agriculture rather than hunting and gathering.
That's
we decided
exactly my
to
point.
sit in one place. We
but
decided
that's
to
what
make.
you're saying.
We decided to make every single child. We decide to let every single child, whether you have cleft palate or hoof foot or two heads or two backs, to live. Yeah, we create animal sanctuary. We do this, we do that. We're actually living outside of. We're living out. Now, what I'm saying is, we focus more on the preservation of certain animals than we do on actually living in tune with nature. Meanwhile, we actively are just still chopping down places. Bro, what's so? You know what the issue is. Hold on, chill out. You know what the issue is. You know what the issue is. You know what the issue is. Yeah, people don't like to hear some shit that they ain't heard before. Right? It's all good. Trust me, we ain't destroying the world. Yeah, we're destroying ourselves. Yeah, we're not destroying the world. Just do some research objectively about these things. This is part of the scam that's gonna bring us into carbon taxing. 15-minute cities, smart cities. This is why we need to do this and we need to do that. It's literally.
Can I just say something, Hose?
No, you can, but Taz, unfortunately, you don't let anybody interrupt you. We no one can make no points when you speak. So you definitely not getting no black. Yeah, but I hear you. I want to bring it back to the point that I was trying to go to. I wanted to wrap up about this side. We still want to break down Black women and their relationship with feminism and how that is affecting society, if you don't mind. Because we're getting very lofty with changing the world and new systems and da-da-da, but there's actually something going on right now in our day-to-day where men and women cannot relate and we can't talk anymore. We have issues. The men are quick to blame women. All women are this, all women are that. All men are this, all men are that. I'm saying that this is partly as a result of feminism and women adopting feminist speaking points. Yeah? Buzzwords. How do you feel about this? How do you feel about the attitude that you as young women are being encouraged to have towards the opposite sex? How do you feel about the enmity that is being created between men and women? Man and woman. Anybody can speak on that. Anyone can open up the microphone. In fact, let me go to Juice. Was it? Juice. Oh, Juice.
Yeah, Juice will be fine.
But I want to. How do you say the O bits in front?
Huh?
How do you say the OUU bits?
Oh, it's ooh juice.
Ooh juice. Okay, cool.
Sorry, I was kind of paying attention, but I wasn't.
Okay. I said the black woman. Feminism is a scam, and they're using us, or they're using you. And I believe that the way that feminism is using women is to further the agenda of creating enmity between man and woman. It's to she's not even said anything. You said typical American. Some of you guys are like, you need to get a fucking grip and give people a chance. I mean, typical American. You know, she said 2 words. Sorry, Ujus. Basically, I'm sure you can see the disparity that is opening up between men and women, especially when it comes to relating. Men are hating women, women are hating men. I believe, I'm talking about the female side today, right? I believe that women are being encouraged to hate men via feminism and such ideologies. What say you?
I think it's 2 sides to that coin, honestly. Speaking as an American Black woman, I definitely think when it comes to Black women and Black men, there's definitely an agenda to separate us. I'm definitely one of those people that believe we're stronger together, especially in America, because our communities are already disparaged here. And as long as you can keep the man and the woman pitted against each other, you can control the community. And essentially, that's what it boils down to, control. And I think, especially with feminism, some of the ideas I'm like, okay, but then others, they're not realistic, in my opinion. You can be a great independent woman, but the reality is men and women need each other. And I think the agenda is now, the more we keep them separated, we can control, because essentially the women bear the children. And if you can control the minds of the women who pretty much are with the children more times than not, you can control the next generation. If you can put the men on the other side and make them, hate the women, it essentially just reinforces that system. So, like I said, some aspects of feminism I will have to get more specific that I can agree with, but ultimately, I do think it is definitely in the agenda not to only control everyone, but to control the future generations that are coming up behind us.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Anyone want to add on that? Thank you, Juice. Nice to meet you. Nice to speak to you. Man. Yeah, man. Let's chop it up. Let's break it down, man. Let's get more realistic because we need to deal with shit that's affecting us right now also. So KLB, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. I think with the black woman feminism thing is a scam. It's a strange one because I think with society, at least the way like contemporary society is like right now, if you look across like a lot of Western societies, a lot of people are kind of shifting towards this kind of alt-right sentiment, and that involves a lot of patriarchy, involves a lot of like men feeling dominion over women, men looking down on women, men speaking on women in condescending ways and derogatory ways. And I'm not sure if you've noticed it, but there's this common kind of at least I've seen it. There's like a common movement going along amongst a lot of young men where they're being taught or kind of encouraged to also hate women for what women are currently doing, if that makes sense. Or I guess the way women now live their lives. Let's say if a woman likes to go out and enjoy herself, that's being frowned upon. If a woman earns a living but she's over 30 and she hasn't got she's not married and she's single, again, that's frowned upon. People are frowning upon becoming stepfathers and things like that. And it's a really like it's a growing and developing concern that's been kind of occurring amongst the black community as well as
KLP. What would you say do you have morals?
Of course.
Well, I mean, we say of course, but I have to ask. What would you say your morals? What's the foundation of your morals? Where are your morals derived from?
Our morals derive from how I was raised, my life experiences.
What was your upbringing? What is the foundation of it? What the moral aspect of your upbringing is derived from? What tradition, religion, or mainstream society? Like what's it based on?
A lot of it is from a lot of my own experiences, along with my educational background, as well as kind of just being quite observant. And I'm also a person that likes to...
Sorry. So your upbringing has nothing to do with it then? I mean, did you have any of the morals that you own now? Were they installed by your...
No. None of the morals that I'm saying to you now. This is all my own thoughts and my own kind of development, like my own...
Okay. So you disagree with the morals of your parents?
The morals of my parents. So what do you mean by that? Because my mum's a Christian woman, but I don't myself identify as a Christian.
But do you identify with her? Do you identify with her morals that she raised you with?
Of course, mostly.
You do?
I mean, but at the same time, I've also formed my own as I've grown and developed.
Let's talk about the ones she raised you with.
Where's the line of questioning going? I don't like.
Yeah, because
so the
ones that my mum
why is it important to jump the gun? What's the rush? If you need to leave, then
he gave his opinion, so like we can talk about the opinion.
No, it's completely fine. I don't mind. We can get into it because
okay. Just because all you've done is interrupt. You didn't help, right? Okay, so I'm having a productive conversation. Your moral barometer. Yeah, I want to understand what it is based in. Yeah? And it seemed to me that you wanted to highlight that you've garnered your own moral guidance system and and your morals are your own. But I believe that they may be a result of your parents' morals. And I believe your parents' morals may be a result of her religious beliefs.
You think so?
Therefore, surmising that the foundation of your morals comes from religion.
I'd say I have to completely disagree with you on that. If you ask my mother herself, obviously that's not gonna happen, but if you were to ask her herself, she would tell you that if anything, I'm probably the least conforming out of any of her children. So I'm more on the side of like I said, a lot of my morals, or at least the things that I say, come from my own my own experience, my own thoughts, my own kind of critical, like me being able to critically think about things and assess situations.
Do you disagree? Do you disagree with the morals of your parents and the morals that they raised you with? Do you disagree with them? But you separate yourself from them. So I want to see are they something that, you know, like, are you a better person for separating yourself from the morals you were raised with?
No,
the morals your mother.
I'm not. I'm of course not. I'm very grateful for my mother and what my mother has done for me.
And you like who you are.
Yeah, I'm very secure with who I am.
But I wasn't
born in the UK.
The things you were describing sound like tradition. Yeah. So now the traditional ways of seeing a woman in terms of not doing certain things, not participating in certain things, that comes from the moral basis, which is usually religious. That's why I was asking you. I was without letting you know where I was going. I wanted to get your honest opinion on where you think your morals, because I would argue that without religion, most people don't have the morals that they have now, whether they're religious or not. I was raised a Christian. I don't have that. I have a baseline of morals, but I'm not necessarily a Christian now.
I understand that, but I also don't have that affinity to religion in the same way that you might think that I do.
No. It's not actually the affinity with religion, because I've had these conversations long enough to understand that in modern times, most people separate themselves from religion, especially the religion of their parents. It's almost like a trend. I could almost bet that most people kind of stray away from that. However, their moral foundation usually, when we check it out, remains the same. What they believe is right and wrong, good and bad, usually remains the same. And a lot of that is taken from the Bible or from the Quran or from whatever. And why I'm bringing that up is when you talk about how we are in modern times, I think there's a rejection of going back to the old school, the tradition of how things were or should be or we'd like them to be, in terms of women have a certain behavior, men have a certain behavior. We've been encouraged to move away from that, but I think that they had their benefits, and they raised people that seem to like themselves. They raised people that seem to be fair, seem to be nice, seem to be calm.
That's so off.
I think that's ahistorical. We're black people.
Not fully.
I think religion has done terrible things for the black populace, diaspora-wise and on the continent. Like, we had spirituality, we had a connection to the divine, to morality, to all these things before religion came along.
When? Give me a time frame.
Before missionaries.
Give me a time frame. Give me a time frame.
Well, for the Abrahamic faiths, people lived according to different philosophies, such as Ubuntu, where everybody had equity, everybody had access to things. There's ways in which we existed before religion.
When are you proposing the Abrahamic faiths? When are you proposing the Abrahamic faiths came about? You said before the
12th century forward, moving from there. Let's just.
So there was no Abrahamic faith before the 12th century.
I mean, unless you were in Ethiopia. Unless you were in Ethiopia, probably not.
On the scale that what I'm talking about is the scale of which modern day Christianity, for example, has seeped into the West, and it's been responsible for colonialism, capitalism, and vice versa.
Okay, you said modern day Christianity. But the belief in the Messiah, the monotheism, laws and regulations. You're aware of you're aware of the negative confessions of Ma'at, right? Which contain basically all the principles of the 10 Commandments and more.
Yeah, but they don't say anything about women being beneath men.
Morality, especially in a religious, so to speak, spiritual context, are ancient. So you to say that, you to just put it down.
Yeah.
Which ancient society are we talking about? Because some of them completely disagree with each other. That's the point. Some of them are even genderless. Some of them are even matriarchies. So which ones are we talking about?
There's no problem being a matriarchy. We're talking about the ones that installed the traditional values of the black man, the African, the Caribbean, the American. We have... But
those views have changed over time, is my point.
No.
Before we had a black British man or a black Caribbean man or a black American man, they're all descendants of African men, and they.
No, they're not.
Well, a lot of them are. I don't know, whatever in it, but a lot of them had and moved by their own philosophies before religion, before Western versions of religion came about. I'm not talking about the natural migration of belief and philosophy. I'm talking about before the enslavement, transatlantic enslavement, and before colonization.
So you don't think that we had organized religion before colonization, before whatever, before the 12th century? You don't think we had that? We don't think we had traditions and values? You don't think we had values
you're tying
morals?
in values. You're tying in values and morals to religious tradition.
Yes, I am.
They're different things.
Yes, I am.
Values and morals.
What is your
Values and morals can sit within philosophy, and they can sit within anthropology and other ways.
We never separated any of that. You talking about us as people? That they were never separate.
Host, can I ask your ethnicity, please?
They were never separate.
I think that's important to the conversation.
Do you agree or do you disagree? We never separated philosophy with spirituality or
Can I just say something? So, host, you're basically saying that there was a time we've always known men's place and we've always known women's place, and your example of that is ancient Kemetan or Egyptian, whatever. But were the women not wearing literal beards to show that they've transcended gender? Were there not way less differences? Women could own property, all of these things, which let's be real. Hold on, they were more liberal back then than a lot of Abrahamic countries are today. So how are we going to say Abrahamic? So this, what you're doing is biological determinism. What you're saying is that throughout history, women have always known their place. How about this? Women in Saudi Arabia today have less rights than women in Saudi Arabia under the Prophet Muhammad's time. So realistically, we've actually gone backwards as a global community.
Not the religion,
we've not actually gone forward.
So it's not the religion then?
It was the religion.
So
his wife owned businesses. His wife was a 40-year-old businesswoman.
Wait, hold on 1 second. So what has stolen the woman's rights? Is it the religion or is it something else?
Obviously, okay, personally,
in the time of the Prophet, women had rights.
His wife was a businesswoman.
Okay, so then it's not the religion then.
No, it's not. It's the men. It's the men.
We're trying to get at. It's men.
But we're talking about religion, right? And you're now talking about men.
Society. I'm saying if you live in a society where the men are insecure, then you're going to have a certain type of feminism. If you live in a society where the men know their strength and know their power and are not insecure, they don't really care that much because they already know they're going to get tuntun at the end of the night. It's not that deep. Like they already know what they're on. They don't need to bash people to be about it. Like women will naturally flock to them because they just embody whatever they need to embody as men in this life. That's all it is.
Okay. So I guess what I'm saying is we've always had a source for religion, for morals, and an understanding of a way of being that is efficient and effective for our societies to run. And I'm saying that the further we get away from that, the more we try to change the recipe, we are seeing more and more issues that we don't seem happy with, right? Rather than blaming the religion, as you said, from the religion's conception, there were so many rights and freedoms. I spoke about Kemet. You spoke about Medina or wherever the Prophet resided.
Host, this is why I've been trying to ask you for the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, but
your ethnic background, because I do think it plays a part, right? So I'm assuming you're
Pakistani.
I'm assuming you're of Caribbean, a Caribbean background. Am I wrong in this? Am I wrong?
But how does that help you? What does that mean?
It helps me because obviously knowing the history, right? Some of us could obviously date back our background and we know of, how society used to be before Western interference and things like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm asking to get a view of your positionality, right?
I'm just talking in history. I ain't really trying to take a biased slant, but what I was going with is
that's the point, host, because the reality is that we can understand the extent to which some of these so-called practices that are happening back home, how much of it is Western interference, how much of it coincides with how we used to live before Western interference. That's why I was asking you where you were from, because as somebody who is Igbo, I'm African, right? I can understand that a lot of our societies were egalitarian. There wasn't a strict binary that we co-opted after Western influence, and that's the thing, right? It's very dangerous to assume that we had the same level of gender roles as European people. We didn't live the same way as European people. We were very much in tune with nature. Yes, there were things allocated to the woman, there were things allocated to the man, but it did not resemble westernized patriarchy. It wasn't like that.
Yep.
Okay, so basically what we're saying is we had our own values based on our own religious and philosophical views,
geographical makeup,
right? And a lot of those things would be deemed as tradition and culture, right? But we've had them from a very long time, and remnants of them still exist now. This is the point I was making, is when we talk about a woman, men not being happy that a woman is doing this and a woman is doing that, a lot of that stems down to our traditions as beings of who we are, our traditions and our cultures, where we've come. This is history. This ain't nothing new, and it's
but people don't even understand our traditions. We've co-opted Western traditions.
Sorry, sister.
But this is what I'm trying to say.
Sister, with all due respect, man, get me? Let me finish saying what I'm saying, man, so I don't keep losing my train of thought, if you don't mind. Yeah? I know you're not doing it on purpose, but yeah, cool. So yeah, this is initially why I was saying to KLB and trying to understand if he realized that traditionally the things he's saying are now an issue are our traditional stances, and we are moving more and more away from them, and hence we're seeing us as beings. This shit's ingrained in our epigenetics. This ain't some average shit. We're living and moving in a way. We're living and moving in a way that is anti ourselves. And I happen to be an Igbo man myself, sister. I'm not from the Caribbean, right? So I hear where you're coming from. I guess I'm just trying to let people know, yeah, that tradition or our practices are still ingrained in us. And a lot of the time, this is why we don't want to see certain things going in. This woman said, I'm lying.
No, do you know what it is?
Leilu said I'm lying about. I would
never deny my people. Lying or not.
Sorry, I would never deny my people.
I wasn't trying to draw you out.
It's cool. Because she said I'm a descendant of slaves with capital letters. Because that's how we address each other. I ain't said nothing offensive. I'm being pro my people. Yeah, and I'm being in this case.
What I'm trying to say.
Go on, sister, man. Because I don't get it. Go on, sister.
Host, what I'm trying to say is that the problem we are witnessing in our community, I believe, is that we don't have.
How about that? On your sheet, that's my that's my native tongue for you.
Let me speak.
No, don't do that, because you cut me off as well. So don't get upset. But I'm saying, Layla Lou, there you go.
Okay, but I went on mute.
All right, go on, sister. Sorry.
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to say. I think our biggest problem is that we don't have an awareness of self. We don't have an awareness of history. We have been taught from a very young age that our history is the violence and brutality that they afforded to us. The brutalism that we experienced under them, we've been taught to internalize that as our history and assume a default setting, which is the Eurocentric setting. And that is not how we used to live. That is not our history. That is not who we are. And until we have an understanding of self, an understanding of what we were and used to be, we will never really be at peace as people. And this is what I mean, right? I definitely agree that feminism is a scam, because it reinforces this structure where we assume that we are to live in a westernized way, and we have never lived that way. That way, it's literally been beaten into us, right? And so we need to find our way as Black people of African descent. We need to find our way in society, and we need to understand that the problems that we have experienced as people have largely derived from interference with white people. They have literally forced us to co-opt a lot of their traditions. They forced us to forget how we live, forget our traditions. And I'm not saying that to say that our lives back then were perfect, but we were robbed of the autonomy to build civilizations and build societies that we could be proud of. And this is why a lot of us are in mental limbo.
I'm in full agreement. I don't know if we're saying anything different, sister.
Can I just say something with regards to what Laura said?
I'm in full agreement with you.
So I really feel like the only way for successful relationships to happen, this is my personal opinion, is the man needs to be fully within his power and the woman needs to be fully within their power. If one of them is in balance with the other, then automatically it goes left. And my issue with saying traditional values is a lot of these traditional values that you're choosing are the ones that don't empower women. And when you're in a relationship, things have to be symbiotic. So it's going to lead to an imbalance. And you're using the example of Christianity and Islam, so let's use those as an example.
Who used
those religions? Hold on, those changed and interpreted in a way that took women's power away from them. They took out the Gospel of Mary Magdalene during the Islamic Enlightenment. They took out all women's power. They said no more tarot reading. Hold on, they said no more tarot, no more astrology, no more women at work. So those things weren't even. Hold on, can I finish, please? They've actually changed the doctrines to make sure that women weren't in their power, and that's why we have these issues. Because let's be real, bro. You can have a woman that's gonna sit there and move a certain way that you want her to, but that's never gonna make you happy. And as soon as as soon as men are honest with themselves and realize that a lapdog of a woman is never going to truly satisfy you, you're going to start empowering women to want to stand on their own. No one's saying that means go outside and do madnesses, but you have to have some level of understanding of yourself. That's why a lot of girls are deciding to do these mad things, because they've watched how their mothers have played their cards right and they've not gotten anything out of it. They still got cheated on. They still got the man them still went to the strip club. Like, it don't work like that. We need to be promoting self-love for every single person. And one last thing I just wanted to respond to what Loyal said, about feminism doesn't work for us. Westernized feminism doesn't work for us. To me, feminism is just about the empowerment of women. You can empower yourself as a black woman, you can empower yourself as a lesbian woman, you can empower yourself as any type of woman, as long as you do it in your own way. The only problem comes when you start to use the white framework and try to force yourself within a white framework that doesn't work for you.
Yeah, you could pick a Bible. Whoever asks what Bible, you could pick a Bible. What Bible? You want the Dead Sea? What Bible do you want? Which Bible do you want? If I don't have it, it's
none of them
in
have the
another room.
Gospel of Mary Magdalene in them, so they obviously
the Book of Mary Magdalene is not canonical.
Is it not canonical?
Because it's not canonical. The dating
because a white man decided
written in the same time as the
because a white man decided that it don't
written in the same time as the Torah. Historians can decide that, right? So
where's Asherah? They took out Asherah from the Torah.
That wasn't in there either.
That wasn't in the Torah. In the Torah, there was Asherah, which is the feminine aspect of God. Where's she gone?
That was where? In the Torah.
In the Jewish Torah, there was Asherah, there was Lilith. They all got taken out of these doctrines.
Lilith is in the Talmud. It was never. Lilith was never in the Bible.
It doesn't need to. I'm talking about the Abrahamic faith in general.
This is some Gnostic shit now. That was never in the Bible. And so
why wasn't it?
No.
But why wasn't it?
What do you mean why wasn't it? It wasn't it's not part of the canon.
Why are we having this conversation when
No, but it's kind of important because she's showing that patriarchy has influenced the religions to deny women a presence. I think I've heard the speaking point before and I get it. I understand what she's saying, but it wasn't there.
But these aren't even our traditions. Like, if we're talking about traditions,
that's debatable.
Itself.
That's debatable.
No, it's not debatable.
It is debatable still. You're
saying that
all of the people in these books were black. Yeah, we're Africans and black. Yeah, and Africa was a wider region, and it's a lot of these stories are about us. In fact, as an Igbo woman, when we talk about the Torah, these tribes and that's us.
I'm so sorry.
Are you saying that we should go back?
You probably won't find a book that, in terms of religious books, that speak more about you than that. So
you're saying that we should go back to
you're totally wrong. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Bible basher, but yeah. And Lilith's in the Talmud, not in the Torah.
But not given the clout she deserves.
Say that again.
Given the clout she deserves.
She's a demon. It's demonology.
She was Adam's first wife. They tried to take her
demonology. It's demonology.
No,
and just because you hear a story that strokes your feminine ego doesn't make it real. It's demonology. he's constantly giving birth to demons in the so-called Jewish tradition. Yeah, and that it's not actually got anything to do with the book.
It is what it is, man. If you can believe that, I'll believe my thing.
Yeah, but no, it's not just believe it. All right. See, they're like, look, man, I just want the truth, innit? I don't need anything to stroke my ego or make me feel away or empower me personally. I just need the truth. The truth is Lilith is not a biblical figure. So that's just the truth, innit, right? If you want to do your research, if you want to do your... Sorry, sister?
So what you're saying is... Okay, cool. Go on, Loyal. Sorry.
This is not our history. This is not our traditions, and you have to look no further than how we lived before Western influence. And the thing is that we invited them in.
It's our history. It's not their history.
I'm forgetting his name, but I think there's someone called like Friedrich Henry. I love watching this man because
Hendrik Clark, Dr. Hendrik, Frederick.
Yes.
Fucking yeah. Hendrik, is it Hendrik Clark?
Yeah.
The old man. Yeah. What about him?
And he speaks to the extent to which we opened the door for. We opened the door and we invited our oppressors for meals. Like, we had our own civilization. We had our own spiritualized beliefs. I don't know if I would call it organized religion. I would more call it spiritualism, and I guess you could argue it's religion, right? I don't really care. But we did have our own customs and traditions before. Yeah. Before people came in and they told us about Jesus Christi.
Yeah. But before that, but this is the thing. A part of the trick is being told that you are. These are our traditions. These are as an Igbo woman, your traditions are the traditions that people call Israelite. Your traditions, your natural traditions, your ancient traditions. And people are hijacking your identity and trying to repackage shit. They're hijacking your identity of your culture. And many other melanated black people culture around the world. And hence why I said I don't believe in the out of Africa theory, because I do believe that we populated many other places around the world. Do you know what I mean? And I don't believe that every human that roams the earth now originated where I did. Or where my people.
Can I say? Are you saying that we should go back to traditional, like the way we used to live traditionally, our ancestors, or our historical heritage? Are you saying that we should go?
I'm saying that we should understand that our traditions are part of who we are, and our epigenetics and our makeup, right? And the more we stray from that, the more we're gonna find disharmony, dis-ease, and chaos.
But do you think that we have to stray from that in order to? Do you think that we have to? Sorry, do you think that we have to stray from that in order to kind of fit into the kind of society that we live in, especially in the Western world?
Society has strayed from that, and the social engineers want us to adapt as society adapts.
Yeah. So are you saying it's possible to kind of go back and adapt our ancestral roots in a Western society?
If I'm honest, at its core, I believe rejecting the direction that society on a whole is walking in is our only hope.
But then how's that? Wouldn't that just cause more division across society in general? And that would just, it doesn't, in my view, that's not really going to solve anything. If anything, it's just going to form more division within society.
What?
Because the point I'm saying is, the point I'm making is, if you're saying that we should go back to our ancestral ways and live in the way, as in we should treat women the way our ancestors used to treat women and so forth, that would not fit in with the current system that we live in especially in Western societies.
Don't you think fuck the current system? Is that ever an option? Is fuck the system and fuck the current way that we're living and fuck the direction we're moving in? Is that even an option in you lot's head? I already said, there's two types of people. Somebody that wants to burn down, destroy, and escape the prison, and someone that wants a comfy cell. You sounded like you want a comfy cell, and that's all it is. So ultimately, situation. You don't want to. You're finding it hard to fathom life outside of the system.
No, it's not. It's not that. It's that I'm looking at it like, okay, at the end of the day, we're minorities in this country. That's the reality. I'm not making that. No, but I'm talking about, okay, in Western societies, we're minorities. As black people, we are minorities. That's a fact.
We have to be in the Western society.
I'm not fabricating.
We have to be in the Western society. Is that a must?
No, of course not. But if you're saying that we should go back to Africa or try and find our ancestral roots, for example, I'm from the Caribbean. I'm a Trinidadian man. I cannot go back to Trinidad and just be comfortable with living in an environment that I haven't been raised in. I don't know what it's like genuinely like to live there. I've got obviously ancestral heritage that I've been there and lived there and so forth. But myself, I haven't lived there to kind of be able to assimilate into that environment, if that makes sense. So it's not a situation where you could just say to everyone, "Oh, we should just go back home or whatnot and live the way we need." Our ancestors.
You know what it is? The truth is, yeah. You know what it is? The truth is, and I've been saying this for a very long time. Yeah, most of us, and I use the royal us all the time, even if it's opposed to something I believe in, because I think to remove the ego and to soften the blow of the words so that nobody feels offensive or he thinks he's better or well, why are you still here? I'll just say it like this, yeah? Some of us are wood for the fire. Some of us are incapable of change. Some of us are merely products of our environment. And then there's others that are trailblazers. There's other people that are prepared to turn the world upside down if that's what needs to be done, right? We can't keep walking in the same direction and expecting to land in new locations. It's not going to work. This is insanity. We are teaching our children to keep perpetuating this dis-ease, these societies, right? And keep walking in that direction. And it ain't working for us. It hasn't worked for us and it won't work for us in the future. So yeah, we do need radical change. And this is why I believe, very clever people have sat down and realized why they need religion.
I've got a question.
I get why these people are waiting for religion. Because when they look around and they look at their brothers and sisters, they realize that they're just people that ain't going to do shit. They can't rely on their friends, their family, nobody. So they need a Messiah. They need a God. They need something. Something supernatural has to come and change this shit. Because it ain't going to be you, ain't going to be me, ain't going to be him. Because no one wants to do anything. Everyone wants an omelette. No one wants to crack no eggs.
But then also, like, wait, can I ask him a question, Chi? I've been on mute for a little while. Do you think that religion or traditionalism is what will save us as a black community?
No, I'm using religion because I realize.
Wait, 1 second. If do you think that's the solution, and if so, if you don't agree that that's the solution, what do you think the solution is? Sorry, 2 questions.
No, I think the solution to the dis-ease of this current system and society is civil disobedience and separation, right? That's what I believe. I believe that mankind will not get out of this perpetual, let's say, trap, yeah, until we stop playing the game, we throw the pieces down, and we separate ourselves with anyone that wants to continue that. Now, what will happen is if mass civil disobedience is enacted on our own terms, what we will find is the other side will enforce violence, which will then naturally create a war. You don't have to do nothing violent. The minute you decide, and enough of us decide, we ain't playing no more, violence will come.
Question host, follow-up question to that, yeah? Can you please give me a tangible way that they won't just replace the workforce? Because that's what they've always done. As soon as the working class or any community decides, I'm not getting involved, they'll just ship in a new community that's way more desperate, that doesn't care, and that's willing to do what they need to do. Because let me give you an example, yeah? The people that came on the Windrush boat came and worked their asses off, and then guess what the government did at the end of that? Off you pop, because they forgot about the part of white people don't care about nobody. The only reason why Jews are in the position they are now is because they trust. Can I just finish? The only reason why Jews are in the position they are now is because they realized that white people are lying to them, and they decided that they need to get their money up if they want to survive in the system.
Please, sister, I beg you. I want you to reload everything you said. Yeah.
All right, cool.
We're not using certain words.
What's the word?
I've been banned for hate speech and whatnot on my last channel because someone came on and said that word about a particular group. We've been on the internet for long enough. We know, yeah, as testament to even what we're saying. Certain groups are above even being named in a conversation. So please be wary. I don't want you to.
Oh, cool. The JEWS community has been living in Europe for hundreds of years, coming up to 1,000 years. Time and time again, when they trusted that the white people were going to give them something, they saw what happened to them in 1940s. They realized at this point it's a scam. Mind you, they were having debates about citizenship in the 1800s. They were granted their citizenship. They had their debates. They asked for their civil rights. And guess what? They still got annihilated in the 40s. And they came to the conclusion where if we're going to survive as a community, we need to stop doing up friendly and start getting our money up. We need to start having our own hospitals. We need to start having our own schools because all they're going to do is try to convert our kids to Christianity, which was what was happening at the time. You can rebel against the system today. You can rebel against this. They will ship you out and ship a whole new group of people that are way more desperate from the developing world that will unalive themselves just to make 5p an hour. That's what they're going to do because capitalism has got to the point where it doesn't need you or me. It doesn't need, unless we're the bourgeoisie, cool. We don't actually matter. We're just
but I understand that the system does need us. It does need us, especially if the us means melanated, you know what I mean, people like you and I, then the system does need us. Yeah,
it needs us. And
the illusion is the illusion may be that it doesn't need us. But like I said, the minute you decide that you're opting out from the system, they're going to be very upset. It's going to be like an abusive partner. Yeah,
100%.
And that's been telling you ain't shit the whole time in a relationship. And then the minute you say, okay, I ain't shit, so you ain't going to miss me when I'm gone, it's going to be on some, if I can't have you, no one can. Because it does need us. There will be. There is no replacing us. There is no replacing us.
I mean, let's be real. I think we're overestimating. If you have the resources,
look at Burkina Faso. Look at Burkina Faso. Yeah.
Yeah.
We paid them off for their gold.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now there's been over 20-something attempts on the man's life. Yeah. And all sorts of different coalitions being formed. Right?
Yeah.
They need you. They need you.
I know that, but what I'm saying is, do you not think it will be more beneficial?
You don't need them.
Okay, but do you not think, for us black people living in the West, living in the UK, the best thing we can do for the people of Burkina Faso or the people of Haiti or the black people that are suffering in the world is to give them money, fund these. Like, I'm so sorry. If a black person, hold on.
Money doesn't help.
If a black person,
can I just finish my point so I can give you
an example? Repeating the same point.
Can I just give? I'm going to give you an example.
The best thing you can do, sister.
If a black person owns a phone company,
the best thing people can do is leave this system. That's the best.
So what you going? Are you going to advocate for deportation?
It's the same because over again.
Because I want to.
No, I know, but I'm not saying you shouldn't. But I'm just saying we all know your view, and I just wanted to say I haven't heard from Alicia. She's been up every time, and Adilit's been up here before me. So we understand your view, sis. We understand it. We don't agree, but it's your view, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
All right, big up Taz. Listen, stay on board because you're a great speaker. Do you know what I mean? The people are voting. You seen? They're gifting you. We like you. I enjoy. It doesn't even matter whether I agree or disagree. The whole point is
that's what a debate is.
The whole point is that you, as a sister, are up here talking about these subjects. You ain't talking about some stupidness. So you know what I mean? Okay, but let's open it up, yeah, just in case anybody else is not really being given a chance to speak. I appreciate that, Asha, for reminding me. So you know what? Let me go to Idyllic, and then we can go to She Speaks. And Alicia, you were trying to come on from time, so forgive me, man. Forgive me. It's really hard, you know. It's really hard to keep it all, you know, going and give my own input. That's why more time I try to stay impartial and just play the host, because I get caught up. I'm a human being. I get caught up in my own feelings and emotions, and I get into a rant. And so, yeah, man. But big up yourself, Taz, yeah? Idyllic, are you there, sis?
Hi, everyone. Yes, brother.
Welcome.
I know it's a passionate topic when it comes to our people and our history. If you look at the history of Black people, wherever Black man is, whether they are working or whether they're worshipping, we are always going to be the strongest people, because it's all about mentality. And we are literally a threat to the white society, because if a black man is educated, if a black man has spirituality, he is dangerous. That's a dangerous weapon for them. That's why for centuries they try to keep the black family separated, a black man down. They try to keep us at the bottom of the barrel, so to speak. So we have a great tool. As black people, we need to recognize one thing. We need to know our own worth, and we need to come together as brothers and sisters, regardless of whatever religion we have. We need to be one nation. And if I completely agree with you, we don't need to fit into other people's ideology. If a black man has to work twice or 30 times as hard to be in the same position as a white man with the same opportunities, it's not worth for us to conform to this society. We need to start thinking about building our homes. We need to start banding together and going to build homes for our people. Before the Europeans came to Africa, we were literally one of the highest flourishing societies in the world. The oldest library was in Africa. The richest man to this day on books is Mansa Musa. There's not been greater wealth amongst people around the world in any time of history, and except for a black man. It's because of us that the European society even flourished. These people were dying from plagues, from diseases. They couldn't even understand that where you don't shit where you eat. By coming to black society, they've learned, oh, these people are really civilized. They eat here, they do their business on the other side. They have community, they help each other. We need to go back to our roots. And I think the downfall for our people is we need to start recognizing the men as the men. A man is the head of the household, regardless of what religion we are. We need to start respecting our men, and our men in return needs to recognize that we are the mothers. We are the ones giving birth to your children. We need that level of respect. And men nowadays, the way society has portrayed our men, it's making our women not respect them. We need to get the respect back. We need that unity. A man can't do without a man, and man can't do without woman. Let's get that back. Let's look at each other and say, yo, we are black people. We're beautiful. We're powerful. Look at any church today. When a black man is in that church, when a black sister is in that church, they are more spiritual than any white man. Look at the Muslims. Who are the people that are worshiping hard? When a man is in his job,
there's a white man sitting there screwing like, no, I don't really.
But it's true.
I don't know. I think, yeah. I mean, spiritual. When you say spiritual, what do you mean by that, sis?
Brother, when we believe in something, we go hard. Compare the churches, for example. When you have a black church and you have a white church, look how devoted the black people are. They go all out. It's all about the community. It's all about helping each other. Same with the black Muslims. We go hard. When we are there, we literally will help each other, help our brothers and sisters. We band together. That's why a black man and a black females are dangerous to society. Because if we have education and we come together, they can't do nothing to us. They break us down. They try to keep us down, but we need to recognize. And the brother that is from the Caribbean, I understand you are born in Europe, but brother, you will never be accepted as a man of the UK. You will always be a man from the Caribbean to them. Start building.
Trust me, I'm well aware of that. Trust me, I'm well aware of that.
Yeah, brother, and this is what I'm saying. From time you've been here all your life, myself included, I will never call. My mom used to say to us when we were younger, this is not your country, this is not your way of life. You are a visitor, you're a guest, and
that's precisely the point I was trying to make. That's the point I was trying to make. We are not, this isn't our place, regardless. But
we will never fit in.
For the most part of what you were saying, I'm in complete agreement with you. I do think that the way we're going to achieve that, though, is through education. I think we actually need to invest in education within our communities. I think that's the most important part, because at the end of the day, just throwing money at people, throwing money in places and saying, oh, give these people money, give money to this country, or let's take money here and go and build whatever. That's not going to work. We need to build schools. We need to actually invest in books, invest in education, invest in teaching. invest in, you know,
not only just education, but there is no point of sitting there and trying to create equality for Africa when there is no equity. Until people stop exploiting indigenous Black Africans, we will never be able to reach the places that we need to be. So places like Congo, people like Sudan, like it's all good and well to say just throw money at these countries, but there's no point of throwing money at these countries when the white man is still in control.
The money, this is the thing, it's all about corruption, and every man in power in Africa has been put there by the white man. There is literally gold leaving here to the United Emirates, Arab Emirates. To this day, they're exploiting Africa and taking gold out. One thing we need to do is we need to start controlling our borders, controlling the people that are in charge. And I agree with you. I had to pull my son out of school. I'm in the United Kingdom. I see how they try to dumb the society down. And even more so, Black boys. I pulled my son out of school and I'm homeschooling him now because I realized very quite quickly that if I want my son to succeed and to make something of himself, he can't be part of this society. He can't be part of this system.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of what it is not only is it that we are being exploited, but a lot of the time the exploiter looks like us because of the corruption that still exists. I think to understand the way that Africa works, I think we need to understand that it's not that we sold our own or that we're just corrupt people. It's that we're still so heavily controlled by the West that it's like, it's a lot of people are in survival of the fittest mindset where they're sitting there and exploiting others for their own greed and they're being backed by the West. For example, what is Rwanda doing to Congo? Do you know what I'm trying to say to you? So a lot of it does come from people being corrupt, but the corruptness is amplified and is the bad apples in our communities are somewhat a catalyst for the exploitation for the people in Africa.
100%, sister. You said it right. Honestly, if you even look at yesterday with Gaddafi, God rest his soul, all he wanted to do is unite the Arabs and the African nations, because he said, what do we have the most of? We have gold. Let's start trading gold, the oil in gold. That would have made America completely irrelevant today. Who was the person that sold Gaddafi out? A Black man. He helped. He supported. This is what I'm saying to you. We have
that's all part of the world politics in the game. But I agree with you.
We have enemies within our own societies that are in charge, that are puppets for the West.
Can we say all our leaders? Can we say all our leaders are? Every single one of them is corrupted. Every single one of them is compromised. In my belief, I mentioned the brother. I mentioned the brother from. I mentioned the brother from Burkina Faso. Yeah, I did mention him. I'm not holding out any. I don't think he's independent. I think he's here to play a role, to unify Africa to a certain extent. I think the unification of Africa, I'm not even a Pan-Africanist, right? Because I understand that this is all truly part of the New World agenda, yeah? So any attempt to amalgamate large swaths of people and create currency and whatever is all walking in one direction to a one world government, right? Step by step. But I still recognize certain things that are being done and certain ethoses. Burkina Faso recently visited Rwanda and have made a arms deal with them to be trained by Rwanda. So what is Rwanda's role and what is Burkina Faso's stance, since they're so loud talking about colonizers and that against the French and this and that? What is their stance on the invasion of Congo by Rwanda? Bearing in mind that they now are in a military agreement that they will protect each other. That's. But anyway, we'll talk about that another time, right? Because it's multi-layered. Ultimately, the whole political system needs overhauling, and people need to refrain from it. But they're never going to do it because we're all going to be invested by our egos and different things.
Can I ask you a question?
But before we do that, before you ask me that, she speaks. Big at yourself. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. I hope you ain't falling asleep on us. You all right there?
No, I was gonna. Yeah, I'm good. I was really intensely listening. I was just waiting for the transition to happen and let you guys continue. I was gonna pop in a minute.
Okay, so you're not ready to say anything now?
Not ready. No. You guys kind of went over my points for a bit.
I went over what? Over your what?
already went over the topic, and I believe we're going to circle back anyway. So you guys.
What was your topic that you wanted to discuss?
Just literally I think we've brought up a lot of coinciding points where the enemy is probably more, say, capitalism and the mindset that comes with it. Like, for example, like we'll talk about throwing money at stuff, and like I was thinking about like Amanda Sill's like recent podcast where she was talking about the Black Lives Matter movement, and I didn't know that like who is in control of that movement now. Obviously, they're not doing much for Black people over there, and this, I don't know, this indoctrination pipeline to like this Israel kind of fanatic belief as well. You brought that up before as well. So I just kind of wanted to sit back and let you guys go around so I can actually bring up my point more articulately, if that makes sense.
All right. Next, Alicia.
Yeah, hi guys, afternoon.
Good afternoon,
yeah,
welcome.
Your panel's running under energy, so it's all right, I'll wait. But yeah, feminism, yeah, that's like, there's a few feminists on the panel and I don't think they know they're feminists. Okay. But from how they're debating and how they're behaving, yeah, they're feminists. And that's Miss that left for Will's box, and then Miss Taz, like, you are feminists. And there's little things that you're saying that make me gather these things like, oh, money runs the world and we can do this and we can do that. Women have a place in life. Men have a place in life. Anything outside of that place is not for us. We're not equal to men, and men are not equal to us. A man can't give birth to a child and a female can't pick up a 10 barrel of concrete cement on her back and build a house. Yeah, these things in life that are physically impossible for us to do. So we need to accept that and understand our role and our place. And everyone wants to keep arguing about tradition and religion and mixing the two up, because they are mixed up and they are intertwined. Because what happened is that they hold people's moral grounded, so they know when they're stepping out of line, whether it be faith, religion or tradition, something draws them back to it. They don't let people from the outside manipulate and confuse them. So when Sir Jedi was talking about stepping out of the system, and then Sir KLB was like, oh, it's basically impossible, because he's got that fear and confusion in his mindset, like most of us have, that, oh, we can't do anything. And I always say it's because we've been told we can't, we don't, we shouldn't, we won't. Now, how about we change that narrative to we are, we do, we have, and we're going to, because that's the only way to change the effects of feminism. Because what's happening now through feminism is children's houses are being more broken. And then people are saying, I don't need a man, I can be independent. Every female needs a man and every man needs a female, unless obviously your orientation of sex and relationships is the other way. But you need a man and a woman in order to create something solid, yeah, to work off of, to share energies with, to build on the outside. As for coming off of this, oh, we can't do anything, we can do things, because I come on TikTok 3 months ago and I found my TikTok family, right? And this woman up above me, Miss Asha, she gave me the motivation to get back on my toes, yeah, and get back on my breaking cycles of the generations. What I've done since then is I've met four different people.
I just recognized your voice now, sis, because I remember that.
Oh yeah, you told me to change my name, innit?
I just recognize your voice now. I recognize the passionate. Sorry to interrupt. Please continue.
It's all right.
Please.
But I've gone to 4 different youth clubs where I think it's got the baddest set of youths, yeah? Because everyone wants to call everyone bad. So the baddest set of youths that don't have no home structure, that don't have a solid foundation, that don't have a village raising them on the outside like we did. So I've gone to Marcus Lipton, Tech or Damilola Taylor Centre, yeah? The Bradford Boys Club right next to Tech. And I've gone to...
That's my house.
Oh, is it? Yeah. But I've gone to them.
Yeah, no, I mean Tech.
Yeah, DTC.
I grew up right by Tech. Pear Court, that's on Cater Street or East Surrey Grove. That's where I grew up my whole life. So
no, I know, you know Mark shop and everything too.
I know everything, man. VG's, Muslim shop, everything, man.
But this is what I'm saying. It's our job now as adults that know these things that are wrong, that know what we can do and see it. And instead of sitting at home and saying and talking about it or saying, oh, this is happening or that's happening, like Jedi said, it's for us and our community, the role us, to do something about it. So It's not based and focused on melanated people, but it's focused on melanated people. We're not excluding any other race because these races are the ones that treat us bad. So we need to inform their children of how that we are human and we are the same and we can all prosper and benefit together. As for not having nothing, that's because melanated people want to spend £6 billion a year on other things. Why not get 50 serious people? Because I say it in every live, either on the comments and on the box. I haven't had one person message me at least 10 man's name or female's names to say, all right, I want to do this and I want to do that. But you keep comparing us to the Jays who work together. I live in their community. I could go and get 2 of them right now to tell 5 people how to start a business, and I guarantee not one person will do anything. Because the mentality that we've been brainwashed with is not productive enough to think for ourselves. It's all of that we can't, we don't, we shouldn't, we won't. Take that out of your mindset.
That comes down to who you surround yourself with, because the people I surround myself with, the black people I surround myself with, don't think like this. We think of solutions. We think to unify our community, and not just the ones that exist now, the ones coming up. I think we have to take some accountability in a sense that we're not monoliths. Not all black people are lazy in the advocacy. Some people really put their money where their mouth is and actually are with the shits in the nicest way possible.
Okay, Ms. Neva, so in your area, what have you done?
Who's Neva?
Well, that's how I pronounce the name. If you want to get offensive, if you want to get offended,
I'm sure you have sense. I'm sure you have sense.
Sure you have sense. How do you know I'm not dyslexic? How do you know
everyone else was asked to say how to
see this ignorance that's within black people? I don't care about everybody else. I am me. You could have told me. You could have told me how to pronounce it. When you said that I got it wrong, I turned around and I said sorry. I said sorry, and you're starting an argument.
You did not say sorry. You did not say sorry. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
guys, let's chill it out, yeah? Obviously, I think, from my understanding, I'm just going to mute everyone, right? From my understanding, the sister says Miss and Sir before everyone's name. So you may have heard the Miss Neva and thought, what do you mean Miss Rare? But it's Nevaeh, yeah? You say her name Nevaeh. Please, let's just wipe the slate clean. I think the Miss maybe made you think that she was deliberately just saying your name anyway she wanted to.
It's not about that. It's the fact everyone else who was confused on how to say my name asked.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Please. She just got maybe she thought she was saying it right. Either way, we can move forward. Let's not let a pronunciation of a name be a stumbling block from good communication.
Okay, cool. So the question,
and ultimately,
she asked
guys, ultimately, we're here to build. We don't always have to build together, but we're here to build, right? So let's not stop each other from building, because this conversation has way more ramification. It carries on. It's not just here. So there's other people listening. When we're talking about unity and coming together and whatever, sometimes it's in these micro incidences that we display our ability or inability to do the thing we're talking about. So let's be patient. Alicia, you pronounced her name. I think I pronounced your name wrong, but you pronounced it wrong and she didn't like it. Nevaeh, I think you was maybe a bit defensive in your response. Let's just boom, start again. I'm gonna give the mic back to I need to say her name properly. Is it Alicia?
Alicia, but you can say
Alicia.
It's how you read it, isn't it? But like I said,
you lot are confusing names.
But when
Alicia
said it, he said Nevaeh, so it's Miss Nevaeh, yeah. Like I said, I said it how I read it, right?
All right, let's move forward.
So all I'm asking you is, because obviously you said you have productive people around you that don't just talk, yeah. Because these are people that exist, but I'm focusing on the ones that don't. So in your area, wherever you live in the world, like you don't have to tell me, what is it that you and your people do? And I'm not talking about money, to help better the community of, so I'd say, children under 18.
Okay, so I appreciate your apology. We can move on. So in a sense of, it's not specific to my area, but it can be any one of my areas. So we've created a free black school, or we're basically starting up a free black school. And for anyone that's in the live, I'll give a bit of details on it. It's called Black Star Academy. It's an online school where we teach maths, science, English, but also black history. There's going to be mentorship between black boys, black girls, and it's a free school. So there's no money involved. It's not about monetary value. It's about actually trying to educate the youth in a sense of, we feel like in a terms of things like school to prison pipeline system, the curriculum being racist. So we've taken it into our own control to sit there and teach our youth. And that's something that's being created. I don't get paid for it. Loyal Panda that's in the comments doesn't get paid for it. The lady with Lippian in her name doesn't get paid for it. We're all volunteers who sit there and are trying to actually educate the Black youth. I know you said that you don't want to speak on money, but I'm going to give an example of what we do. So when we do speak about things like Black Star Academy, or we have conversations similar to this, we fundraise for the Congo. So if anyone knows, there's a war happening right now in the Congo. So just Christmas gone, we managed to raise £12,000 in 3 days for a camp in Congo. So as I said, some of it comes down to the fact that some people are lazy in the advocacy, but some of it comes down to who you surround yourself with. And the Black people I surround myself with are actually trying to do better for our community, not just locally, but across the diaspora.
Can I just say something, please? So my whole thing is, Elisa, you said that obviously that I'm a feminist because I said money matters. That doesn't make me a feminist. That makes me someone who's realistic, because the example you gave and the example that Nevaeh gave are both about money. You literally...
No, Nevaeh mentioned that she makes money and fundraises, and I asked her specifically for a reason.
Okay, well, what
it
I'm
doesn't
trying to...
take money to talk to someone. It doesn't take money to give someone advice, and it doesn't
talking
take
about
money
Congo
to
ain't gonna do
someone.
nothing. I hope people understand. Talking about Congo is not going to help Congolese people. It's getting money for charity. Hold on.
What Mrs. Dunn, she's helped
£12,000.
eight, maybe 9 families get clothes.
Oh
She's helped maybe 8 or 9 families get the ability to do something.
Can I just let me explain? Let me just explain. Please, I don't want any misinformation. Let me just explain what I actually did, and then anyone can interject. Just 1 second. Let me explain what happened. So, cool. Over the Christmas period, we found out there was a camp with... Sorry, I was just eating, but there's a camp with over 12,420 people. So what we aimed to do for Christmas was to make sure that everyone got a hot meal, because the majority of that camp were children under the age of 16. So it was over 10,000, and then 500 of them were elders. So it's not just one family. We literally managed to make sure over 12,000 people could eat for Christmas because they weren't able to eat. And also on top of that, there's been clothes that have gone, sanitary products as well. It's not just about money, but I do agree with what both of you are saying, that sometimes money's not involved, but sometimes, yeah. Anyways,
can I just say something in response to what you said? At the end of the day, both you and Alicia are good people because you've gone out of your way to help the community. But my whole thing is, you can't run a youth club without money. The reason when all the youth clubs got shut down due to austerity, that's when the crime rates went up. So we obviously understand that there's a correlation between a youth club and requiring money. You obviously had to get money to help the people in Congo because yapping doesn't help people. So my whole thing is, let's stop acting like talking about money is anti-feminist, and it's not about knowing your place, because let's be real, if the Black men had the money and were using that money to help people, we wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. So obviously we do have to have a conversation about money. Do you know what I mean? And it's not anti-feminist to look at, it's not feminism to look at the world and realize things are about money. And you lot were talking about everybody coming to Africa and renting out Africa. The only reason why the UAE is able to rent out Africa is because they have acquired wealth. 30, 40 years ago, you could have never heard about an Arab man from the desert coming to rent anybody, let alone Africa. So realistically, the reason why they had to unalive Gaddafi, the reason why they're trying to assassinate the guy from Congo is because they know, Burkina Faso, is because they know when the Black man starts prioritizing money and comes to that table, everybody else is going to have to shut their mouth and show some manners. Everybody else sitting at that table is going to have to shut their mouth and play the game correctly. But because we're all talking about making equality, no one cares about equality. Everyone's out there trying to fix themselves. So it's about time people started prioritizing their wealth, so that next time the Conservatives come into power, it doesn't mean that crime rates go up in the Black community. Because from time in someone else's hands to make sure that our kids don't get yinged in the streets, to me, that's a foundational structural issue that needs to be fixed. I'm so sorry.
And that's to do with parenting. That has nothing to do with money.
But clearly the statistics are showing that for the majority of the ones that don't have money, they're going to have to go to youth clubs. They don't get to go to swimming club. They don't get to go to karate club because their parents don't have that wealth. They don't have that. That's why I'm saying get your money up.
Going to youth club is free. You only need money to run the services, run the system, electric, and provide the building.
Karate.
Yeah, family, my battery died, so bear with me as I turn my phone back on and that. But if you can hear me, let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Feel free to hit that PayPal, you know, if you're enjoying the show. Because I really and truly, I don't run for free. You know, I'm not monetized on YouTube, and I probably never will be with the way things are going.
Yeah, you cut out your signal, I think.
You know, put your hand in your pocket, hit up that PayPal. You know, it mean a lot to me. Trust me, times is hard. So let's not even front. I ain't balling out here. You know what I mean? And I don't have a big, massive super team or nothing. I do everything on my J's. So yeah. Thank you for the one person that said they could hear me out of the 36 people watching. I appreciate ya. It is. Oh, Tizza as well. Big up.
No, but you understand what I'm saying when I'm saying it doesn't take money to go and help someone, because we see people every day in our community, no matter where you are in the world, there's always a kid out there that you know that don't have the best home life or needs a bit of support or needs a bit of uplifting, and that doesn't cost 1 penny to do. That's my point. When it comes to other services, that money plays a role.
Last year, just to talk to a couple of the women there, and offer advice experience when they come out. Like, and we all just need to start playing our role in different ways. It doesn't necessarily have to look a particular way. Also, my final point before I'm going to go is to say that if we look at the world right now, I said this in the comments, 90% of the countries in the world are run by men, right? And we wonder why we've got the issues we've got. I genuinely think, and people might not agree with this, but I think women are generally better leaders than men. I think the way our ancestors used to do things, I'll keep using ancestors just as a vague term to say that our traditional customs were that elder women in the communities would make decisions. They would gather together, they would have mothers meetings, they would decide what the next thing is to do for the community. And so unless we can rejig...
Yeah, that's like local government though.
Yeah, well, no, but this is
that's like local government, but not rulership.
But not
rulership. No, sorry.
Let me land. Women are better because we have a better awareness of the needs of a community. So we're better at navigating humanity all over in general. So until women and men are at least 50-50,
that's not true.
Let me finish. At least 50-50 in government positions, we're not going to get anywhere.
No.
Men think very hierarchically. That is the whole point of patriarchy. Matriarchy is about everyone having equal value. The values are different, but everyone has an equal value and equal role to play, right?
That's feminism, man.
That's matriarchy. It's called matriarchy. So they're in different.
No. Matriarchy is not what. See, this is what I'm saying. We have matriarchs. Yeah, we some of us even worship matriarchs. We have matriarchs, but the rulership.
What power do they have? They don't have economic power. They don't have decision power. They don't have
I don't know where you're from. I don't know where you're from, but that's not true. Yeah, maybe.
No. Wait. Do you genuinely think that women, collectives of women, matriarchs, women at the moment have monetary power, economic power?
You was talking about ancient times.
I'm talking about the way that society and community used to go when it came to really big, tough decisions. It was a council of women and men and
I'll tell you what the difference is.
Used to decide on things, but what I'm saying is,
I tell you what the difference is between sometimes and now. Like the individual was more free. Yeah, we are not autonomous. Our mentals are being governed. Yeah,
right.
Sorry, 1 second. So right about now, that's what the issue is with rulership. These men don't represent us. They don't represent men. Men are not being represented. You think men are being represented, but women ain't? Humans are not being represented by their leadership, but their leadership are taking orders from some duppy spirit, something in a whole different direction.
Because women, at the end of the day, you might not like this either, but women are more spiritual. We have a direct connection to life. We have sexual selection privilege. We decide who comes into this world and who doesn't.
No one's more nothing. All this more this and more that.
All right, Miss, can I ask Miss a question?
Sorry, one second. All this more this and more that, more this and more that. That's just unbalanced. Yeah.
But there's no balance now. That's what I said. 90% of the countries in the world are run by men, counseled by men. So until we at least bring women into the picture in these decision-making roles, we can't speak on nothing. If we've done it, we try it, and then we're like, oh, nothing, it didn't work. It didn't work.
And hence, this is like we have templates that are fading. Yeah, we have templates and they're fading, and the more they fade, the more we go into some other direction or whatever. It is where it is. I know in the household, the woman ain't supposed to lead the house, but the woman can be the head of the house. I call her the shadow head. Yeah, because she's no, they're not meant to lead. No. Women are meant to follow their husband's lead or their partner's lead.
That's
and
what
they're
I'm
supposed
saying
to.
to you.
And,
I'm saying to you
no,
this.
you're not saying that. You're not saying that.
No,
Stop
no.
saying you're saying that. You're
No,
not
I'm not.
saying
I'm
what I'm saying.
disagreeing with you.
You're not saying. You're saying women are more spiritual. Women are better leaders. You're not saying what I'm saying. So stop all that. I'm saying that.
I don't agree. If that was the case, let me be real. Yeah, if that was the case, why would we struggle so much to assert this dominant, submissive thing? If men were naturally able to lead families,
you're being brainwashed.
No,
because you're being brainwashed,
real.
and because psychology, human psychology, is being understood by those that govern our mentals. Yeah, and you're being brainwashed and preyed upon, just like men are. Right?
How is that the case if I'm telling you about the way that societies used to run way before we had the scale of systemic violence that we're experiencing now?
Why is it that women kick men out the house because they don't want to pay extra council tax?
No, it's not about that.
Yeah,
it's about women
no,
being
but, but this is what's happening right now in the world. This is what women are doing because they're brainwashed. So why is it that a female who has a perfectly good man around her, who gives her a child, why is it that woman's first instinct is to think about the government and the benefits that she gets instead of thinking about what she can do for her family to keep it whole and to raise a child wholesome?
You're definitely right, Alicia, but can I just say something? I feel like both of your points lead back to the same thing, because the reality is the reason why people are so quick to get a divorce is because women have forgotten that if you don't like the dynamic of your relationship, you can actually change that. If you are within your spirituality, within your power, you'll be able to have compassion, you'll be able to see where your man's coming from, and you'll be able to fix that relationship. But because patriarchal interpretations of religions have made women feel like you're just a victim, they're thinking, oh, I'm a victim, I must now divorce this man and
well, I disagree because religion says that you're supposed to stay with the man until the day you die, and that's what a lot of older people done, no matter whether they was getting abused or whether they was getting essayed or whether they had done, no matter whether they was getting abused or whether they was getting essayed or whether they had bad
the example that you gave was a perfectly good man. You can change the dynamics of your relationship if you know how to play your cards right as a woman. We're not actually victims. We can actually switch it up at any moment if we really want to. But that power has been taken away from us when the matriarchal societies fell. Now, I'm not advocating for matriarchy. I'm just saying that when you make people feel like they're victims, they'll believe that they're victims and they will run towards their fake savior, who in this instant is the government.
Okay, so somebody who's 16 years of age, who's a female, who is now pregnant, who has a 16-year-old male partner, and this guy is perfectly fine, and if he goes to uni, which he plans to do because he's got in, can live the life that they want to live if they play their role.
Parents already told her. Her parents told her from time you're 16 over you, your parents have told you though.
At 16 hasn't been brainwashed like how
Yes, she
older
has.
generations
Because she watched her
She
mum.
wasn't there at the start.
But she was there. Because from time your mum and dad, can I be honest with you? If you're 16 years old and you have
Let's go one at a time. Let's go one at a time, family.
If you're 16 years old, and you have a youth, this isn't about you. This is intergenerational trauma. We need to blame your mum and your dad. They need to become correct. They need to get brought to the front in front of the jury. Because what did you show this child growing up to the point where they have a youth at 16? You basically set your child up for failure. So in order to prevent that in future, let's stop using these niche examples. Let's talk about the majority of people. The majority of relationships are ending because women are divorcing people that aren't abusing them. They're not abusing them because
most of the women today are not married. What are you talking about?
Maybe, I don't know. Most of the people I know are married, didn't it? At the age of 40, 50, they're all married. I'm not talking about people in their 20s or 30s. But realistically, if you tell women you are a victim, once your man starts moving, once the relationship's died, you can't resurrect it. Yes, you can resurrect it. Go put on a nice dress. Go shake some back. Go do something. Like, people are just getting told that they're
even beyond that.
every day. Like,
I think it's beyond that. I think from what I know, a lot of the women in their 30s or 40s that divorce men are because a lot of the time these men are actually like third babies in the house. Like, they're not supportive and they're not doing enough.
Right, the men ain't
adding
men.
to her list of exactly. They're not men. They're kind of behaving like boys because they want to be mothered or whatever it is.
Asha, put your trainers on.
And so it's one of those ones where it's like, am I going to train you up for your role as a father?
Lace up your trainers. I'm drawing for you in a second. Sorry, sis, carry on.
No, it's okay. It's one of those where it's like, is she going to have to train this person up into becoming a man and becoming a father, or is he going to get there himself? And for the most part, they're not trying to do that labor on top of it. Like, I'm not going to do that labor, making someone a man or making someone a father. We're both going to have to get there. Like, and it's like going back to what Taz said, you need to be in your power as a human being. You need to be you need to know yourself. You need to have worked on yourself. You need to have broken generational curses. You need to have done the self-development. You need to be, have gone through the shadow work, whatever you want to call it, to get to a point where you even deserve to be a parent of a child to a child. At the end of the day, that's the biggest responsibility that we have on the planet. It's not everyone that should be involved. Like, and then in that as well, the village. Pardon?
That's why there's so many broken children.
100%. So like, it brings us back to the thing of like, well, what are we doing to support ourselves and each other?
Let me get Asha on the mic.
Asha.
Ash up on the mic. Ash up on the mic.
Welcome, people. Blessings.
Welcome.
Spit them knowledge bombs.
There's so much. There's so much. First of all the love. I love my people.
Add him up if you're not following him.
I love all my people, and it pains me to see what I think is quite plain. I don't disagree with the majority of what's been said. I do agree wholeheartedly with the prompt. Feminism was never for us. And that's not to say that there aren't elements of feminism that might be in our favor. There are elements of capitalism that play in our favor. A broken clock is right twice a day, right? But until we understand our history or our story and actually reconcile the fact that feminism was the whitey woman's fight, because Black women have had the equality to work, to earn, to contribute, to lead from before some of us were stolen, kidnapped, tortured, and put into unpaid labor.
That's right.
So when this so-called civil rights movement happened, rather than focusing on the civil movements, right, I would urge people to read what was happening within our communities, because within the melanated communities, we had the highest level of long-term relationships and marriage. Within melanated communities, we were creating our own civil rights movement with movements such as the Black Panthers. We were picking up where the government, where the state wasn't supporting us.
Wait 1 second. You do realize that the Black Panther
Nevaeh, have I not sat here and listened patiently?
But you just spread
No.
misinformation.
Answer that question, because you interrupted me. And honestly, when we sit here and say, oh, women should rule the earth, we can't even hold it down and have decorum and engage in polite, respectful debate.
I asked
We
you.
can't even make notes and come back and rebut. We have to interrupt each other. And then now what? I have to now let you speak, even though I had a train of thought, but you're more important than me now.
You spoke on the Black
No,
Panther Party.
I'm still speaking. Respectfully, put yourself on mute. Make a note. Stick a pin in it, sis. I was talking, and I let you lot talk for time, and you're still chatting.
Yeah, let Sister Asha just, because she just touched on the mic. Asha D, go for it, man.
Thank you, host. Like I said, I opened by saying all the love,
All the love.
All the love. We're not all going to agree, but hold it down, sisters. So what we've ended up with is the state replacing the man in the home. From when we actually had, and I'm using the US because they are the global superpower, they still are. When America catches a cold, the rest of the world sneezes. So if you understand globalism, you will understand why I'm speaking on this. And we went from a place where we had the highest level of marriage, where our children were looked after, the Black Panthers specifically, but they weren't the only movement, but they're the ones that people talk about. They were feeding our kids where they couldn't be fed before school. They were feeding our kids afterwards if they needed it. They were allowing our men and women to go out and work, to build, to pour into economy, to start to actually purchase property. And along came the women's rights movement, which, as I say, was never for us. But they managed to convince our women that they somehow didn't have so-called equality. And from there, if you spend the time to, as I say, not to read what they're telling you about the civil rights movement. Look at what was happening in our communities and look at what happened after. Because after the so-called women's rights movement, we started to see our families being broken down. The Black Panthers were disbanded, so we no longer had the protection of our men. And the Black Panthers were not perfect, obviously. We are human, right? But after that movement was disbanded, we started to see DRUG flooding our neighborhoods. We started then to see crime, because where DRUGS comes, people need money to feed their habits. So then you get crime. And what we've ended up with now, in terms of feminism, modern feminism, is hyper-masculine women and effeminate men. We've got an inversion. Sorry?
Who's snoring?
Or someone's asleep, or someone's a troll. I don't
Nah. Who the fuck is snoring?
I think it's Chiffon.
Shiffer. Fix that, man.
So what we've ended up with, because what we know, and I speak as a marketeer, so I've spent 20 odd years in media and marketing at various high levels internationally. We follow a US culture, whether anyone likes it or not, I don't really care. So what we're seeing now globally is, as I said, hyper-masculine women and effeminate men. And that's a problem.
Because by design.
Exactly, of course, absolutely. It's all by design. And that's a problem. And I understand when we have these conversations where we're saying that men should lead, I understand why my sisters are saying, but the men, they can't lead, why should we let them lead? Because the men that they are seeing are effeminate and maybe are not in a position where they should be leading. But we have to come together and get our heads around, first of all, where we've come from in order to understand where we're going.
All right, can I just interrupt you there to let Nevaeh, I want Nevaeh respond back, man, because I know you wanted to say what you wanted to say, and you graciously went on mute. So please respond.
I think a lot of what she said was true, but a lot of it was misinformation. I think, but a lot of it was misinformation. I think, and this is. I think a lot of what she said was true, but a lot of it was misinformation. I think, and the genders would be a silly point to think. The fact that Angela Davis, one of the most renowned Black Panthers, wasn't even able to call herself a Black Panther because she was a woman. She was not able to call herself a Black Panther because she was a woman. She had to adopt communism because she was not allowed to be a Black Panther. So let's not make it a branch.
But they were all communists, though. They were communists, though.
But that's not. She wasn't able to call herself a Black Panther.
I don't think I said that. I
don't think people are ready for my views on the Black Panther, so I'm gonna keep them to myself. But like I said, why don't we ever pick our own heroes? And why is it that when we get a set of heroes, we can never elevate past that? So anytime we have any conversation about liberation or revolution or changing the narrative, we always got to bring the same list of political celebrities. And I've been hated by a lot of people. People have sworn me to be a lifetime enemy to the Black man and whatnot because I dare to say, do you know what? Fuck all these people. Respectfully. I don't give a fuck what you think they did or didn't do for us in the past. I'm bored of hearing the same old names because there's no new Black Panthers, there's no new Malcolm X's, there's no new Assata Shakurs, there's no new Sam Kofers, there's no new nothing.
We've got comfortable.
All we got is just wanking over history books of a few people, and that's it. We don't move, we don't grow, we don't elevate. And I feel like these people become like gatekeepers, respectfully. Not to say I'm better than any of these, man, but people know. They know me for saying this. Like, I don't care about any of these names. Because the truth is, unless you look in the mirror and you see somebody of that ilk or higher, we're doomed. We just chat, same names get thrown around, and no one's looking to stand up. The next thing you know, after all that talk, you man are going to go and get jabbed.
Can I add?
Yes, please add, Toby, and welcome and thank you for patience. Toby.
Thank you for having me on.
It's been so difficult to navigate, but you know, I appreciate your patience, man. So talk to us, sis. What you got to say?
Of course, no worries, no worries. So when I was younger, I accidentally made Black History in the UK. And to this day, because we're so focused on other things that happened in the past, and we're not utilizing it and grouping together the way we should, we're not moving forward. Now, I have a disability. I'm in a wheelchair. Okay. And I noticed something within the Black community. You forget the most vulnerable in society. And because you forget the most vulnerable in society, you kind of lose that protection, that level of protection. And I don't disagree or agree with feminism. I'll be honest. I think that there are things that are useful and have been great tools. But like, for example, the Black Panthers back then helped disabled people to have a level of freedom as well. They helped a lot of communities that were very, very vulnerable. And because of racism, we end up with disabilities, whether that's mental, physical, it's whatever, right? And the more of us that are going through this, the more of us are joining the disabled community. The reason why I keep bringing up disability is because, as I said, we are the most vulnerable. And at some point in everybody's life, if you get to live as long as you would like to, right? If you get to live to old age, you will have a disability of some sort, whether that's physically or emotionally or whatever, right? It's just inevitable. So as soon as you think, whatever you are doing after this conversation today, just have a think about how much the most vulnerable in society have done for us so we can even enjoy the fruits of our labor and the fruits of what the people before us have done and what we can continue to do and what people are doing despite the challenges. Like we're talking about money, right? The most disenfranchised people within the Black community itself are disabled people. A lot of the foundations and trusts and charities.
But you don't get pipped though.
That doesn't. Yeah. That's it.
I'm so glad you laughed.
We don't get to.
Yeah. I'm so glad you laughed.
We don't get to be nurses. We don't get to be doctors. We don't get to be lawyers. We don't get to, because we're so busy
surviving,
fighting.
Trying to get through. Yeah.
Yeah. More time. We just think, fuck this. This is long. No one's thinking about their own. And what I noticed, is when Black people acquire their disabilities, they're like, fuck, right? Some of them have acquired their disability because of police brutality. I don't know if you guys have heard of Cherry Gross, but the Brixton riots happened because she got shot in front of her son, who was 11 years old at the time, and ended up subsequently in a wheelchair.
Yeah.
And died that way.
Yeah.
Right? We need to think how serious this is. We are under attack and we need to think that way. Yeah? You could be like me tomorrow because of racism.
Yeah.
Yeah? Maybe
literally like the racism within like the care within the NHS has left many people disabled just because of the racist practices. We know about the different rates of mortality for a Black woman or a Black man going into these using these services. So it's not just the police, the hospitals themselves display racism, even in their understanding of our pain tolerance and that. So
feminism is insincere.
Yeah.
Because
it doesn't actually think of every corner. It's not sincere. When you become a mother, when you put your body under stress and you decide to have a baby, yeah, you already know you're disenfranchised within the NHS, right? Because you're a Black woman. Now add on to the fact that you may acquire a disability after you have had that child.
Right.
Or you may have a child yourself
Who is disabled. Right.
Or your auntie or your uncle or your grandma or your grandpa may be attacked by the police tomorrow. And now you've got to look after them because they are now disabled. You guys need to deep how bad this is.
No, that's serious. That's serious.
Yeah. And disabled people are too scared to tell you that this is how they feel.
Sis, is it appropriate if I ask you about how you made history?
Yeah, okay. I'm happy to share. So I grew up in the foster care system. I moved 18 different foster homes.
Wow.
And I've got a condition called brittle bones, which means I break bones very easily.
I've seen that film.
And and literally, I became a dancer. One of the foster homes, I kind of ran away from my foster house because it was extremely racist. I was being thrown out of my wheelchair. It was really bad. Okay, it was bad. So school for me was the only way I could escape. That was the only place that I felt like I could be myself and I could feel safe. So I decided to take up dancing. So basically, by accident, I changed the national curriculum for GCSE dance in the UK. So that disabled people, no matter what disability they have, they are able to be fairly marked and get an actual degree or career in dancing.
Mad. Yeah, that's
so
sick.
My story is in the British. Thank you. Thank you guys. My story's in the British History Museum. You can listen to it for the next 30 years. And hopefully longer than that, if I can find a space within the Black community where I'm heard and my community is heard. So like feminism is great, but it's not really great. Do you get what I mean?
What do you think? What do you think, sis?
A big up lie because it's
what
not.
What do you think, sis?
It's not sincere. It's not sincere. If it was, we'd have better healthcare when we're having babies. Right?
No, sis, I'm saying, what do you think?
Busting it down. Okay.
I'm the most double left-footed brother in the world.
I'll have to show you some moves. Don't worry.
Please.
But yeah, I just thought I'd add my 2 pence as somebody that is affected by racism daily, either that's in the hospital or in transport, basically every corner of my life.
Every corner.
I can't escape it, unfortunately. And that may be you tomorrow, that may be your child tomorrow, that may be your bestie tomorrow, that might be your gran, but I can still bust a move. But...
of course.
All right, guys.
I hear that, man, and you know what? You're completely right, man. You're completely right. But you said you're kind of like indifferent to feminism, like you don't support it, you're not against it.
Only because
I think you're on the fence.
Only because I do understand that for some people it's a place where they feel safe, right? So similar like a religion, I suppose. So I feel like it kind of helps them think that, you know, they've got something, like they've got a place on earth and they've got they're being heard in their situations, that there's a place of refuge. But I just think, just don't take it too far, especially if you are a person of color, because if you're a Black person specifically, I think it doesn't support you. They tell you that every day. Like, they're very clear on it not supporting you, especially when you go to hospital. So just think about that. Your feminism isn't helping you in getting further in your like having your problems solved, basically.
I agree with what you're saying, you know, because nothing in this life is really black and white. And once we start to stop looking at things as black and white, we're going to start getting somewhere productive. And the reality is this year, Host is right about us not talking about the past, because we can only talk about the past to the extent that it's affecting us today. But then we have to talk about the future. And when I look around at what is going on in terms of the gender divide right now, we need some elements of feminism and we need to reject other elements of feminism. I feel like the parts of feminism that we need to reject is women going into a lot of these corporate jobs. And obviously, if that is what your profession is, that is fine. There's no judgment. But this idea that you're not successful until you work your ass off every single day to get a living, that will never really fulfill a lot of people. Like when you're burnt out and you come home and you don't even know if your kids had a good day at school, eventually generations to come are going to have to suffer. And I will go as far as to say, like, even if that is your passion, to what extent do you have to sacrifice your passion for the next generation? My mum had a degree, she chose not to work because she chose to prioritize us. That matters eventually, because when we're talking about the kids that Alicia's had to help, how many of those kids' mums was probably working every single day to the point where they needed somewhere to go after school? They needed someone like Alicia to sacrifice the getting money. Obviously, she probably does make money, but she was working as a volunteer. She had to do that. If she decided she didn't want to, those kids would have been lost in the street. And people are forgetting what it means to be part of a family. But at the same time, when I see what men do when they come on the internet and they bash women for having a voice, they bash women for liking the way they look, for demanding certain things within a man, we need feminism in that instance. Because as I said earlier, that's never, ever, ever, ever going to really make you happy. And that's never going to be a good connection to the point where kids can look up and understand that that's something you want. Because I'll be honest with you, a lot of the people that are radicalized feminists today, they became feminists because they saw the way that their dad treated their mum. Let's start with that. Let's start with the girls that got forced to dress a certain way that they didn't want to. As soon as they had a bit of freedom, they done their thing. How about all them girls that swore they would never let a man hit them ever again because they saw their dad hit their mum? So realistically, we can't say all of these things are right and wrong. These are just systems, and we could take the parts of them that we like.
I would agree to some point with what Taz is saying, but I think we also need to, just going back to the fact that feminism, certainly YT feminism, was never built for the black woman. It really wasn't. And there are some amazing, if you want to call them black feminists out there that you can read up on. I'm sure everybody knows about Kimberly Crenshaw. Even if you don't know her name, you will have heard the phrase intersectionality.
I just learned that today. So yeah, no.
So Kimberly Crenshaw came up with that, and it was co-opted immediately by YT.
Someone said that, yeah.
All over the world. But you know, there is a reason that if you talk to black female activists, we don't tend to talk about feminism.
But speaking up for women, Axum says, so speaking up for women needs to be called feminism?
No, absolutely not. And that's the key. So if you talk to black female activists in this space, a lot of them don't call themselves feminism. They reject feminism because feminism ignores intersectionality. It talks about women as if we're all a monolith, and that's not true. We don't have the backing of our whitey sisters in the workplace or beyond that. So to try and talk about us as if we're just one homogenous mass just doesn't work. YT feminism focuses on individual empowerment. It talks about work harder, get that money, sis.
Can I ask you
that doesn't work for us as melanated people because we require structural change before we can start looking out for ourselves.
Can I ask you guys, do you guys on the panel, you sisters and brothers, do you think that black men, African men, Caribbean men, American men, and by American, I do mean the correct terminology, indigenous American men, do you think that these sets of men are actually invested in oppression of women, the oppression of their women, or is it the systems that they live in that they have adapted to? Do you think that the black man is actively seeking to oppress his counterpart, his female counterpart?
The man.
Can you hear me? Can we talk in generality?
So I would say the men that stand within their power, that know who they are, that know they have a goal, know they have a vision, they're probably not going to go around treating men disrespectfully unless obviously that it's a one-off opportunity where they're stressed. I feel like men who are insecure, who look around, who see women getting degrees and bettering themselves, and that's a threat to them, they're the ones that probably will abuse women. That's how I see it.
Okay, anyone else?
think it's an unsubconscious thing that most of the men today do, because obviously a lot of brainwashing has gone on. So they live life thinking their actions are normal and not actually looking inside themselves and breaking down where their actions are that are causing suppression.
Yeah, I just want to say that we were both socialized, men and women are both socialized a certain way. I think women were socialized to men. I'm trying to think of a way to say this. I think men need to feel useful, and they need to feel like they've got a role to play. And I think going back to the state taking over, and now people being reliant on the state has removed the autonomy of man being able to provide and protect and do certain things for his family. And therefore he becomes, because he hasn't got an anchor, he becomes quite reckless. And so that's how we have certain situations arise from that. I think we both have a lot of work to do in that sense. And I think that's the white man's agenda. Ultimately, the white man wants to create machines that do all of the work so that men, I don't even know where we're going with that. That's when they say carbon zero carbon is basically saying no more life forms, because carbon is the essence of all living things, all organic things. So they want machines and AI to be the be all end all, and they want to get rid of the human race and what it is to be a carbon human and all these other things. And I think that's the way in which they've done it. Is they've gone for men, they've gone for women, they've gone for women spiritually, they've gone for our actual physical bodies, they've gone for many of our kind of strengths, and they've gone for men, they've incarcerated them, they've removed their sense of purpose as well. And I'll keep talking about the ancestors. We used to do things a certain way where we had trials and tribulations and rituals to take you from childhood into adulthood.
Rites of passage.
Rites of passage. And that gave you a framework, again, that was set up by your elders in the community who told you, right, this is how to do your duty to your family, your community, your duty to life in itself. You got taught a way to do things. Then you went and you did the test, and then they told you, yeah, you're deserving of this, you're deserving of that. And that's how it went down. Whereas now there's no framework for masculinity. There's no framework for a woman being able to understand herself. We've been, again, like they've beauty standards, there's so many levels and elements of where they've tried to degrade womanhood, and I think men can benefit off of that. And so in that way, there's ways in which they can oppress us through those same structures that white supremacy is put in place in the first place. And that's why it feels like it's us against them. But ultimately, we all just need to be privy and aware of the various ways in which we've all been oppressed.
Does anyone else remember the initial question?
Yeah,
I'll just remind you. Does anybody feel like the black man is actively invested in the oppression of his female counterpart? And please, if you don't consider yourself black, please apply whatever title or label you want, so that it fits you and your worldview. Can't understand the word black is problematic, and I just use that as a default. But to be honest, if I was smart and I had more time, I probably would have thought of a title that circumnavigated this title black, because it just proves to be more and more problematic as time goes on. So anyone else want to answer that question directly?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
Please. Shifa, welcome.
Big up everyone, man. No, I've been here. I've been awake.
No, we had some snoring sound, and we definitely came from your side, man.
Yeah. I was awake, man. I was awake.
Oh.
No, I'll let him go first because he hasn't really said much.
Thank you, Neva.
Yeah, I think I don't think that black men want to enslave any type of woman. I think that black men and men in general are living in a world where we've had to, update our way of thinking. We've had to move and change with the times because, like you said, women, new rights, women in the workplace, all of these things have shuffled the deck and moved the cards around. But I feel that it's unfortunate, and I'm not taking a shot here, ladies, but I don't feel like the women have really fully adjusted to that yet, because I still feel like, we're living in a world where, we got sisters like my sister Taz, who likes to talk about women in their power, which power to you, sisters, that I respect it. But then at the same time, women in their power have got to be able to do the same as men in their power if we're really talking about power.
My point, women's power and men's power is two completely different things. Women's power is more spiritual, men's power is more physical. But at the end of the day, if women aren't in their spiritual power, then they're not going to be able to maintain a relationship. That's why we've got the divorce rates. But if men don't get their money up, there's no reason to fight for the relationship. So realistically, it's a two-way street.
Are our rights different though? Because you're saying women's power is different to men's power, but are our rights different? Is women's rights different
Ask the
to men's
government
rights?
because I'm not in charge of those policies.
No, it's a question for you. Is women's rights different to men's rights?
Yeah, I think they are at this current present moment. Yeah, they are.
Does anyone else think that that's true?
I mean, go.
But I think in terms of rights, I think quote unquote everyone has equal, especially in the UK, everyone has equal rights. But I think
exactly
the way they maneuver that though is to make sure that you're not on an equal playing field. For example, the school to prison pipeline system, obviously, well not obviously, but the way it works is women do not. Then they're not necessarily. It's men that are disproportionately impacted by that. Specifically, black boys. That's not necessary to say they both don't have the right to go to school. They do, but unfortunately, one's disproportionately being pushed into prison. That's the difference.
Targeted. You're right. We get targeted, and that's what I'm saying. It's like we're living in a world now, yeah, where unfortunately, like I said, you know, the cards have been shuffled, the deck's been shuffled, and now the women have just as much power as the men. But I don't feel that the women feel that they had the same level of obligation as the men. And I think that that's dangerous where we got this thing of, you know, equal rights, but not equal obligation.
Obligations that the women need. I don't get it.
I'm saying if it's equal rights, it's equal obligations. So if you got the same rights as me, you got the same obligations as me.
Are those obligations?
Me.
Feminism then basically, because you're basically saying that the woman needs to get to work.
I'm not saying the woman needs to get to work. I'm saying if we're gonna be equal, then we have to be equal, innit?
No, but why does yin and yang both have to be equal in the same thing? Like a man being
because that's what you
the best
wanted.
version of no, but a man being the best, the quintessential man and the quintessential woman are two completely different things.
Yeah, but that's what you fought for. I never told women to fight.
I wasn't there. I wasn't there.
No, but you accepted it. You never rejected it.
I said I accept some of it and I reject some of it. Yes, I do.
No, but you don't reject it because really and truthfully, you're living it. No, but you're living it. You're living it. You're entitled to it.
So what am I living?
You're living that entitlement.
How? Because I live in the UK.
That's right.
Okay, so why don't you blame the UK government and stop attacking me personally?
I'm not blaming anyone.
Yes, you are. You're saying that I need to accept a system that I already told you I don't care about just because I live in this country. I don't make the rules. I don't write down. I don't make the rules.
I'm not saying you have to accept.
I think he's talking in general to answer your question, innit? So he's saying in general, if females want equal rights as men, then the obligations need to be the same. I think he's not personalizing it to you personally.
But my point that I'm trying to say is equal. Okay, no one's even arguing for equality on this stage. We're arguing for equity. Realistically, I don't think anyone's even said anything about equality right now. Like equity is way more important than that.
My answer to the question, sis. Remember, the question was, do we feel like black men are trying to enslave black women? And I feel that, if anything, men have always been the ones being enslaved. Men ain't never been trying to enslave no one. Remember, the man's the provider. The woman ain't got to provide nothing for me.
We're historically reliant upon the man. Does that make sense? So we didn't have access to our own resources.
Historically, yeah, but not anymore.
Well, exactly. And that's why now men need to reconfigure what they're offering and what they bring to the table. Does that make sense? Because what historically men, yeah. So we do. So at the I mean, I don't get the equal rights thing. Again, the equity is, I think, what we're talking about. So it's like, what did you mean by obligations? Because
I mean, obligations is like anything you think a man is obliged to do, you should think you're obliged to do it too.
I think
in an equal rights society,
like obliged to care for their children. I think we've been doing that. Obliged to like work. Women have been doing that. Obliged to care for community. Like what be specific, because I'm trying to understand like what
obligations. Like, for example, a man is expected to love a woman unconditionally, no matter what her condition is.
Okay, that's a two-way street.
Sorry?
I said that's a two-way street. That's expected of everybody.
Yeah,
unconditional love is a myth. It's not a thing. Only your mom's gonna love you unconditionally, and God. That's it.
That's a lie.
No, unconditional love does exist. Can I just make a point to what Sir said? Yeah. When it comes to the equal stuff, he's not actually talking nonsense. I think what you're doing is you're not getting the point that he's trying to make, innit? So, for example, most black females, melanated females, do not like seeing a brother on zero and helping a brother and giving him support and that nurturing and that love from inside the female soul, what a man needs, in order to gain his position in life. Because what happens is that people from other races come and pick up this brother that's not on nothing, and then when man gets famous or he's got 10 grand in the bank a month, that's when girls want to go, he's a sellout, he didn't love me, blah blah blah, why is he always up with the black females? Because the black females ain't doing their female role and supporting a brother, because all they're caring about is what he brings to the table.
Can I be honest with you? I feel like it's a two-way street.
Can I just point out something? You do know that the majority of women that are with black men, if they for some reason are sick or they become disabled or whatever, they usually stay in the marriage. The people that usually leave the marriage is usually the man. If something goes wrong with the woman, if she has any kind of mental health or any kind of physical disability, the man leaves.
I do agree with that, miss, but I'm saying from the younger generation's point of view, because a lot of people over the age of, I'd say 45, if once they're married for life. And it doesn't matter what the female does or what the man does, they will always try and be that wife and that husband.
I do see where you're coming from, Alicia, but what I feel like it is I feel like the problem isn't the money thing. I feel like because we're taught to focus on the material rather than the qualities that will eventually make you successful, like discipline, like intelligence, like willing to sacrifice things. Those things always come secondary within our community to the actual drip itself. And I feel like that's why a lot of men would rather just go out and trap to look like they have money rather than actually build, because nobody even values the building process. But that's why as a woman, you need to be in your power to the point where you're using your intuition and you're not falling for the materialistic trap. Because that at the end of the day, when you have kids, you're not really going to be waste. You know what I mean? You're not going to care about that stuff. You're going to care about whether those kids inherit something, whether they have a trust
I
fund.
get what you're saying, miss, but this comes back to other points, because, for example, how many foreign people, whether you're from the Caribbean, Africa, any person, who is not white is classed as black, So any person who is foreign to this country comes here, lives here, regardless to Windrush or born here, they sit here their whole life. And when you ask these people about buying a house, or me nah buy nothing in England, me nah buy nothing in the white man land. And then hold on, you've reached the 60 and you don't have nothing nowhere else. That's why the children do not see anything or see any productive things from going to work and working hard. Now, if you install into your children that going outside and being a trapper and looking over your shoulder every day and boy, them walking in your house and taking everything you own, install that into your child, they won't be a trapper. And I can tell you that for free, because that fear of sitting there in a yard with a whole bunch of crackheads, and every time the door knocks, you're not sure if you're going to jail for the next 6 years, is something that's either installed in someone or it's not. And I've noticed that the most of the people that get caught up in this system and go to jail don't have that installed in them. The ones that do it to survive are the ones. The ones that do it to survive are the ones that do it to make money. So they make their little bit of money, and this is what they do. They say, "Fuck this, I'm out. I've only done it to acquire a certain amount of wealth." So they build up their illegal money and they reinvest it to make illegal money.
So is it, for me, I feel like social media plays a massive role in the spiraling of the youth. I'll be so real, because it's going to what Taz said about there's an image that they're going after rather than like the real essence of life. Like we're taught to desire certain things. And that's why people of a certain age are not getting caught up in the same way as the younger generation are. They don't know any other way of being. They've gone straight.
All right, miss, but it's parenting. My children on Sundays, we don't have no PlayStation, no tablets, all these things. All of my children have had tablets and devices since they was little, because why? I have the means, and you are a human, and you're not going to not have access to things that I can provide you, innit? And that's another thing about being a parent. So my child's got a tablet. Does that mean he's going to sit online and go and be in rooms with like PDF files and all these things? No, because the things that I got his tablet for, I spent my money on. I'm making sure that my son, my daughter, my cousins, any child around me is doing something constructive on that app. So I download learning games. I download things that, I might have to pay a subscription for, like there's a thing called ABC Mouse. I sent that information around the whole school. I got 15 parents with their child on that app. It's all about parenting, what you allow your children to have access to. When they're 7 years old, they ain't thinking about chopping.
Definitely, but I'm talking about even the older children, the teenage children now who have their own like devices and they can
But
make their own
sisters,
account.
do the sisters not want providers anymore? Is that what we're saying? The sisters ain't
Everybody
looking for a
does.
provider.
Now, do you know
I
what?
absolutely
She just
do.
mentioned that point earlier because do you remember when we first came into the room and the host was talking about how we need to stop worrying about finances and money? This is exactly the point that I was saying. It's like, I'm not saying be greedy. I'm saying eventually you have to build something. Eventually saying F the system. The system's always going to be, if unless you use the system to break the system, we're all going to be suffering. Do you know what I mean? And that's literally the reason why these kids are being raised on social media, because they're looking at their parents and they're thinking, you ain't built nothing. So let me go and see who has built something and let me see what they have to say about the world. And those people don't care about their well-being. But one thing I like about Alicia is you're actually clearly a leader within your community. You practice the things you preach. You go out, you get educated, and you help people. So I just want to say I really do respect that. And we should all be trying to aspire to be doing things like that.
Well,
Can you guys answer that question?
everybody does their own. Everyone has their own power to change the people around them. Like Miss Nevaeh, she's done her own thing. Do you understand what I mean? And I'm sure if she wasn't on TikTok right now, there's a lot of people. There's 95 people in the room. They would have never heard about it before. Do you understand what I mean? So then that word of mouth has now created a barrier for other children.
Question, please.
So can I just add as well? I'm going to add another spanner into the works. A lot of the time,
do you not want providers anymore?
no,
Because
of course
what
not.
I'm hearing-
I think it's a generational thing, sir. I think it's a generational thing.
Just to stay on track, if women still want providers, yeah, then really and truthfully, who's more important to build in the household? The provider or the receiver?
No, because you see how you're asking us if what we want, because you're going to become what we want. So at the end of the day, women set the tone.
Hi everyone,
Let me finish. Let me land.
Hold on,
Women,
Sir, 1 minute,
women
Sir.
know what the needs of ourselves and the family and the community is, and then we tell you're like, okay, what do we need? We need this. Then you guys make it happen. Men make things happen. But at the end of the day, all the women in this group, by the way, I've not heard a single man come and say, I did this in my community, I did that. It's been women in this chat. And I'm not trying to pit man against women. But what I'm saying is a lot of the labor of actually looking after our communities comes down to Black women and what Black women are doing. And I swear, I've not heard many men that are like, I run a charity, I do this. I have a couple in my life that I'm brethren with, but they're at the same time, they're not, they might come on here briefly, but they're problem solvers in real life. And I think we need men to be doing that as well. And like, don't worry about what we want. It's like Taz said, like, you need to keep asking us, do we want providers? Of course we want providers. Of course we do. It's one of the
but there's a reason I'm asking
that,
sis. There's a reason I'm asking, do you want providers? Because what I'm trying to explain to you is this, like I said in the beginning, we're living in a world now of equality, yeah? Then women should be wanting to be the provider too, right?
So we don't.
So you could just be the sole provider then. What's the problem
We
with
want to
that?
nurture and we want to do what we do, and that could be various ways. That could no, let me land because you're being one-dimensional. Yeah, we can do things with money. We can do things with our time. We can do things with our knowledge. We can play various roles. You don't have to limit us into like we can play various roles and we can be various things. That doesn't take away from the fact that okay, I earn money, but I also want my man to come with something. How does that make sense?
You see Miss Asha? No, hold on 1 minute, Chef. You see Miss Asha?
You can be a provider. You're telling me you can't, so you're limiting yourself.
No, so I'm saying, regardless if there's a man in my life or not, I'm gonna provide for myself regardless. How can I not? Like, regardless of if I get mad, but if I mix up with a man, he needs to meet me at minimum of
Can
what
a woman be a
provide.
sole provider for a family without an argument, without it being an issue?
No,
can a woman be a sole
when I'm
provider
pregnant,
for her
let me
family
land this one as
without
well
it being an argument and without it being an issue?
Sorry, it's not an
if she
argument
can't,
issue. I'm just
then
passionate.
it's not
I'm just
an equal
passionate.
world.
I'm just passionate.
No, I'm just saying if she can't, then you know at that point the woman's limiting herself. It's not the man limiting the woman. What are we doing?
Limiting in what sense? What?
You can't be the sole provider.
Man
can be the sole provider for his entire
Yeah,
family.
you know why? Because women go through the physical process of having a baby, so I can't do the working at the same rate. How does that make sense?
Well, you're
if
saying
I'm
you
having a
can't,
baby and then I'm breastfeeding that child and then I'm spending years close care with them, how am I expected to work at the same rate? My man needs to provide in that situation, of course.
If you
So
can't,
then that's not equal, right? So then there's no equality there because, like
There
you've
you
already
go.
just explained, females
Alright.
can't be equal because their role and their key purpose in life is to create life and raise that life.
That's not the
properly.
only key purpose. If women choose to have children, then they need men
Like you
that
just
are
said, you
dads.
choose.
Alright, so hold on. Tell me another key. Tell me the other key purpose of women.
There
is the backbone of the human race, bro. To be the backbone of community.
How? Why?
Women,
Why would you be without you procreating and being somebody's mother.
No, because I'm an aunt. Because I'm an aunt. Because I'm a friend.
Race?
No, get rid of
the village.
It's a village
everyone,
situation,
please,
and I can, like I said, I can play multiple roles for multiple people.
All right,
Sorry,
so if it's equality, why is it that when you have a baby and you're pregnant, you're the person who gets the decision? You're the one that makes the decision.
Stop for a minute.
Hi, can I ask a question?
This is real dissonance. This is real dissonance right now. I can't lie.
Stop for a minute, please. Right,
Can I ask a question?
bro? Everyone, stop for a minute, please, man. Let's calm it down. So, you're saying, yeah, that somebody said that the key purpose or the main purpose for a woman is to have a child, and then you said that's not the only key purpose. I don't know if I'm using the wrong phraseology of what you said. It's not the only key purpose. So I said, what's the other key purpose? And you said to be the backbone of society. So I said, the only one
to be teachers, nurses, healers, practitioners.
I'm saying it's the mothers that can be the backbone of society, not just a single woman, just like with no nurturing, mothering experience or any of that or intention. You're not just a single. You're just, what are you doing? If the man is providing for his women or his woman that is raising a child, what are you doing as a single woman? Because the young men will be fighting and protecting.
You're asking me. Sorry.
So yeah, listen. But it's like you've elevated a non-childbearing woman to the backbone of society without being a mother. She's not going to be the main provider, and she's not going to be a warrior on the front lines.
This is what I'm saying. So men,
hold on. What stops men from being teachers?
Nothing. Go ahead and do it. That's what I'm saying. Men are in these roles though. Like, I don't see enough of it. That's my point. I'm not seeing.
Sorry, we've all had male teachers. Men are teachers.
Yeah, they are. But
stop saying that. All your college professors and lecturers were men. You stop chatting rubbish.
What you're trying to tell me is, if I'm a single woman and I don't have kids, I'm not useful. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not. No,
that's basically.
But no, what I'm saying is, you said that there was an equal use, with equal like fucking what do you call it, relevance or whatever. So I said, what is that? What is that? What could top being a mother? Because I personally think the highest role in society is being a mother. You think that there's something equal to that for a woman?
Can I ask a question?
You said there's something equal to that as a woman, and I'm just asking what that is. You said
I'm saying everybody has an equal role to play. That's the whole idea of matriarch. Again, I'll go back and tell you what matriarch is knowing that everyone has an equal value, but they're different. So some women want to be mothers, and that's an amazing. I personally think, like, my mother is the closest thing to God in my life, right? So of course that's how I feel about.
What about your father?
And then the back her. What about your father? It's my mother first. Like, don't like.
Why?
My mom first. For most people in this group, they would say their mum first.
Why?
What? Because I came from her. Like, you can't explain the connection.
No, but you came from your dad's nuts. It came from the nuts and went to the guts.
Can I finish?
What are you talking about? Do you know biology?
Can I finish what I'm saying?
No, 1 second.
No,
1 second. 1 second, man. I've been calm and quiet.
I know biology.
Not even present. You know biology.
My dad didn't throw me in his belly and
even in your psychology,
and
even in your psychology,
this is a reductionist conversation.
Even in your bruv. Even in your psychology, yeah, you have a man in a lesser position. Yeah, so you want to create a world. You want to create a world. If you was in charge, it's like you want to create a world where me and my man have to create masculinism to go and fight and get equal rights, because you want to do the same thing that men are being accused. Your matriarchy is just as unequal and just as unfair as patriarchy.
How is
somebody on my YouTube said? Because listen to, look, you like your mom's the closest to God. So what about your dad? Oh, well, no, it's mum first.
My mother is the person that I don't. Can anyone else understand what I'm saying? Because
your mum can't impregnate herself.
This is a reductionist conversation.
Your mum cannot impregnate herself.
Can I just explain what she meant? She's not saying that.
No, I don't want no one to explain. No, she's a grown woman. She's a grown woman. Sorry, I'm gonna have to mute you. She's a grown woman talking for herself. Don't try to buy her out and give her a fight.
You're not letting me land in the sense. I don't understand what you want me to say. Do you yourself you yourself, do you not feel like your mother is close? Like, if you were on your deathbed now, the word that would come out your mouth is mum. I can tell you that.
Why are you saying that?
Because if everyone that is, because that is the way it is. Like, I don't.
Is it?
Yes, it's the spiritual order of things. This is
How
how
about people who ain't got mums?
Spiritual.
we come from. We come from
You don't
women. We
rate
come
men.
from mothers.
You don't respect men. You don't respect men, and you don't. And the thing is, you live in a world that men have provided. Yeah, you've lived in a world, and you're benefiting. Listen, you're benefiting from men, and at the core,
I'm
feminism.
benefiting off of everybody.
At the core, feminism. But you're not talking like that. You put women on a pedestal. You put your mother. You put your mother. Yeah, she's a woman, and you're a woman, and you're egocentric. You are catering to your own ego because you are a woman. Yeah, and you now see the lens. Listen, your mom didn't build no civilization. Your mom didn't build the things, even the things that you're sitting on and talking to me about. Your mom didn't. Your mom didn't build. No. Let's have it right. Let's have it right. So you're just as unbalanced as the men. You're just as unbalanced as the men that have forced women to create feminism, right? You're just as unbalanced. You don't see men and women as equal. In fact, you see women as being higher than men, and that's it. That's the truth.
I see women as being more important to community and humanity for sure.
Wow.
You admitted it.
Wow. Knew it. And this is the issue. You're unbalanced.
Can I just say to the Dana, I can't see the whole of your name, yeah, but you see females, because I wanted to make a point earlier. You said it twice now, yeah. Females, yeah. It's our body, right? So it's our decision to bring children into this world. So if it's equal, why is it when a man says, I do not want this child, you do not think on your feet and say, okay, because I don't believe in certain things, I will put it up for adoption, or I'll sign a piece of paper, which is a contract, meaning that you have no responsibility ever in this child's life because I am forcing you to have this child.
I agree with that. I agree with that
because this is what happens in society.
You can't force somebody. You can't force somebody. I agree with that. So what now?
Zach, I appreciate you for your patience. I know you tried to speak and I rudely cut you off. I'm sorry. The heat at the moment, it's very hard to moderate. Yeah, I hope you appreciate that. But please go for it.
Hi everyone.
Yeah.
Hi everyone.
Hi.
My name is Zach from South Africa. So I came into this life just surfing, and then I see the topic of feminism. So as in South Africa, I'm sure other people have done their research. So before I land, I just want to ask a question. How is feminism, that side, how is it benefiting society? Not only women, but how is it benefiting the men? How is it benefiting the children, especially the future generation? What are the problems there? Is it really functional, or us as Africans, are we sold something that's gonna ruin our way of life?
I think it's tearing the family apart.
You know the answer, brother. And there's no way that now the child should be learning from the parent, and the child happens to be the Europe, the Western world, and we know the parent is Africa and the world on the other side of the hemisphere, not just Africa, but we know where the ancient civilizations are the parents. Now they are following the child, which is Europe and America and this side of things, right? And no, when we don't get married, divorce rates, we don't have family, we don't have unity, we don't have community, we don't have any of these things. So, do you know what I mean? And we're selling you back the dream of modernization and civilization, which is killing you. People praise Akon because Akon is bringing the internet to the world. They have an agenda 2030 to make sure that the whole coast of Africa has fiber optic internet. And people don't realize that the internet is simply a Trojan horse, bringing pain, suffering, disease.
Darkness with no Wi-Fi. So you think it's better for them to not have electricity?
Yes, I do think it's better.
So why should
Wi-Fi?
I live
the whole life. Let me say this. I lived the whole life with no Wi-Fi. I had a whole childhood with no phone. My birth was not captured on the iPhone. Some of you lot's birth is captured on the iPhone. Some of you lot can't think of a world where you can send your child to school and not be able to phone them or text them. Yeah? Some of you can't even be in a relationship with a man that doesn't text you every morning to say good morning at work.
It's got nothing to do with the man building infrastructure.
Because it's a world. Listen, it's a world that existed before Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is not. Listen, man. I beg everyone listen, because obviously I'm the host in that, and I don't really like to assert my dominance, especially when we're having these kind of conversations. I feel like it's a bit of a trap. But some of you lot need to regulate yourselves in it a little bit, especially when the host is chatting. You just need to fall back slightly. You know what I mean? I don't like to do all of that, but I'm more than capable of doing it. But I prefer to like be that friendly host that just busts jokes and encourages everyone to be calm and that rare. But I can do the badding up thing too and talk wicked and rare. But that's not encouraging. That's not nice. And we should have more discipline as adults. Do you know what I mean? So just give me a little space to like drop my gems. I know you don't know me, but I guarantee you I'll check sense. If you just give me a minute, there's a whole world without the internet. There's been a whole world. There's been all the most remarkable innovations that have happened on this small little place we call Earth happen without Wi-Fi, without internet. Yeah? Please don't think that having access to the internet is something that is, they're trying to tell us it's a human right. Do you think these people care about our human rights? Do you think they care about the human rights of Africans? Wake up. They want to bring the internet to the world so they can bring the poison to the world. So they can infiltrate our minds and alter our psychologies. Why don't people see? We're so thirsty and hungry to run into what they call civilization, modernization. It's a disease. It's AIDS of the soul. Please, because we're talking to each other, we're utilizing it. We think, yeah, this is a great thing. There's like, but when you check it out, they have places in London, they have places in England that they call reserves, where no modern shit is allowed to go on. You're not allowed to build a house. You're not allowed to walk there. You're not allowed to sneeze there. You're not allowed to do nothing. They talk about preserving the way things are because the ecosystem there is working perfectly fine. And if we interrupt it, we will destroy it. But we don't think that works with humans. All we're doing is we're creating a thing where we're convincing the rest of the world that they want what they want. Misery loves company. And we try to drag the rest of the world into the misery that is Europe, the misery that is North America, the misery that is the Western Hemisphere. We're trying to drag them into it. Yeah, and I'm saying that the world would be better off without Wi-Fi. We'd all be better off without internet. We'd all be better off without phones. We've lived for thousands, if not millions of years without them. Society is not benefiting from them. We're killing ourselves. So yes, I don't think Wi-Fi is a good thing. I don't think feminism is a good thing. I don't think half the new inventions that we've identity politics, gender politics, pronouns, antibiotics. I don't think these things are good things in the long run. No, they're all Trojan horses designed to destroy us.
I do get where you're coming from in terms of the modernization thing, because we did agree earlier. Hold on, we did agree earlier that as people get to that certain level of modernization, it becomes anti-human. But my question is, if you lot feel so passionately about this lack of phone thing, why have you lot been sitting on an iPhone all day debating? Why is everyone being a hypocrite? And if this is demonic and this is satanic,
I know wanking is bad. I know wanking is bad.
So why do you do it? You must lack discipline then.
Well, true. But that does it stop you from knowing the truth and speaking the truth? Just because I drink and my child asks me what about alcohol, am I not going to tell my son that alcohol's bad just because I smoke weed?
Yeah, but that's
wait. No, listen, because you're mixing up. You should be able to speak the truth, regardless of if you're living that. The truth is the truth. The truth is objective. It's bad. Are you doing it? Yes. Does my brother in Nigeria text me every morning on his phone? Yes. Is it a good thing? Ultimately, no. So don't say, "Oh, why are you all on your iPhones?" That's dumb.
That you feel so passionate.
Can I share something about?
I'm not gonna lie to you.
Let Zach finish his point.
If you feel passionate about it, have the discipline to stand behind that.
Yeah, the thing that I'm asking, guys, being in South Africa, and these are things that are pushed down to us, like feminism, sexism. There are so many things that are pushed to us, and we have seen a high rise of feminists in South Africa and Africa as a whole. And before all of this concept, a man others will say chauvinist, will take about 2, 3, 4, 5 wives, and then he will provide for them, not make them go hungry. And there was peace. And he will know all his kids. They will be fine. and will share his wealth amongst the children. Then came feminism. What are we experiencing here in South Africa? Girls are told that men ain't shit, like you can do better. If your man does something, instead of starting a business like him, she's gonna cheat back. And after cheating back, now there's 3-4 guys who now must take paternity because they don't know, she doesn't know who the father is. And but still, she's pushing that. And again, the lady will then use feminism to say a man must support and provide for me. But the girl doesn't even have formal education. Like, she is nothing. All she knows is staying on the phone, gossiping about people, and just being like, she can't even drive. She's a passenger taking photos on the phone. Like, there's zero contribution towards the man. Then if the man struggles, she jumps to the next guy, and by doing so, the man is wounded. Hence, that's why you will see they say there's high number of unaliving of women in my country. Some of it is true, some of it is not true. Like, we had a serious issue last year where a guy killed, like, he unalived his girlfriend. Like, it was brutal. He even recorded the whole thing on media. Like, he was live streaming unaliving this woman. And instead of dealing with the serious issue, feminists came, and even though the guy unalived himself, they wanted other men to take accountability. But we all know what happened there. Girl used the guy for all the benefits without the guy benefiting from her. And that is the feminism we have this side, where women, they will want to climb corporate through sleeping with guys. And then they want to lead people, other women who have formal education. And that causes a fight, making feminism now to not work for us. Yet it is being pushed. Like, I'm always sitting in lives and me speaking, there are people who actually bash me for being bad, for why am I telling women they mustn't do this, they must, because it's their body, their rights. But then now, what has feminism again done for us? It has now put in the number of, we've got a high number of single parenthood and single motherhood. That's what we have. We've got a high number of women without husbands raising their kids, and these women, they then now create the parallel future and stream of now getting guys that are divorced to raise their kids, and then they call them supermans, like they are the real men because they are willing to step up and raise another man's child. But those men, those children are from men that they were warned about, that, you know, this is not going to work. And again, they were told about feminism, that when you're married, try to respect your husband and your material vows, but women will take things that are not working for the people, the activists, they will take them and put them in their house while they are married, and then they get divorced, and then they shout about patriarchy, because we have terms like patriarchy here and feminism and activist. Sorry guys, that's my daughter.
That's fine, that's fine.
Sorry, yeah. So we have this issue. So that's why I want to ask that side. If
it does sound like a velociraptor though, but yeah, that's fine.
Sorry. Sorry guys, let me just do this here.
Okay, cool. Big up to everyone. I see some you're making great points, yeah? And I think anybody...
Yeah, so that's why I want to ask the ladies. I need to ask the ladies that side. Are all feminists that side married, holding a work? Are you enjoying your life? Like, how's life? Are you really happy, like genuinely happy?
I know you're asking the women, but can I just say, yeah, there's been a few feminists from the early era of feminism who have now reached the age of reflection and contemplation, and have gone out of their way to do seminars, tours, books, interviews, podcasts, denouncing their former views and even apologizing to their peers that they misled into the workplace, into the career, away from the home, away from their divine blessing of the ability to procreate and raise and nurture. Yeah, there's so many of them, almost just like the transgender community, where the elder ones that have been through the the realignment surgery and whatever, gone through the Tavistock correctional mind melding hypnosis, have come out the other side and said, you know what? I made a mistake. You know what? I didn't get it right. Yeah? Yeah? We have feminists from the early feminists that have come out and said, you know what? You turn on that. Have your youths early. Have your youths as early as you can. Yeah? Just like the transgenders turn around and say, you know what? Keep your bits. Don't just snip them off, because you will regret it when you get older. When you get to my point in life, you will regret it. And now they want to reverse what they've done. So effectively, in my answer, I know you asked the women, no, a lot of them are not married. A lot of them are not happy. And eventually, as time comes on, they come to a realization, and their once hardline views become softer, rounder, and some of them even do a full turnaround 360 and go the other direction. That's from what I'm saying.
Yeah, then the last thing that I would like to say is I hope maybe some people will like to follow me, because when I go live, I'm usually around this cycle where we talk about feminism, because personally, I'm
sorry, did any of the women want to, before you do that, did any of the women wanted to answer? Because I answered like I'm some kind of bad beat. And
yeah, before they answer, when I push this, I want to tell them this.
I didn't want to answer because I'm not a feminist, but I did want to add to your point, host, because I hear what Taz is saying, and I understand that technology has been posited as some sort of great force for humanity, but the host is speaking bars, and I really hope you deep it, because just because we've grown up in a world where we've got the internet and we've got this tech and we're used to it, that doesn't make it right. And the greatest trick the devil ever pulled was convincing the world he didn't exist. Now,
he didn't exist.
Exactly. And if we want to look at, so I've got an 11-year-old. He does his homework on his mobile phone. Now, that is problematic on so many levels, apart from the fact it meant we had to buy him a mobile phone, right? So now he has access to information and imagery that even if we put all the parental blocks on that we like, he's got friends who can WhatsApp him a GIF or an image that we can't stop, right? So now he has access to a world regardless of whatever constraints we might want to put on it, but he doesn't have the wisdom to discern because he's 11, right? But also what we've noticed is that the homework is trash. So now we're having to do actual homework with him. We're actually sitting, we did anyway, but now we're having to double down, because otherwise this year's going to come out not knowing anything if these people have their way. Because literally it's multiple choice homework that he does in the car on the way home from school. When I was coming up, homework was homework. You had to sit down.
Yeah, brain busting and shit. Now we sit there with like 4 different encyclopedias open. You don't even know about encyclopedia.
Yeah? The Encyclopedia Britannica.
I sit there with 4 different encyclopedias, busting up my brain. But
You get me? You had to sit down. You had to ask your parents. You had to reason. Now it's just multiple choice. If he gets it right, he gets it right. If he doesn't, he doesn't. It's madness. So there's that to think about.
Just to compound on that, just quickly while we're at schools, I'd hate to say cliches, but sometimes I have to remind myself that things that I've taken for granted and known for a long time, I know a lot of people know, not everybody knows. So I'm trying to get in the habit of repeating things just so that it's out there. But I wonder if everybody understands where the curriculum came from, who invented the idea of a school curriculum and what his intentions was. Does everybody know that?
Isn't it that guy that made that car company? What's it called?
Go.
What's that car company from back in the day called? Ford. Wasn't it
Ford's still around, darling.
Oh, yeah, they are. But it was back in the day when he had clout. Tom Ford. I don't know his name. Ford,
right.
innit?
Henry Ford.
But you know where it is? Like,
no.
Don't go left field, Taz, because I want to come back after the host makes this point.
Right, cool.
We're talking about actually the American curriculum that England and every nation kind of replicated in their own way, right? And the purpose for it
was just to create labor force. Like, we didn't even start off. It wasn't a curriculum here.
There you go. Let's just leave it at that. The purpose of this thing, is to create a labor force, not to create thinkers, not to create innovators, not to create trailblazers or revolutionaries. Yeah,
it's just control.
Create worker bees to control. Bear that in mind.
Control.
Just so I just think that we just need to remember where we are. We're in a dream, within a dream, within a dream, within a spell, within a trance, within a coma.
Our little boy knows that. He knows that he is part of a system that is either a prison pipeline or a labor pipeline. And he understands that, which means he does thankfully ask questions and he does bring home stuff to us.
We're already in the prison, like the host said earlier. You got a lot of people.
Absolutely. Let me land. Guys, sorry, we can't both talk. Let me just land, right? But I just wanted to come back just because I know that lots of people will be like, "What do you mean you don't want Africa to have the same tech?" Well, I get it. I understand the juxtaposition. But just to finish my point, Zuckerberg, amongst other Silicon Valley technocrats and billionaires, they send their children to schools with no...
So you cut out.
Sorry, they send their children to schools with no tech. And when they're at home, their children have very, very limited access to screens of any kind. You go and read articles where Zuckerberg talks about it at length. It's hidden in plain sight. And if you want to send your child,
is it Jobs, Steve Jobs, or one of these lot? No,
the
Apple guy or whatever.
Serena Williams' husband, he created Reddit. Go and read what where these people are sending their kids to school. Go and read how much screen time their children have got. Right. And if you want to send your child to a school in the UK with no screens, there are only a handful. The one I know about is one called London Acorn School. You can go and Google it. The London Acorn School. It costs just under 5 bags a term. Keep it.
With you, Ashwa, I love you personally, but let me tell you something. I'm not saying, oh, electricity should take over. I'm very much a naturalist person. What I'm trying to say is if we're talking about a world where we're going to shame Acorn for doing what needs to be done in terms of how...
Acorn just got... Okay, Acorn got Africa into 5 billion or whatever worth of debt.
Okay, well that was a silly move. There was a better way of doing
the city that he's built.
Okay, but there's a better way of doing it.
The city that he's built is not being
I'm saying the principle.
No,
okay, but okay, let me just finish. The fact that somebody has worked their ass off as a black person, cool, he might have gone about it the wrong way. Let's just say he hadn't gone about it the wrong way. Unless we're currently living in a system where you need to work that system to get out of that system. So, for example, if you need a phone to have an online business in order to make that 5 bags so that your kids don't have to look at a phone, we're the generation that possibly has to sacrifice themselves because Mark Zuckerberg became a billionaire and now his kids don't have to use a phone. So somebody down the line has to make the wealth in order for the kids to go to these type of schools. That's one.
Max, I hear you, but it's not don't have to.
That's a good point.
They understand the damage.
I do too. I do understand the damage.
No.
You're cutting out, sis. I don't know if it's just me.
Yeah. Sorry. It's not like this isn't. No one's coming at anybody, right? This is just, and this is someone I've worked in tech and marketing for over 20 years, right? When I tell you, when they first brought out Instagram, and I started to because Meta, well, it wasn't Meta then, but they were coming out and training us, and they were telling us about all the psycho analysis and about the tests that they did on people in order to make sure that Instagram was sticky, right? And I've said this on loads of panels, but basically they got loads of people, hundreds of people in rooms swiping left, right, up, down, round and round, and they realized that, number one, because they had data from other social media, that women are the heaviest users of social media, number one. Number two, they realized that the swiping up action, and I don't want to be crude, but if we think about when you've got alone time, maybe, and it's just you and your hand.
Screen, guys, tap the screen. Tap the screen, guys. Tap the screen, guys. Tap the screen, please.
Ninja training.
But basically, they were monitoring what goes on in the brain when women, in particular, were swiping in particular directions. And what was released in terms of dopamine and serotonin. When I tell you these, we all like to say, yeah, no, I understand, I get it. No, you don't. You
Asha, can I
don't
just
get
tell you
into the
something?
time.
Let me-
Sorry.
Now,
Let
wait,
me
now,
land,
please,
sweetheart.
guys.
Let me
Wait,
land.
1 second.
Let me land. Like I know more than the average person because it's my job, right? But the people who were training me, they know even more. And the people they got their information
Well, the
from are
likes are going
hiding
up.
even more.
These lot are perverts, you know. The likes are going up. You lot are nasty, you know. Proper. As soon as she said that, look at the likes now.
Yeah, no,
That's how you know what these women are doing, Jedi.
because their
And I can
brains,
see each and every
because
one of your
their brains
names
are
as
in their
well, you
gutters,
know.
man. That's all
I
it
can
is.
see all your names.
No, that's what stimulates them, innit?
But this is why, like,
about Jim.
I hear what Taz is saying, and I understand what you're saying, sis, and I don't think you're wrong, but I also know that the host is right. And we might want to be like, oh, all this technology is great and we need to get out. Trust and believe in 20 years, AI will have most of these jobs you're telling us that we should be focusing on getting.
Yeah.
Can I just respond quickly to what she said? Asha, I agree with the host with all of these things, but I'm saying we can't live in a world where one half of these people has it and the other half don't. But what I'm trying to say is, yeah, here's the thing about phones. It's similar to things like food. It's similar to things like everything. Why? Because if you have no discipline within your mind and you're addicted, like you said, to the dopamine release, you're addicted to the serotonin when someone likes your post or whatever, when your bae messages you, whatever people are doing nowadays, then that means you are a victim of your mind. You are a victim of your mind. There's a lot of people that, hold on, can I just finish? There's a lot of people that only have LinkedIn on their phone. They don't have no Insta. They don't do this. They're only using TikTok for purposes of learning and debating. And cool, I understand that technology is a bit more harmful on more of a molecular level in terms of, the energy, the blue light that's affecting our sleep, and the fact that, it's literally damaging our cells on a deeper level. So I do understand where you're coming from. But I was just responding to the fact that I don't think it's fair.
Cancer?
Yeah, it does cause cancer. It causes
No, not that. Have you heard about the phone cancer thing?
What's
where
that?
There's two sites on people's heads that they're developing, like up here and down here. People are getting mad. You not heard? Go and look at it.
No, I haven't heard of that.
People are getting some next phone thing where they're getting it up here or down on the jawline.
Right, in the sense that,
Can I cut you quickly?
All now they're putting. I mean, I get the. Just to add my 2 cents. I understand. I think we can have technology and make it useful without urbanization. I think urbanization is a bigger problem, and I also think the stuff that they put in our food, the stuff they put in, again, for women, like the products that we use, like we're literally getting like lead poisoning. We're getting all kinds of crazy things that mess up our hormones that then affect our children. Like what we're going to see come out of the reproductive research in the next 10 to 20 years is going to be just as concerning as this stuff.
Yeah.
Like microplastics, all this other stuff. Like it's all a huge problem. And that's why urbanization is at the root of it. I think we can have tech, we can have internet cafes. When I went to Eritrea last year, there's no data, so there's no centralized signal. But there's internet cafes. If I wanted to go and check things, I went there and I did my thing and I left. And I was one with people and nature again. So I think
it's much healthier, isn't it? It's a much healthier way, isn't it?
We can do it. We should start have access to it because we're in that era of globalization, and whether we want it or not, like it's here to stay.
But we're getting to the point where, like, obviously the internet cafe, because it's Eritrea is very, very backwards. Eritrea is almost like
backwards, you know.
Okay, but just let me finish my point.
Politically, there's a political
1 second, man.
It's not the people, the country. Like it's politics, isn't it? It's like most African countries.
Bruh, family, stop. Eritrea is very, very backwards.
I'm Eritrean, so you're speaking to me about my own country.
Oh my God! So what though? Can I say what I've got to say?
So I'm versed on it. That's all I'm saying. I'm
all right,
just correcting you where you're
not correcting me. I haven't even finished my point.
Crazy.
You're interrupting me. You're not correcting me. You're interrupting me. I say Eritrea is very, very backwards when it comes to things like technology and advancements in that way. It's similar to Cuba, and it's because they have basically a dictator that is sat in power for years and years and years and refuses to let any of those advances go forward. Yeah, I was raised by Eritreans. My foster mother was Eritrean. Big up Mary, right? I understand. My friend, ask him in the chat right now. One of my good friends is Eritrean. We got a large Habasha community around us. I'm not dumb. I've looked into Eritrea. I've even considered going there. It is backwards in terms of those type of progressions, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. Like I said to my sisters and families, right? It's not necessarily a bad thing. But what I am saying is that's why you have an internet cafe, right? But soon, at some point, the access that we have in London will be in Africa. and then by then it's already too late. Yeah, at some point in time, the access that we have to the internet will just be a pair of glasses or a watch or an implant. Remember, in the Western society, we're dealing with Neuralink. The guy that invented Neuralink, yeah, and has tested on humans and monkeys and everything, he's basically the vice president of the most powerful nation in the world. So try to know, this technology is coming fast and hard. So at some point, this notion of, oh, go to the internet cafe, the next generation won't even know what internet cafe is. They're not even gonna, what? Get me? Internet what?
I use it as an example to say that
it's gonna be just there.
Yeah, I'm saying it's
In
an
their
example of how we can make tech work for us. Also, the reason I said what I said was just because to describe an African nation as backwards has certain connotations. So I just wanted to interrupt you.
Yeah, but if you let me finish my sentence, then you can see the connotations was perfectly acceptable.
That's fair.
Can I cut you? But yeah, well, go on, Jedi. Yeah, longer time.
Big up, family.
Yeah, man. But what I wanted to say was this, innit? Yeah, because obviously there's pros and cons to everything. And unfortunately, like in the ideal world, do you know what I'm saying? Like I remember when Wakanda came out to the Black Panther, you know, black people.
Sorry,
you're gonna throw me up from the start. Yeah, sorry, wait. Yeah, I remember when Black Panther came out, black people were like, yeah, and all these things or whatever. And people really on this, yeah, like, you know, enlightenment phase. You got people wearing the dashikis and, you know, embracing the African, embracing
the whole tech phase.
Yeah, embracing the African heritage and all these things or whatever. But realistically, like movies aside, and you know what I'm saying, sort of like
people was bringing ground rice and agusi soup to the cinema, bro. I couldn't believe it. And everyone forgot that this is a film by Disney. Everyone forgot that. That's how fucked up we are. All you gotta do is tap into our ego, and we're gone. Why? Because they've created a deficiency in representation and that. So we're so hungry. Anywhere we see representation, we're gassed for it. And that's how you got Obama. Yeah, and when Obama came, man in UK was saying, my president's black.
And Kamala.
Right. Yeah, black people are
and anybody else.
Yeah, black people.
We want to be represented so bad that's easy. They could trust me, we're gonna rule the world. We're gonna be the leaders of the world. Africa is going to look like Wakanda, and we're gonna think that we're loving it.
Of course it will. It's just a matter of this system collapsing, which is only a matter of time.
Wait, Jedi, you're cutting out.
Sorry, my brother. I interrupted you. So, yeah, Wakanda. Go on.
Yeah, the Wakanda thing and all these things or whatever. And it's always interesting to see, like, and I'm all for it. I'm all for black people, you know what I'm saying, wanting to do better and all these things or whatever. But obviously, it comes at more than just, you know, representation, all these things or whatever. Because unfortunately, and I will say this in it, like even when it comes to like, you know, certain things of like how they were looking at how to, you know, sell and, you know, when it comes to consumerism, how they went about studying, you know, black people and you know what I'm saying, their buying habits, you know, what to do, you know, how to do it in a particular way and whatever, to appeal to the ego, you know, and all these things or whatever, brands and all these things. And like even like today, remember, like it's like back in the day or whatever. In fact, not even back in the day. Like I remember going like, if you certain things, yeah, where if you didn't, even now, like 2025, like brands are still a big thing in it. Do you know what I'm saying? And the quality, all of these things and whatever still apply. So the things that, you know, that was happening several decades ago, that these companies and corporations were going out of their way to actually, you know, have that consumerist mindset put into the minds of, you know, the populace. All of these things are still relevant. And so when it comes to the technology thing now, all you're seeing now is just a mass. Well, we've already seen it actually being put out, but right now they're just ramping up. Do you know what I'm saying? In terms of the levels of how they want to actually control the minds of people. Like we already see it now. I think they were saying that basically like the attention span of people has reduced significantly over the past couple of decades. Like a lot of people have got the attention span of a goldfish, literally. Like
literally,
literally. Like, so all these things, yeah, it's just a method of controlling people's minds or whatever, keeping them pacified and what's the word? What's the word? What's it?
Subdued?
Not subdued. Oh, what's it called now?
Docile.
Submit.
Yeah, docile. That's it. Docile. Keeping people docile, because this is the thing. When and in the media, it's a perfect example. When you're giving people bad distractions, left, right, up, down, whatever, you overstimulating their minds or whatever. They don't even know what's going on more time. And that's how I see it with a lot of black people. Like, you're so caught up with all these distractions and whatever, and all the madness of what's happening, that you don't actually end up seeing what the real, you don't see the real angle of where, you know what I'm saying, the people at power are coming from. You know what I'm saying? They know what they're doing. They know how to control people's minds, what gets their attention. You know what I'm saying? It's just like in the media all the time, yeah. When you look at the timing of certain things or whatever, oh, this guy did this guy did a madness or whatever. These times now, they're putting things into a law or whatever. They're rolling out new technology in the meantime or whatever. So when people are focusing on, you know what I mean, these situations, which are essentially, you know, distractions or whatever, they don't actually see, you know what I'm saying, the underhanded moves of what's happening until it's too late. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's the era that we're living in right now.
Can I just build on that, please, after you're done?
Nah, yeah. And then also, I couldn't believe it earlier when I was listening to a black woman, on one hand, like, affirming that, feminism in some ways benefited, the black community and black women, empowering black women, but while also acknowledging that they need black men to lead. But in the essence of that, I don't think those two things can necessarily coexist. I'll be honest with you. Like, you can't have one saying we need to dismantle, the patriarchy, quote unquote, and decenter men and all these things or whatever, and then saying that you want men to be leaders. It doesn't make any sense. Like, either you have a setup where you have the men that are going to then build the communities and all these things of what you're talking about. Because a lot of the times when feminism came around, the language which feminists were using was to appeal to men to be like, oh well, this would benefit you too, or these things like these things that are part of the patriarchy harm you even today, and all these things or whatever. But then when it comes down to it, when men then speak about some of the issues that come as a result of actually certain things being skewed more so towards women aren't trying to hear it, and so that's why I don't like it. It's either you're for empowering the community as a whole rather than just the women, because realistically, how is a black man being empowered more so than a black woman in the past 70 years? And that's what I wanted to ask them earlier on. I wanted to ask the women, how in which way has the black man been empowered over the black woman in the past several decades? Do you know what I'm saying? To where the women feel like black men are oppressing them. It's madness. But yeah, I'll my point.
So basically, I just want to speak on the first thing and the second thing you spoke about. So in terms of the first thing of the phones and the technology, there's a reason why these Buddhist monks that live in the mountains don't even eat food. They don't even have brethren. They don't listen to music. They don't do nothing. Because once you start seeking a type of stimulation outside of yourself, in terms of the dopamine, the phones, the chattings, all of that, you're giving your power to someone else. If you need a movie to come out for you to love the fact that you're African, you need help. Every single thing is within you. That's why these monks are meditating every day, because they're like, if I actually start engaging with this world and if I give anything outside of myself the power to make me feel happy, then there's an issue. You lot are laughing, but that just shows you're stupid. But yeah,
listen, I was. I don't know who's
I'm not talking about you.
I wasn't sure who's laughing, but I would agree, and I would say desire brings suffering.
Right. Thank you. It really does. And so at the end of the day, you can't have anyone outside of yourself tell you about the love that you have for your heritage. That's within you. You need to go look at yourself. You need to start asking the questions. You need to book a flight back home and eat the food and dance to the music and learn about the history and the rebellion. That can't be at the hands of a movie. And I would actually say that's a form of coercion too, because it's like, why are you painting the narrative? We already know what Hollywood's like, and we already know they have an agenda. So at the end of the day, it's like controlling your opposition, where it's like, cool, we understand that there's a need for quote unquote black love, so we're going to feed you this movie, whatever it is that we need to give you, so that you don't look within you, because once you look within you, that's when you can really start rebelling and it gets long. But where did he go? But in terms of the whole thing that he was saying about feminism, you can't have both. I feel like you can have both, because, for example, feminism is just the name of the movement. There's so many different elements to it. There's different parts of feminism that disagree with each other, as in they have internal beef. So let me give you an example.
What makes them both feminism then?
Just caring about
What is
women.
the
That's all it is.
defining
It's just caring
thing?
about women. Because you can have religious feminism
caring
where
about
they believe,
women.
you can have things like religious, like feminism, where they still believe that a man is a leader, but they still believe in feminism because things like FGM are happening within their community. So we have to be specific. So realistically, that's why you can reject parts of feminism, but you can have other parts of feminism. And the reason why people say decenter women, decenter men, it's actually good for men and it's good for women. Because if you're a woman and you're born into, let's just say, a society where there's a lot of toxic feminism, you need to unlearn certain things before you actually get into a relationship. If you're born into a family that's ultra conservative to the point where you don't even know who you are and what you like, you also need time to detox and stop thinking about man 24/7 and realize who you are in this life, so that when you do pick a partner, you're picking someone that makes sense for you. Too many people are running into relationships when they don't even know themselves, and then 10 years down the line, they're like, I don't even like him anymore. It's because you didn't even sit down and think about who you are and what would have worked for you. By then you've got kids, by then you've destroyed the foundational structure of your household. So I feel like everybody should be thanking people for decentering men temporarily. Why would you want to even be with someone who doesn't know themselves? Why would you even want to be with someone who has no hobbies? That's dead. Eventually you're going to get bored of her, or she's going to realize that you weren't even right for her because she didn't actually think about what would have worked for her. Like,
a lot of what you're saying, Taz, is on the money, but it requires for people to have done so much inner work and to be so reflective, because that's not what we see across society. We see women make bad choices, and then when they're pulled up on it, claiming feminism. Like, it doesn't make any sense, you know. Like, sorry,
socialized. We're not
sorry, if I can just, sorry, if I could just, sorry, it's all right. Because, you know, everything that we're seeing, and it's not like feminism is the problem necessarily, because there's lots of problems, but if we look at society and we look at what the impact of, let's say, single parent families, which are overwhelmingly women, right? If we look at the myriad problems that come from that, there is zero accountability for women, because women are being told, hey sis, you can do it on your own. You can be both parents. You can do it all, queen. Like, that's the bitter end of feminism. And that's what I think a lot of men are kind of, that's what riles them. It's not even about centering them. Because if we're going to center anything, we should be centering the family, not either man or woman. We should be centering the family, because it's the breakdown of family that is creating increased mental health. The percentage of offenders in our prisons at the moment is just over 40% from single parent homes. The percentage of violent prisoners is over 80% from single parent homes. So there are statistics that can point you to direct issues that come from us not holding women accountable and us decentering the family.
Oh, I wanted to ask a question still, real quick.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question, because I feel like men have been asking
Still
women
gonna
questions,
go
but we've
before
not.
me. That's mad. Say no more.
Yeah, because the guys have asked us questions and we've not been able to answer the questions. Like from earlier, there's like two pending questions. But so I just wanted to ask Ash, because I know Ash has said she's a mum and she works in marketing, or she's doing both. I also wanted to ask as well, like, when we talk about single parent households, we're always talking about accountability for the mum, but a lot of the time there are fathers who just leave the picture. Like, let's be real, there's a lot of fathers that could be involved that don't, or don't fight hard enough to be involved in the kids' life. So it's always two sides to the story. But anyway, just wanted to ask Asha, in terms of like how are you working, like, and like you said, homeschooling, like, are you managing to do it all, and how is that for you? Like,
so we don't homeschool,
okay.
Unfortunately, not at the moment. It is in the plans. We do a lot of work with him after school. But I was a strong independent black woman, for want of a better title. I was doing it all on my own. I had my own house, my own car, eventually my own business. And
Asha, Asha, sorry, you cut out.
Oh, sorry.
You cut out just then.
Did I cut out? Sorry, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Anyone else hear that?
Nah, I think it's your
Your
connection.
signal, miss.
Okay, it's okay. So I was
It's
just
my
saying
connection.
that,
Oh shit. Okay. Cool.
I was just saying that I was a strong, independent black woman. I had a great career. I eventually had my own business. I owned my own home. I had my own car. I had it all,
Black
and
run
I
business. Go on,
realized
drop that in.
I'm black, you know. So
Stop
yeah.
blazing. Stop blazing.
So, but in order for me to find the husband that I did find, I had to do a lot of inner work, and I had to really reflect on what I wanted as in terms of me being able to sit in my divine feminine, because I realized I was hyper masculine. I realized I was demonstrating traits that no man that I wanted, let me be clear, would put up with. So I had to really do a lot of inner work, and you know, my husband is the leader of our house. We run 2 businesses together. We own and run 2 businesses together now. And you know, it is difficult out here. So I'm not, when I speak about single parent families, I'm not trying to bash anybody. I'm just speaking on what the issue is in our community. And I'm a trained master neurolinguistic programming practitioner and executive coach. And the women that I work with tend to be in my age range, which is over 40, single, can't find a man, strong and independent, same, good money and all those things. And a lot of what we do is deprogramming some of the things that society has told them. Because one of my favorite sayings is either you're a bad choice or you make bad choices. So I'm not trying to let the whatless man off the leash, you know? I'm not trying to do that. But ultimately, women choose who they open their legs to, and men choose who they marry. So if we are the powerful ones, if we are the creators, if we are the ones who bring life into this world, we are making bad choices. And that is not just down to if we choose to ignore red flags, you can't be surprised when a waste man behaves like a waste man.
I agree. That's what my point was.
Yeah, but I feel like people keep saying my points are wrong, then just remixing the same thing I said. How can you know? How can you even pick a right partner if you don't know what's good for you?
Exactly.
You need a minute.
That's what I'm saying. I think Asha is the prototype for a woman that goes out in the world and does what she does and
Can you imagine this?
She loves, and then does the work to just what's the disrespect?
It was my turn
Does the
still.
work to find herself.
It was his turn still, and I thought it was equal rights, ladies.
I love
Come
that.
on,
Saying. I love that.
let the man have the microphone. Come on, ladies.
No, I'm saying.
It was James' turn next, and I think it's a bit rude calling her a prototype because she actually done the hard work to get to where she is in life.
I didn't even hear what she meant by that.
Look at them.
No, it's not like that. Sorry.
Yeah, Aisha's glazing. Taz is being combative. And tonight's been on a mad one. The night's been on a mad one. And poor James. You know what I mean? Toxic masculine man. You want to be heard and seen. James, you want to be heard and seen, do you? You toxically masculine dude. All right. I'm on a wind up. Sorry, I'm tired. Yeah. James, please.
All right, cool.
Michelle.
I got a couple things to say, first of all. Because obviously I heard the feminism team. The first wave, man's kind of here for it because they're actually fighting for something, innit? Do you know what I'm saying? That so equal rights, I totally agree with that sort of stuff. So I probably would have been a feminist back in the day as well, supporting women and say, you know what, yeah, they do deserve equal pay. They should be able to open their bank accounts. My question is, in the West, especially in the West, what the hell are you fighting for? Do you know when I ask feminists this question, they can never give me a response because I say, what rights are you actually fighting for? And it just starts to get shame insults that get thrown at me. So that's my first point. What are you actually fighting for? For two, I'll be real. You see this all decentering men and all of this stuff here, bro. Unfortunately, you need men. We need each other. It's not like one party needs the other more than the other. We need each other. Do you get it? Without no man, without no woman, there's no civilization. So I don't get how you can decenter men, but at the same time, you want a happy home, growing up with the kids and whatnot. It just makes no sense. So I'll be real. I want my question to be answered. What are you fighting for in the West? Please, someone answer it.
Don't listen clearly because I said.
What are you fighting for?
Hold on, I said temporarily decentering to know who you are, to undo the conditioning. Now, in answering your question, I don't actually think they're fighting for anything. I think it's a trauma response, and the reason is because we've been removed far so removed from our natural instincts in this life. People don't even know what they're arguing. They're just angry because they feel like Asha said, that they're in their masculinity and they don't even know the right words to say in order to say, like, help me get back to where I used to be. So they just think, cool, it's about women, it's political, therefore it must be feminism. Do you know what I mean? Because nowadays, if you're fighting towards anything to do with women, that falls under the feminism category.
No, I've heard people actually claim to be feminists. Do you know what I mean? So
And just
like,
to add to that, like my feminism,
yeah,
again,
what
like,
are you fighting for?
I'm talking about global. So like I'm
No,
saying,
but no. I said in the West. What are you fighting for?
I mean, there are still like extreme dangers in regards to women's safety.
Yeah, go ahead.
Things like there's still gender pay gap.
No, there's not. They don't exist.
There's still issues with childcare.
The gender pay gap doesn't exist.
Can I finish?
All right, but before you finish, let me just clear up the gender pay gap.
Childcare should be free. Like, this is what I'm saying. If you want a society,
That's nothing to do with feminism. Men can be parents too, right?
Yeah, and men should also. This is part of it.
How the hell is that feminism?
Feminism also says that men should have longer than 2 weeks with their kids when they go on leave.
All right, so let me just debunk the gender pay gap, because you've been indoctrinated. So the gender pay gap, when they actually done that study, if you look into it, you know it don't take into the hours men worked, men and women worked, and it doesn't take into the facts of the job differences as well. So
exactly,
in
I think
the UK,
on average women work less.
One second.
So therefore we're less.
Right. So you're helping my point. So on average, if women work less, why in God's green earth would you think they should be paid more? Furthermore, I'm going to be real to you. The fact that it's even one second. The fact that there's even, it's actually almost equal. I'll be real. I think they're doing you quite a good service there. It hasn't taken into the hours that men do. Men tend to take less holidays. Women tend to take more holidays. It doesn't take into the jobs that men do. Most men are, not most men, but more men are in STEM and high paid jobs. Most men are out there cleaning the gutters, bin men, all of this stuff here. So gender pay gap, yes, it exists, but it exists for reasons why that study that you got indoctrinated by didn't list. Does that make sense?
I'm not even talking. Okay, I don't know what study you're specifically referencing in it, because there's very gender pay gaps to update every year. There's constant evaluation of these things. So there's not a particular study that we're talking about in reference to. But also, just to say that on average, women spend more time caring for children. Therefore, they don't have the same pensions. So eventually, if something happens later on in life, or like I think Toby was mentioning, there's situations in life that happen where you never know what position you're going to end up in, what position family and friends and other people are going to end up in. And women often end up on the short end of the stick financially because they haven't been able to invest in much, because they haven't.
Do you know that women are in
their pensions as much?
Also in the highest debt as well? Have you taken that into account? That they actually spend the most too? Have you taken that into account?
Oh yeah, for sure. But this is all part of it. This is what I'm saying. So we have to.
It's all part of it. That's a man's fault too.
Yeah. Can you why? Like, listen. Like, follow.
Sis, you're making excuses. Let's be honest.
That's also a man's fault.
You made about 5 already. It's too late for that.
That's something called getting your nails done, getting your hair done, getting waxing.
This is all
the patriarchy's fault.
It's the patriarchy. It's men's fault.
You girls are gagging.
But I thought women don't dress for men. You do it for yourself.
A lot of them do, and even if you do it just for yourself, that's your natural instinct as a woman. You're gonna want to do that regardless of men.
There's nothing wrong with us.
Always gonna want to do that. So as a man, do you want women to walk around hairy with their nails not done and their hair looking messy? Is that the world you want to live in? To be honest, do you want to live in that world?
Let me be honest. Let me be honest. All right. To be quite fair, let's say everyone was to do that today, and they say, you know what, we're doing this because I'm not GAY, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to accept it. So I'll be real. You set the standard.
That's what we're saying, though.
What are you saying?
I want to say that, like, I've been listening for hours, right, and I've not really heard anybody bring up the fact that a lot of men in this society actually benefit from feminism. No one's made that point.
Okay, that is true.
I'm trying to land it.
It's so beneficial.
Can you say how they benefit, please?
Well, for instance, if we're talking about having men and women, like if you have a partner, then your partner's going to pay half the house or have to be on the house if you're getting a mortgage together. And do you know what I mean? Like these kind of things where that never used to be the case. It would be a man has to take care of all those kind of things, and he's the property owner and he is X, Y, and Z. Do you see what I'm saying? Like those kind of things. I don't.
Superficial. Sorry to interrupt you, babe. I've had ADHD, by the way, so if I've just been jumping around, that's why.
I have ADHD too,
that's why.
Oh yeah.
But like, what your point is, Miss.
She was making good points either way, so don't matter if she bouncing around.
Mrs. I can't say the rest of your name.
Glazing, the mutual glazing is. No, I'm joking. Let me just stop.
Shani,
sorry, Shani. I just wanted to say, I hear that. I just wanted to counter that though. If we had a better, if the government wasn't trying to attack all of us, because that's what it's trying to do, we would live in a society where the man could go out, could earn a salary that not only paid all the bills, enabled us to buy a home, go on 2 holidays a year, like back in the 40s and 50s.
Facts.
And then we could stay at home and do what we do best, which is
My dad
nurture,
did it.
bring up the children and create useful human beings that would create better societies. What do you think about that kind
I
of
think that's. I think. Can I just say
Taz,
something?
Taz, I was
That's a
talking
choice.
Taz.
One sec, Asha, I'm going to
Sorry,
say
I'm so
that,
sorry,
It's
sorry.
all right, darling.
I
I'm
agree
just
with
talking
you
to
on
Shani.
the. Sorry, Asha, I agree with you. Like on the globe, well, on the scale of Britain, for instance, we say that doesn't work. But I can say in my household it does work. I'm a stay-at-home mum. I've got 3 children under the age of 3 because I have a husband that goes out to work and allows me.
Someone was busy.
but that's the reason why I was able to have children one after the other and not go to work, because we made that we made that our that's what we wanted for our household, and the man to do his role, and his role is to go to work and provide for all of us. That's his role.
Can I just say something, please? At the end of the day, I'm not gonna lie. In response to what Asha asked, it just depends on how people are living their lives.
Can I just say,
Because realistically, I feel like
on YouTube, Mrs. Sarah's got the cheek to laugh at that joke. Imagine Mrs. Sarah's got the cheek to laugh.
Do you know what it is? I feel like there's a bit of a misunderstanding here, because there's something I'm not understanding. Because on the one hand, you lot are saying women kick back, let the men lead, they're capable of anything, but on the other hand, they need support to pay the rent. So which one is it? Because I'm not going to lie to you, my dad's a vet. Hold on, can I finish, please? Can I just finish? No, because I'm not going to lie, my dad grew up in abject poverty in a developing country, and not one day of his life did my mum have to contribute a penny to the household. If my mum wants gold right now, she's getting it. But do you get what I mean? It's not a question like that. So my thing is, why do you want to have your cake and eat it too? Yeah, my dad will put all of us in our places at any given point, that's fine, but he can do that because at the end of the day, when it comes to push and shove, the foundation's been built over there. The foundation's been built. So my thing is, you can't have nothing and then come here talking about rate these men that need support. If you need support, you're not getting the ratings. If you can do it on you, if you're really about it and I don't have to pay no rent, then that's fine. And we can do the whole you're the leader thing.
That's not equality.
But we're
though,
not going to
is
do
it?
it.
Yeah, I think
because
we're
at least, because I'm not going to lie to you, people want to live in these imaginary worlds where things are law, because it's like the women just don't have to contribute nothing. Like the fact that you live in a world, like that's why they can act the way they act and hype the way they hype in these countries, because I'm not contributing nothing. So at some point you can chat a certain type of way, but you can't do both. I'm so sorry, you can't pick and choose which time your weekend.
You just said that wasn't equal rights.
Making a good point, because what happens in the West is that we conflate financial earning with the ability to lead. So there is a point within the point that Taz is making there, because a good man, a good leader should be able to lead regardless of, because circumstances might change, right? You might lose your job, you might get made redundant. That doesn't suddenly mean that now you're not the leader in your house, right? But what we're also talking about is what is modern life in the West, not in Africa, not in the Caribbean, in the West, which back in the 40s and 50s, the way the structure was set up was that the man went to work and the woman looked after the house and the children. And that's what I was referring to.
Well, Asha, that's why I think it took me so long. Can I just quickly say?
Sorry, Shani.
Sorry, I was just going to quickly say.
Now is different, right?
That's why it took me so long to find a partner in the first place, was because it's the mentality. It's exactly what Taz is saying. It's about the mentality of these people. The partner that I did find isn't from here, didn't grow up here, and he comes from he comes from Tunisia. So they're behind anyway. Their cost of living and everything, you know, it's terrible. Like the monthly earnings in Tunisia on average is like £250 a month. So he comes from not having much. So when you come over here now, that obviously
I'm doing that meme, Shani.
His mentality is beneficial for us, if that makes sense, because he don't look at everything materialistically. He doesn't expect the world to give him stuff because he spent his whole life having to work for what he's got. It's just about the mentality. That's why I was saying that a lot of men here benefit from feminism, because they're taking girls out on dates and whatever, but they're not paying. Or they're getting in relationships and they want to half the rent. They want to half this, they want to half that, when they should be paying for it all. Sorry for the noise.
Yeah, but you know what it is? I don't feel sorry for them. I'm gonna be totally honest. As Taz said, like you can't have your cake and eat it. So you can't pick some good parts of, you know, the patriarchy and say, yeah, I'll have that. And then the other parts say, don't really want that sort of stuff. So if it's a thing where you're fighting for equality means equal all the way around. You understand? So unfortunately, obviously it wasn't you guys' fault that you fought for certain rights and whatnot, but you have. And I want to ask feminists this question. I say, you know what? What do you think about women being drafted into war? That's a man's job. No, I'm never going to get drafted. I'm not doing that sort of stuff. So all of this stuff here I'm hearing, I'll be real. It's a bunch of baloney. I'm sitting back laughing, chilling, because I'll be real. A part of me actually likes seeing people in disarray, especially when they fought for rights. Now the rights are here. It's like you want to throw them away all over again and resort back to men doing this and men doing that. To me, it's quite funny, to be quite fair. So I'm just enjoying the show, to be honest. I'll be real.
To be honest, I do see where you're coming from, because you are right. But at the same time, I feel like it depends how far you're taking it, because there's a lot of, I would say, people that are more educated, from my personal experience, from the men in my life who all have master's degrees, to the guys that go to my uni, which is a Russell group. I'm not going to lie, they actually encourage their girlfriends to go to uni, get their degree. Obviously, eventually, they're not asking them to do a corporate job, but no one wants a weak idiot that doesn't know anything about the world to raise their kids. That's actually a liability to their future generations, because it's a thing of, if I'm going to work and you're around my kids and you don't know nothing about the world, that's now a liability, because there's only so much schools can teach you. The rest is how knowledgeable your mum is. And that's why I feel like, Asha, I like you, because in that sense, because you are clued up. Do you know what I mean? You're doing up your job as a wife, but you're also an intelligent woman who's gone out there and learned about the world. But that's not what a lot of men nowadays are encouraging women to do. Like when I see these little clips of podcasts on going down my timeline and they're talking about, I don't want my girl to finish school, or why do you have a business? Or why would you want the person who's teaching your kids about life to be what?
Yo, sis,
do you know what I
love the way
mean?
you talk, because you've made me realize what the real problem is. The problem is education. Because people ain't even, when we're dealing with education, like the brother said, we have to look at the roots of it and what they're educating you with. What they're actually doing is they're spoiling the food, they're spoiling the broth. Now, what we need to do is we need to really reflect on, you know, today's conversation, because I've got one more question for the panel, and it's for the men and for the women. I'd like for the women and the men to think, from the men's side, can you think of 3 things that a woman gets out of a relationship that a man doesn't? And from the women's side, I want you to think, can you think of 3 things that a man gets out of a relationship that a woman doesn't? Yeah. And it can't be something that you already came into the relationship with, because that's ridiculous. You already had it. So let's go.
That's actually a hard question, you know, I'll be real.
Well, I will say from women that don't get things from men is they get security from men, yeah, which men don't really get and find in a female. Security. They get maternal love, like that emotional connection that females can't get from men, and they also get a wife.
I agree with that. On the opposite sense as well, in terms of what a woman gets from a man, you get that person you can chat to about your problems and you guys help each other spiritually. But the key, most important part is the father of your kids. That's why I really don't understand when people get into relationships without a purpose, because it's like, if you don't see this person being the father of your kids one day, what's the point of even chatting to them, sort of thing?
So we get that, Taz, but sorry to cut
Does
you. He
anyone
said
else
3
want to
things,
answer?
innit? He said 3 things.
Does anyone else
innit?
want to answer? Because I think we have to, you see what you said, sis, yeah? Just to point this out, yeah? When I said 3 things that that as a man, I want you to point out 3 things that a woman gets out of a relationship that a man doesn't get. So it can't, like, for instance, when you say you get a partner, a woman gets a partner too. So that one can't count. It can't be something we both get. It has to be an individual thing.
I'll give you my
That's why I said
that
security,
women get.
the maternal
And what the
instinct
women get,
and a
no,
wife.
because sis, do you know what it is? We're sitting here talking about a necessity for feminism. I listened to what my brother said when he came on, and he said, what's the need for it? So I thought it was a brilliant question, because there can't be a need for something if you're already getting more. That don't make sense. So let's work this out, sis. Can you tell us what men are getting that women ain't getting? Because if you can't, then there can't be a need for feminism.
Sorry, Shiv, what's the question? I'm getting turned around, sorry.
I'm saying, can the sisters tell us what men are getting out of a relationship that women are not getting, so then we can understand this necessity for feminism?
So I don't know about, I can't speak to feminism. You know, I'm not on that tip anyway. But I can tell you what I get from my husband.
No, you never said it, sis. The other sister said it, but I'm just saying, as a sister, can you think of anything that a man gets out of a relationship that a woman doesn't? And I just pointed out that a partner is not one of those things, because we both get a partner. It can't be sex neither. We both get sex.
Sorry, because you switched it now. So do you want us to say what a woman gets that a man doesn't, or what a man gets?
I want the sisters to tell us what a man gets that a woman doesn't, and I want the brothers to tell us what the sisters get that the men don't. Yeah, because if the brothers can tell us things that the sisters are getting out of the relationship that they're not getting, but the sisters can't tell us things that the brothers are getting out of the relationship that they're not getting, then clearly there's no need for feminism. There's probably more need for, some kind of masculism.
I can name one thing still.
I can tell you, I guess, 3 things that I hope I give my husband that he doesn't, but I don't expect him to give me.
Wait.
Calm down. Calm down. The one and the number one is peace. So he often refers to me as his peace. He tells me about what that means to him, and that's everything from the house being a sanctuary, it being clean, it being warm, it being welcoming, him not having to fight me when he's been fighting the world. So definitely peace. That he gets. These are things that he gets from me. Yeah.
No, sis. I think you
both give each other.
I'm doing the other way around.
If he gets peace from you, you can't use peace. It has to be things. I mean, if you get peace from him, you can't use peace. It has to be things that you can't get from him, but
it's a
he
different
can get
type
from
of
you.
peace. It's a different type of peace.
Yeah, I don't.
Peace is one word. It's one word. Isn't it? It's one word.
Think about exchanging in relationships. What can you exchange with him that he can't give back, and what can he exchange with you that you?
But I'm getting confused as to which. Sorry, am I supposed to be thinking about what does he get?
Yeah, from you as a female.
I wouldn't say. I wouldn't say that. I would say number one. I wouldn't say peace at all. Like I don't know if I care about that. So, I think we're built different. But I think for him, he would say he gets peace. He gets I guess an emotional sounding board that is sometimes useful. I'm sure sometimes he would say not quite so useful, but it is a different way of looking at the world than he looks at the world. And he gets my nurture. So although he does give, I guess, some kind of care, it's not the same kind of nurture that I give.
And I have to minus the different viewpoint on the world, because you also get that from him, but we've got at least 2. Anyone else want to have
obviously, I could be wrong in it, but I'm just speaking on my personal experience. But if you're a very spiritual person, you're very high vibrational, your entire life improves when you're with someone like that. You start making more money. I'm not going to lie, I used to see my ex's future in my dreams. I used to see his future in my dreams. Do you get it? No man can ever do that for a girl. The most you can do is spend a bag on her. Yes, you can. Men don't have the spiritual ability to do those things. Men don't have.
Yes, they do. Every strong man, every strong woman has a man behind them.
Hold on. Why not?
Nah, not the one. I've never met a man that dreams about his girl's future.
But are you religious?
I'm very, very religious.
So you believe
I'm more
in
spiritual. I'm more spiritual. Let's just
you
put it like
believe
that.
in prophets?
I do believe in prophets.
How many female prophets do you know?
Yeah, because they keep removing them from the textbooks. They keep removing them.
Nah, man, you, I swear down, like this is the thing. We always turn into the monsters. We always turn into the monsters that we hit. We always
you see how he wants to assassinate me. I clocked it.
Always, because when you talk about dreams, yeah, and who can prophesy and see things and be tapped into the spiritual, for some reason, men are just like some meat suits that are not spiritual.
That's the only reason. But that's the only reason
Adam
why.
and Eve, yeah?
But can I be honest with you?
You believe in Adam and Eve?
Of course
and Lilith,
I do.
Yeah?
Yeah, I do believe in them.
Yeah.
Who
was created first?
Adam and Eve.
Who was created
Adam and
first?
Adam and Lilith. Adam and Lilith.
Who was created first?
I don't know. I wasn't there. All
He's
I know is
going
Adam and
against the
Lilith were
religion.
there. And then when
hold on, in the stories that you're choosing to cherry pick from, who was created first?
Well, the story I believe is that Adam and Lilith were created at the same time, and then Eve was created from Adam's ribcage. So, yeah.
How can it be created at the same time?
Okay,
because
let's
it's God.
make it better. Are you a descendant of Lilith?
I mean, I don't know. Possibly.
Are you a descendant of Lilith?
I don't really resonate with tomfoolery women. I resonate with the women that say, you know
Sorry,
what? Sister,
you're cherry picking again, and that should be an indication to yourself that you're being
How
intellectually.
am I cherry picking?
I'm trying to tell
some
you.
women were put on this earth to be Eve, and some women were put on this earth to be Lilith.
Chill out. You're being intellectually dishonest. If you believe in Adam and Lilith and then Eve, which couple had the children that begot us?
In it, I don't know.
Wow.
In the story that you're cherry picking from.
No, I don't even believe that story went the way it says in the
Wow.
book.
Oh, sorry. So now you're cherry picking, but
No.
you don't believe in Adam and Eve.
No,
you believe in Adam and Lilith.
believe that
Now I'm
story.
asking, in the story of Lilith, did she have children for Adam?
No.
Right. So when I ask you, are you a descendant of Lilith or Eve? You're cherry picking
But
because it
we
doesn't
also-
fit your narrative.
I'm
You
not
know
going to
where
lie
I'm
to
going.
you. In my personal spiritual belief, I believe that some people can have kids with entities that aren't human. That's my personal spiritual belief. If you come from
So
my
are you
country, you
the seed of
understand.
an entity
Some
that's
people
not
are
human or
walking
something?
around and they're
What's
half
going on,
jinn.
fam?
Some
Like,
people
see,
are half
all of
jinn.
this, hold on,
Some
all of
people are
this,
half
yeah,
jinn.
all of
I'm
this,
sorry.
all of this to just not accept that Adam came first. All of that you're doing.
Madness.
This is the level of pride. Yeah, just to
I don't care for. I never came from no one's ribcage. I'm so sorry. That's. I'm not having that.
See, all of this
Simple
level
as.
of pride, and
It's not pride.
And you know what? You are more. You know what? You are more like Lilith. And in the
I know.
in the
That's what I'm trying to say.
Talmudic-
That's why I don't resonate
Yo,
with
shush,
Eve.
man, shush.
I don't resonate with Eve. You're right.
Shush. Yeah. You don't resonate with the truth. Yeah, you resonate with your pride and your ego, and you're a very intelligent woman, and it's disappointing to see you not have a grip of that. You need to have a grip of that. If you actually wanted to, you try to get smart and say you believe in Lilith. Now I'm breaking down the story of Lilith. You're running.
No.
Lilith's downfall. Hold on. In the story of Lilith, her downfall was her pride. Yeah, and her inability to submit to Adam. And you are displaying the Lilith energy. And Lilith is a demon, by the way. Yeah? And you don't want to be displaying demonic energy.
Can I just say something, please?
Feminism.
It all started with Adam's pride. When he thought
Lilith
he was
is the
better.
first feminist. Now,
Yeah.
brother, sister, I beg you, allow it. All this, can I just say something? I think you said a lot, and I'm loving it, but please, man.
Changing the facts to fit a narrative. Wow.
And this puts some of the things you say in jeopardy. You're risking your own integrity. Like, there's no need to do that. Yeah, and it was simply just because you are.
Explain to me how.
Listen and let him finish, and then you might be able to.
I'm asking a question. How?
You're not ignorant. You're not slow of learning or hearing. I asked you about Adam and Eve. You swapped to Lilith. I asked you. We're breaking down the story of Lilith. You start hopscotching. Well, I don't believe this. I don't believe that. I don't believe this. I don't believe. You're cherry picking. I told you, you're cherry picking from multiple different stories. Let's go to the Talmudic version.
Yeah.
Lilith was the first wife of Adam. They did not have children. She refused to submit to him, and she ended up basically becoming a demon and giving birth to demons. Yeah, not children. Meanwhile, Adam got with Eve and they had children. I'm letting you know that you are a child of Adam and Eve. Yeah? I'm letting you know the reason why I brought that up was to prove that Adam was created first. So if anyone's got the closest link to the Most High, it would be Adam. But you know that already.
I don't care for Eve, though. I'm trying to say I don't care about Eve.
Hold on. I asked if you're religious. You said, yeah. Then you went, spiritual. But you do have these beliefs. Some of your beliefs has to be rooted in some kind of fact. Otherwise, you're believing in bullshit. So when I'm going on the beliefs that you've given me, you're hopscotching because you know where I'm going with it. Because you're intelligent.
I already know where you're going with it. I do.
Exactly. That's why you're hopscotching. And that's where your intellectual dishonesty comes into play. and that's why your integrity.
No, it's not intellectual dishonesty, host. Shall I tell you why? Because realistically, if you really go back to the story of Lilith, Adam and Lilith were created at the same time. Instead of respecting that natural harmony, Adam decided to try and exercise his power, and she didn't have it, and she left. And then Eve came, and she was having it, and all her sons decided to unalive each other. So we clearly understand that she's clearly an idiot for eating that apple. So clearly, she's not that smart. She's not that amazing. You look just like her because she was allowing Adam to do what he wants to do. That's the only reason you put her on a pedestal. All her kids came out corrupted.
Unfortunately, you believe that your ancestor, you believe that your actual ancestor was an idiot. Yeah?
Well,
so that's up to you.
You got tricked by the devil, as far as I'm concerned. Well, I don't even think it was the devil. I think these are kind of it's complicated, isn't it? But at the end of the day, if you let a man take you for idiot, then yeah, you are a problem.
Where are you getting all this from?
I study religion as a degree.
Which religion did you get this from?
I got this from the Talmud.
Shall we pick more from the Talmud? Yeah. Okay. It's permissible to have intercourse with a 6-year-old.
And what does that have to do with me? I'm not sitting here.
I'm saying
I'm talking about what resonates with me personally. What resonates with me is that
you chose.
Yeah, this is what we call,
but I'm not Jewish. I'm not Jewish. I study these things and I resonate with them.
So why are you even taking on board Lilith?
And he gave you an example.
Okay, that's nice.
You're cherry picking.
All right,
how is that cherry picking? You asked me why I believe in that story. Everything that disrupts the balance, everything goes left.
And you start off sounding intelligent.
I am intelligent.
Hold on,
because I am.
Sister. Yeah. Well, intelligence is relevance, man. And you know what? The intelligence to deceive yourself is actually dumbness.
It's fine.
Because you're not deceiving me, sis.
We all know that there's different levels.
You're lying to yourself. You're cherry picking, lying to yourself. You're catering to your own ego.
That's fine.
And this actually is the Lilith energy, and that's demonic.
That's my point. I don't resonate with Eve.
Lilith is actually the first feminist. Sorry, just like in Islam. Stop talking, please. Yeah, thank you. Just like in Islam, Iblis is the first racist, or the first one with prejudice. Lilith in Judaism is the first with the demonic feminist spirit, with the inability to subdue and submit.
And that's
to
who I
her.
resonate with.
Yeah, of course you do. It's clear.
I can say,
Yeah, it's clear. But you're resonating with it, but you're just cherry picking from a book. But everything else in the book, you're gonna dash away.
What feminists do?
I don't care for the rest of it.
The fact that in the book you are actually a descendant of Eve, you're throwing that away because it doesn't resonate with you. You just want to resonate with one figure, one fictional figure. It's not biblical either. But
And Eve is Talmudic.
It's cool. It's cool.
This is what feminists do.
Demonology. It's demonology, and I'm trying to school you on it, but you don't want to hear.
Every time a woman does what's right for her, she's a demon. We already know this.
It don't resonate with your pride. You're not going to school me on theology, sis. You're not. It's not going to happen.
I'll school you, but
tell
you
me
can
about
school me.
intersectional. You can tell me about I am schooling you. I'm fully schooling you.
I'm not taking away.
I'm fully schooling you, but you just keep coming off mute.
You're not schooling me.
You're being schooled, and you don't like it, and I'd like you to stay on mute while I finish speaking, please, out of respect for me being the host. I know your pride has been triggered, but that's not my concern. Yeah? Control yourself. Yeah? Thank you. Anyway, man. Yeah, it is sad because what I try to point out is when we behave like this and we make great points, it makes people kind of detracts from the great points and the praise and whatever. Because it's like, okay, if this is somebody that can't take the truth because it goes against their pride, then we may have a problem. We may be talking to people that are only supporting things that stroke their ego. Maybe Jedi said this 5 hours ago, 4.5 hours ago. Yeah, that this is really all about ego. It's all about serving what's good for you, and jealousy. Being jealous of what men have is never going to make you a man and never going to make you a happy woman. And this is at the core of what feminism is actually doing. It's poisoning women's minds, making them want to be men when they have their own divine right and birthright and purpose, right? And confusing, pissing in the Kool-Aid ain't going to help nobody. Everyone's going to end up with a bellyache. But yeah, who's next?
Wow.
I think James was actually trying to.
I wonder if she thinks Medusa's a prophet as well. What does she think about Medusa?
Don't bring the
I'm playing.
I was just throwing ad libs because you know it is to actually like almost change religious text to go against your narrative is a different. That's
Already been changed.
that's different. I'm gonna be real.
They've already been changed.
But you know what, Taz? Yeah, because I got a lot of like Muslim friends, and it's like a lot of them.
Islam.
Yeah, but
Oh, Taz, can you just be quiet for like 2 minutes and let someone finish?
Every sentence, like, come on, man. It's like I got a lot of
someone bust a prayer over the live stream, man.
Yeah, I've got like a lot of Muslim friends. And it's like,
someone
you know, like,
crack open the Psalms or something. Sorry.
Man knows you, Taz, and they say that it's basically impossible to be a Muslim and be a feminist. The two don't coincide together. Do you know what I'm trying to say to you? So
Must be
so you know Taz?
Sorry, yeah, I know Taz.
Taz, James?
Yeah, I know Taz.
What, in real life or just on?
Real life, but we've known each other for a while on the internet.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Was
yeah.
I
I
talking
just know
to
from
James?
different apps, but it's like.
Can I talk to James? Thank you.
Yeah, I know from different apps.
I was wondering if I could ask you a question because she was doing a ventriloquist thing just then. I weren't sure what was going on. I asked you a question, she answered. It's mad.
Yeah,
Sorry, James.
yeah, no, it's calm. I've known it from different apps, but it's like it's actually impossible to like most religions, to be quite fair, to be religious and like be a feminist. The two doesn't coincide. Do you know what I mean? So it's like
We have Islamic feminism.
oh god,
Just let him finish.
It doesn't exist.
It doesn't coincide. I'm sorry, because again, there's certain things that the feminists will ask you to go against that the religion is for. It doesn't make sense. So it's like, what one are you going to choose? Are you going to choose pro-woman and be a feminist, or are you going to choose like, you know, your religious book? You know, like.
Respond to that, please. First of all, there is something called specific laws in Islam that give women rights over men and men rights over women. If a man doesn't give the woman the rights, then she has every right in the world to say, give me my rights. Simple as. And that's exactly what the story of Lilith was. They were created in equality, and Adam decided to overarch that, and she gave him the static that he deserved. Simple as.
Can the two coincide?
Depends what type of feminism you're going for. If it's the whole OnlyFans single mum feminism, then obviously it doesn't coincide. But
Feminism is feminism.
Huh? No, it isn't. There's literally different branches of feminism. What are you talking about?
Feminism has one definition.
No,
like,
it
there's certain
doesn't.
things
Are
in
you
life that have
crazy?
one
Are you-
definition. If
Did you have
use
ever
it-
studied feminism?
If you use it, no, because I don't need feminism in my
Yes,
life. Because I know
so
what
then
my
stop
purpose is
talking
in
on
life.
something you ain't
I know
read
what
on then.
I know what my purpose is in life.
They
I know
teach
me
it
as
in
a female what my
literal
purpose is
GCSE
in life.
sociology.
And I've gone around from growing in nothing in this world, yeah, and being at the minority at the bottom of the pack, and I've gone and changed a lot. I've gone around from growing in nothing in this world, yeah, and being at the minority at the bottom of the pack, and I've gone and changed a lot of.
I know I've earned some. I know I've earned some likes in that.
Of things. So I don't.
You don't know about
I know I've
I
earned some
told you I
likes
don't
in
care
that.
about it. I don't
No,
need to
Okay,
care about
so
it.
stop
Don't
saying
worry,
there's
I'm
one
just-
form of it if you ain't
There is,
read
because
it.
it's called a
No.
definition.
No,
There's a
it
definition.
No, one second.
There's Marxist
You know,
feminism.
guys,
There's
One
what
second.
feminism is?
No,
there's
feminism.
intersectional feminism.
Feminism has one definition.
No, it doesn't. Which one?
One second. But what I'm
Yes, sir.
talking.
After James,
How
yes,
can you
sir.
just come in?
You don't hear me? You know.
Yeah. So obviously, feminism has one definition.
You lot
That
on
is
YouTube,
correct.
can you hear me?
However, bruv, learn to control yourself. Chill out, bro. Fuck. However, there's different branches. There's intersectional feminism. There's a load of different branches, but the definition of feminism doesn't change.
Do you understand that some of them are different? They're literally beefing. There's different branches of
matter.
feminism that beef each other. So how can there
It
be a
doesn't matter. A
overarching
human is
definition?
defined as a human, yeah, a living being. It doesn't matter what
This
different
is
type of
why
human
you should
are.
not debate
one
people that don't
definition,
understand.
different
No,
branches.
you can't tell me what I can debate because
But
you
I'm
are
telling
telling me-
myself.
You
I'm
can't
telling
even have a
myself.
conversation and let someone finish speaking. So
Because
you
it's
are you to tell me
stupidness.
I
I don't
can't
need to
debate.
hear it.
You do not even have the ability
I
to
don't
have
need to.
self-control.
Once you realise people aren't
You
talking
do
sense, it
not
don't
have
matter no more.
self-control. That's a
Because
big
I don't
red
care
flag
no
for
more.
many
Once I
humans.
realise you're not smart, there's no point going back and
Well,
forth.
that's your business, love. That's why I've changed my
Exactly.
opinions
So stop
in the world.
demanding
How about
something I'm
that?
giving you.
No, you're never gonna change my opinions on my
I don't
views. You're never
care.
gonna try
I don't
to
give a shit
belittle
about
me
your
or
opinion.
make me feel. I know
I
you
don't give a shit about
I
your
know you
opinion.
don't. You're gonna create a
Exactly.
broken, continuous cycle.
Babes,
leading
I'm
on into this
literally from
world.
a Muslim background. This is
It
you
doesn't
lot
matter. It
situation.
doesn't
Everybody
matter.
in my
It doesn't
family behavior, it's not
It don't
even a
matter.
tell you where I
You
come
know
from.
nothing about.
I will literally get
You
run
can
for
call
that.
up
What
your
are you
religion
talking
all
about?
you want
That
because you
shit
know
don't run
nothing
where I
about
come
with me.
from. So you can hold that trauma over there because
You
I
behaving
don't
like this
business.
ain't part of your religion.
That
So
don't
what are you
happen.
talking
That don't
about?
happen where I
You
come
behaving
from.
like this ain't part
That
of your
that
religion. So
don't
what are you
happen where I
talking
come
about?
from.
You behaving.
Let's calm it down, man.
Where I
Calm it
come
down.
from, we don't do up this
No,
behavior.
Jedi, it's like
This
she
is
just
new.
doesn't want to take, and she don't want to accept things, innit? So if it doesn't align with her,
You're
she
telling
wants
me
to
about
argue.
broken families.
Then
Who's married up on the
yes, you're
stage other than
creating a
Asha?
I
And I know
didn't say
you lot have
family.
roots.
I didn't
You
say
don't. You have
family.
roots. Which one
I
of you
didn't
are
say
married?
family. I said you're
All
creating
right,
a
family.
brokenness.
Yo, let's reel it in. Sorry, my battery on my phone died, so I had to stick it on the charger. Let's reel it in, man. Come on, man. Let's come at a different tact. Obviously, you feel like you're just defending yourself, and you have all the right to defend yourself. It's becoming a little bit difficult to like move forward in a conversation because like obviously you have to keep coming off mute and kind of interrupting people. But big you up though, Taz. Like I'm just saying, I didn't hear if anything went down or anything like that, but we're here now, innit? And I feel like maybe if you stayed on mute and just let my man make his point, it would have been all right. I know that you're going back and forth with Aisha right now, and Aisha, like, get me, your heart's in the right place. But let's just try and like use language.
You know what's mad though, host?
Let's try and use language and speak to each other in a way that doesn't become too antagonistic. I know I've given my 2 pence, but like, yeah, man.
You know what's mad,
fall it
host?
back
Yeah,
now.
I'll be real.
Yeah.
She would have actually agreed with me because what I was saying now. So there's one definition of before I got the however. No, it's not. I'm saying however. Do you know what I'm saying? Like there's different branches.
Yeah.
And that is the truth. That the definition of feminism doesn't change depending on the branch. It's still, it will say
It means what it means. That
Yeah,
was
we'll
my
have the
point.
word
I said
before
one
it.
thing. Feminism has a definition. She wanted to go off left, right, and center. You're never going to change the fact that feminine has one definition. What you choose to use it for can be used for different things, and that's what James has alliterated and translated and said different branches, which is correct.
All I said was, yeah, I shouldn't have come on mute until I heard everything he said because we would have agreed. But you also can't contradict the fact that some of these different branches of feminism have beef with each other.
no one said that.
They
No
beef
one said
each
they don't.
other because there's some feminists that are saying women cover up because why are you gonna let men see your body? And there's other women that say if you cover up, you are oppressing yourself.
Yeah,
Those two
but they're
people
still
contradict each other.
feminists. Yeah,
No
but
one
they're
is
still,
arguing
but the
against that.
definition hasn't changed now just because they're beefing each other.
About that. Yes, you are
So
right.
I want to add in something quick, right? So this is for you, Taz, right? So feminism is about the push for equality for women's rights as well as, right, ending patriarchy. So therefore, you cannot be a Muslim, which is a belief in the patriarchy, where the man is the ultimate decision maker, and be a feminist at the same time, because feminism is ultimately against patriarchy. All forms of
No,
feminism.
because this is exactly why I said I don't give white people the definition. The white definition of feminism
So you're
isn't my
creating your
definition
own
of
Now there's
feminism.
a white
Let me
definition.
just say
Come on,
something.
man.
I'm not arguing for equality. I'm arguing for equity. There's certain things that women should have more rights
That's
than
not
men on, and there's
feminism,
certain
man.
things that men should have more rights than women as. Do you know
That's
what
your
I mean?
feelings.
Give me
That's
the
not
definition of
feminism.
equity,
That's your
please.
feelings. sis.
Equity, whatever is gonna be more beneficial to people. Not everybody needs the same thing. If I don't
Right.
need a wheelchair, but somebody else does. I don't need I don't know something, but somebody else might. Like it's not even a thing. Like
That's
it's not
not
even that
feminism,
deep.
sis.
In
You have
Islam,
certain-
if you have certain rights over your man, and if he does not fulfill those rights, you take him to court and he has to do that.
but
There's
Taz,
certain
that's
things the woman has to do.
But you think we have
to
that
get
kind of
taken-
already, though, to be quite
Huh?
clear?
That's what I'm saying. We do have that
how
already.
does
So why is it
What are we
feminism-
fighting
questioning me?
for?
That's what I'm
What's that
saying.
got to do with feminism, sis? You're
Like,
talking
if-
about your feelings.
That's how what?
Feminism is about ending patriarchy, right? It's not about your feelings about what you think should happen or not. Islam and feminism are not related.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not.
It's a different
You
type
understand
of
basic
feminism.
logic. Sis,
If
sis,
your
listen.
man
Listen.
decides that he wants to cheat on you,
How is Islam and
Sister,
feminism
one
related?
second.
I'm actually intrigued. Let her,
Yeah.
let her explain because
okay, so there's a
gonna
branch
be
of
interesting.
feminism called Islamic feminism, which is that because look at it like this: there's the rights that men have over women in
They're
Islam.
going
There's the
straight to
rights
hell.
that women have over men. And if the men decide that they do not want to,
Going hell.
if the men decide that they don't want to live up to the rules that were put in the Quran for them to follow, then the women have every right to say that they don't want to do that anymore. And that's why we have people like
feminism.
Yeah,
Sorry?
but don't you think that that's
That already
really-
existed before
Yeah,
feminism.
that-
How is that
not
related?
not
But-
where we come
no,
from.
but
No,
Taz,
it didn't.
but that already exists. in your religion anyway? Because I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
but it's not being
One
practiced.
second. That doesn't matter because in the afterlife you'll be dealt with, right?
That's why we have a
Right. So what's the need for it?
because we have a judicial system as well. That's part of it
No,
as
this
well.
is crazy. I can't lie.
me give you an example. When women couldn't drive in Saudi Arabia, the Prophet's wives rode their own camels. How can a woman in 2020 or whatever can't drive a car? But at the time, so they changed these books around to take away women's rights. So if the women say, "Excuse me, read the book again," I have a bit more rights than you're telling me I do, then that is called Islamic feminism.
You're saying the Quran's
The interpretation's been changed, yeah.
wow, that's the first Muslim I've ever heard say it. Wow.
I said the interpretation's
No,
been
hold on,
changed.
hold on.
Wow.
Yeah, it has been changed, the interpretation.
They
It's
have
never been changed.
Yeah.
They've got
the interpretation.
Wow.
They've got
to
what's called
interpret
a
something is
hadith.
from their own person's perspective. Innit? So
Exactly.
it's what you're taught and how you're raised within your household. Because I'm going to keep bringing it back to parenting. Until your child is minimum 2 years old, so for 2 whole years, they live under their carer or their parent's household. Yeah. So it's whatever that parent installs into that child, whether that be something positive in a positive environment or a negative environment. That is the basic essence of all children's life into this world.
Wow.
I do agree with you.
I can't believe what I'm hearing, but cool.
I mean, you clearly haven't
Yeah, I'm
studied Islamic
speechless too,
studies
I'm
in
not
a
gonna lie.
critical way like I have. Therefore, you wouldn't understand.
I can't lie.
Every
You know
single
what?
Islamic society has their own different rules. That
But
doesn't mean the
I
Quran's been
don't.
changed.
No,
That
but
means that they
I
have.
heard that. I heard that, but I just don't think you studying these things is doing you good. I think it's taking you away from your religion.
It's actually brought me closer. Thank you very much.
I don't know. It
Because
doesn't
you
sound.
weren't there before and after, so I don't know how you would ever.
It doesn't
possibly
sound
know
like that. I'll be honest.
When I first started that
She has
degree,
to do with Allah, innit? Like you have Muslim friends, you know how it is. I got Muslims in my family.
that's
but when I
fine.
think about black
When I started
Muslims
this
that have
degree,
never
I
been
wasn't
nothing
even.
else.
I didn't even really believe in God. You get it? Now I do. So actually, I feel like the degrees helped me a lot. Thank you very much.
Yeah, but I didn't say it didn't help
Not
you.
you.
just
I'm not
saying,
talking to you. I was talking to James.
Yeah.
I hear that still.
Yeah.
Don't know though.
There's a separation with hadith and what's in the Quran.
I know.
Thank you.
So, like, I'm a
I know
Muslim
more than you.
girl.
I know more than I'm letting off. Trust me on that.
Sorry.
I know more than I'm letting off.
I
Trust me on that.
understand. James is 50% troll, 50% serious. He doesn't really.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm not
why
trolling.
are you
I'm not trolling.
Like, say there aren't two different things. You know,
I'm
that
not
they get
trolling.
manipulated. Then
I know that certain hadiths ain't.
right. So let's.
One second. I know that certain hadiths are not really. Do you know what I'm trying to say? That it's not really tangible.
Yeah, we know.
Yes, I know it has to go for.
Come
I know
on.
it has to go for a certain scrutiny and this and that for it to even be accepted. I know this, but doesn't it change?
I just want to understand how we're linking the Talmud to Islam and the belief in Lilith to Islam and the Quran and this, like, come on, man. But anyway, whatever, man.
Lilith isn't in the Quran.
No.
The Quran. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember.
What, so now she's Muslim, the other half she's Talmudic. What else is she? Hindu?
Anyway, it don't matter whatever the system is. Whatever the system is, and I'm not here to mock Taz. And Taz, you know how religious
I think
conversation.
you're mocking me, host. I don't think you're mocking me.
No, I'm not telling that to you. I'm saying that to the brother that kind of seems like he's trying to mock you. Yeah.
It's host. You got to understand there's different levels of critical thinking abilities, and I'm well aware of that as a highly educated individual. Not everyone you speak to is in a willing position to understand, especially when it comes to touchy subjects like religion. And when I began studying religion as a degree, I was well aware that would create a divide between me and the average person, and that's all right.
Sis used
Taz, can I ask you a question?
Now she's
Like,
a scholar.
I genuinely want to ask her a question.
All right. So first and foremost, who's that speaking? World history, yeah.
Yeah, world history.
Yeah. Like the common courtesy. Let's address the panel, big up, whatever, rare. And I feel like let's just give Taz a break now, right? Let's just give Taz a break now. Like, let's just chat about something else or chat to someone else. There's other people. In fact, give your take on the prompt, please, brother. Let's reset.
Okay, thank you very much, brother. Yeah, so black women, feminism is a scam. 100%, right? I'll explain why. Even if you look at America, white women voted for their Trump over 53%. Black women have always been utilized by white feminists as the, as an experiment, right? So what happens is their relationships break down, their families break down, They're out here thinking they're equal to a man, then the man doesn't actually marry them. I even left the UK to find a wife in Africa because I wasn't dealing with, you know. So point is, right, these black women, all in a scam, get told that they're independent, strong black women, but at the end of the day, they're just working more, they're getting sick more, they don't have a man for protection. And guess what? The white woman is enjoying her life.
You put that still, and I think that this is why I kind of tried to highlight to the sisters earlier. At the end of the day, as a woman, historically, a woman wanted a provider. So if you wanted a provider, then you wasn't going to be a provider. So, you know, there was a balance in place in it, because you never had to work. You didn't have to do certain things. You could just focus on the home. But I feel that the woman's role, like Jedi said earlier, it's been diminished. Women don't want to be mums no more. They want to be in the workplace with us, but they don't want to be equal to us, but they want to be called equal. It don't make sense.
I just had an epiphany.
Wait.
Guess what? Feminism is FOMO. Feminism is FOMO, bro.
Listen.
It's fucking FOMO, bro.
I hear you still.
I get where he's coming from.
I get it as well, definitely.
When you get a minute, Jedi, can you raise James back?
Hold on. So, don't you think it might just be a call for help?
Similar.
It's a trauma.
Who's doing the calling?
It's just interesting because obviously the black woman is not okay. So I don't know whether I would class it as FOMO because she's genuinely.
It wasn't the black woman that created feminism.
PTSD. It's PTSD.
Sorry. It wasn't the black woman that created feminism.
It was the white woman that created it.
Sorry, unfortunately, no. And guess what? I believe that the black woman is centuries, if not millennia, older than the woman that created it, that created feminism. And I think
big facts.
And Queen Nefertiti and Cleopatra and on, Queen Nzinga and on and on and on and on, was not suffering from any ailments that forced her to create feminism.
Cleopatra was a
I
white
think
man.
that feminism was created at the latest 1870, at the latest, yesterday.
Cleopatra destroyed the Egyptian empire because she loved white man too much. So she definitely needed feminism. She was done out here. And you know what it is? At the end of the day, yeah, white men were putting white women in cages. That's why they needed feminism.
Because she loved the white man. Whoa.
She destroyed a 6,000-year empire. Do you know how long the Egyptian empire has been going on for? A good 7,000-8,000 years, and she destroyed that because she gave it over to Rome. She handed it over to Rome.
So that means that she needed feminism.
To love herself, definitely. How are you gonna destroy your own empire for white people?
Whatever, man.
She wasn't Egyptian though. Cleopatra wasn't Egyptian.
Greek.
She had Greek origins anyway. So like, she was married into.
But what a childish take on feminism, though. Come on,
that was a bit childish, though.
Come on, man. This is silly, man.
Not being funny, sis, and I rate you, but that was a bit childish.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to call a spade a spade. That's childish, man.
You think? Let me say something. Even if you don't agree with the label feminism, do you agree that people should stop being an idiot for man? Do you agree with that, or is that also under debate?
Well, obviously, I don't know what the relevance. I don't know what the. No, it's not the relevance, yeah, but like
no, he's saying your view. Your view on being idiots for men. He's trying to find a word for it.
Oh
no, I'm not. I'm just trying to understand what. Yeah, what can you break down idiot for men?
So, for example, there's a lot of people that's entire life is ruled by man. They give man money, they let man cheat on them, they ruin their life for man. They're literally on the streets homeless because of man. They've traumatized their kids for man, all to say they have man, all to say
that's due to individuality though, because you've got men like that as well that ruin the life for women.
Yes, and they're idiots. They need to find a movement that's going to stop that, because this can't continue. This can't continue.
They don't need a movement, they need to wake up. That's the reality. What we need to look at is who does feminism actually benefit? Because it is a scam in reality. Who does it actually benefit? Because it doesn't really benefit women. If anything, it's devalued women. It's devalued women, because what's happened is you've got women now that are being raised with feminist views to the point where they're so focused on competing with men and doing what men can do, to the point where now the stuff that women were valued for, and I'm just talking to women in general, not every woman, just to be clear, because I don't want to offend anyone, but it's stuff that men actually valued of women. Women are now losing those skills to the point where some of those skills are non-existent. Like, those skills are non-existent. I look back at some of my family, like my grandparents, my aunties, some of the stuff they can do back home. Women here can only dream of in the West. They don't have these skills to the point where men are having to go out and pay for these things. And it goes the same way with men as well. Us men here now, we've come into the Western world where you're getting into offices and stuff, and you don't know how to do offices and stuff, and you don't know how to do like labor jobs. Like my uncles, when I go back home, the first time I bought my first property, I was excited. I told my uncle cussed me. He's like, who buys a house? Rich people buy houses. If you're struggling, we could have come and built a house for you. But that's just their mindset's completely different to the Western world. But the reality is, with my aunties, even my mum and my dad, if my mum decided she wants to turn a cupboard into a walk-in, like she wanted to turn a walk-in wardrobe into an ensuite, shower, bathroom, my dad can do it himself. My dad didn't even need to go out and look and to pay for someone. Like, these skills were just general, that men knew how to do these skills. I think both men and women have lost their skills. The only reason it's highlighted on feminism so much is because there was a movement behind it. And whereas with men haven't completely lost all of their skills, a lot of women nowadays have lost pretty much 90, 80%, sometimes it goes as far as that, of the value that they had back in the days. There's actually a name for it, which is quite disrespectful, so I don't want to say it, but there is a name for it where they're saying that men are having to work harder now for women less skilled and less valuable than their grandmothers and great-grandmothers. It's really bad. This is why when men do find a good woman, you want to keep hold of her. And you've got movements like Passport Bros, where they go abroad. You got some people do it for the wrong reason, but initially that was started for men that go abroad to find women that were raised to be wives. They ain't wasting their time on the women here. They don't have the values they're looking for. Obviously, Taz, you've been the one that's been defending feminism so much. So what value do you think it brings to you? What value? Because I genuinely don't see the value it brings to women.
So if you were here at the beginning when I actually said what I said that feminism isn't useful in terms of a movement and going around and screaming your feminism and holding up plaques. It's only useful in terms of reading the literature, looking at where you stand in the world, looking around and saying, if I want to live in this life, I need to understand my place in the chessboard known as life. It's like reading books about racism. It's not to go and scream at white people's faces. At some point, you have to understand how this world works. For example, one of my favorite feminist books is called The Beauty Myth, and it's about how us women's entire lives is driven by the need to look a certain way, which also does go into capitalism. What does that have to do? How is that a bad thing? How is it important? Why is it not important for a young girl to know about things like respectability politics, about things like the Madonna Hall complex, about things like the capitalist system selling you back your insecurities so that you can constantly wear things and look nice and da-da-da-da? Like, that's all I'm not even sitting here screaming for feminism. I feel like maybe because I come from a country, or not even country, my country's a bit done out, but maybe because I come from a family where it's encouraged to be an educated woman, it's encouraged to use your voice, it's encouraged to do things. No, none of these women have ever abandoned their families. My dad literally specifically married my mum because she had a degree, because she was on University Challenge. He said he wanted his wife to be an educated woman, but my mum chose not to work for us to actually have a mum at home. You can have the two things at once. Abandoning your kids is whatless, and it's not feminism, it's trauma. And that's what people need to understand. A lot of these feminists aren't actually activists. They've got PTSD, and they're trying to drag you into their PTSD with them.
Yo, Taz, like, you didn't give a good answer, yeah, but I just want to point something out to you, yeah, and I wanted to turn my camera on before I said this. You can see my face. I'm taking this seriously, yeah? Now, what I'm saying to you is, unfortunately, you know, feminism has made women selfish, yeah? Because feminism, it likes to talk about what women want. Don't think about what the men want, though, does it? So all you women who are worried about what you want and worried about, you know, being this powerful woman and doing all of these fantastic things that you want to do outside of your traditional role, what about the man that wants a traditional woman? You're robbing him of that. So why on earth is he going to want to be a provider still?
That's my question to you.
Yeah, so this is what I think, yeah. If women were just left to their devices, everyone would have just been normal. But obviously in Caucasian, if a woman was talking too much, they will put you in a cage so your mouth can't open like a dog. So you got to understand there's generations of PTSD that people are dealing with to the point where they're not speaking rational sense. One of my favorite documentaries is free on YouTube right now. It's called Angry Women, but the women is spelled WOMYN. These women dash their sons in a care home, as in they raise their daughters, but they dash their son in a care home. Do you know how much PTSD, mental health issues you need to have to dash your child in a care home because they're a boy? That is not a movement. That is PTSD. Most women, if you just leave them to their devices, they're just gonna
Let her
go
land,
get their education, do their thing,
bro, let her
live.
land. I want to hear what she got to say. Go on.
Most women, if you
Sorry,
just
go
left
on.
them to their devices, they will just do their thing, go do their little uni thing, have their little business on the side. They wouldn't even be doing all this. It's this trauma response that's like, you're not liberated until you cheat 100 man. You're not liberated until you shave your head. That's where the mental illness comes from. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So it's not about oppressing women and it's not about doing too much. Let's just be normal people, because most people are just normal people living a normal life. Do you get it?
Understand the question now, Taz.
I do understand the question.
Because I don't think you've answered it. I'm just being honest. Did anyone
How
else
do you,
here
how have I not
answer
answered it? I don't
You know what?
understand.
I think she did answer.
It was a direct
She
question,
answered.
innit?
She
It was a
answered
direct
it
question.
in her way of
In her
answering.
way.
She only
No, but I
answers
mean, she didn't
things
actually.
that don't defeat her argument, if that makes sense. Because that's what I picked up of Taz. When something defeats her
Yeah, she didn't
argument,
really
she
answer
won't
correctly.
accept it.
So what is your
No, we
definition
should
of
be.
this woman then? Because I don't know what that is.
Does anyone agree that we should be way over 100,000 likes? And the thing
Yeah,
is,
I
yeah,
agree still.
what we do with society is we praise and we say, yo, listen, this is sick. A platform where everyone can just say what they want, and the host is trying to be non-biased, and he's giving everyone a chance to speak, and there's intelligent women, and there's men, and there's da-da-da, but then you don't treat it like if this was like fucking one of them weirdos on TikTok saying, we need a glove, guys, we need a glove, you lot would be going crazy. Or if it was some next live stream where we just beating each other down and there was no like intellectual discourse, you lot would be going crazy. But because it's actually something that's engaging your brains and entertaining you on a Saturday evening, you lot don't want to show love.
You're not wrong.
Show the love, innit? Like, tap the screen,
bring me
show
back,
some
though,
love,
bring
man.
me back.
Like, please.
You're not wrong. Do you know what it is, though, Jedi? Do you know what I do in my room?
Hold on, wait, bro, wait.
No,
please,
wait, please.
bring
I
me
just
back
need
quickly.
you guys. I just need you guys to just treat it like any other mind-numbing bullshit that you normally engage with and show love to, innit? Right? You know?
Yeah,
Please.
treat this live like gold, innit? Like it's productive. It's helping
but it
people.
is gold. But anyway,
people are learning. How many people have learned on this panel? There's how many people that's coming in and out of the room. They're learning things they haven't learned before. Even if they thought an idea, they're opening their mind to other things, other directive. Remember Miss Neva come on and she said about her charity thing that she does. Like, so yeah, listen to Jedi and tap the screen because everyone's putting in the comments and everyone's ignoring it.
Whoa. You still got to call her Neva after all of that?
See you, yeah? Nevaeh, really? Yeah, Nevaeh.
Before we digress, please, can I just say this quick point, because what I'm saying is now, sis, to Tazna, like, if we're gonna rob men of the right to a traditional woman and still expect men to be a provider, then unfortunately feminism is toxic. And also, if we're in a mind state, let's say men decided we're going to be in a mind state where we're going to follow something that's parallel to feminism and is only concerned with what men want, you would definitely be telling us we're toxic. And feminism has no concern whatsoever for what men want or what men can enjoy.
Okay, wait. Can I ask a quick question? Olan. So, if the power was put back into you lot's hands, how do we know we can trust you?
Oh, whatever, man.
Miss, but is that not the whole premise of a relationship? And is that not the whole reason why there's courting and things and dating, rather than the new thing of being linking a man and seeing where it goes? You've already gave him what he wants. Like, he doesn't have to marry you. You want to be a feminine and want to be masculine, so you're not being female, something that the man needs for their soul, to be better and to grow better. So what is the man really attaining from this new modern woman?
You gave one. Hold on. You gave one archetype of a modern woman. Yeah. What I will say is this: a lot of women back in the day, the traditional women, the mums and the aunties that you guys love, they are now disabled, and a lot of people are not looking after them. They're left
I
in
don't
the
see where that
dust.
point.
Yeah, but that's their
They're
children
left
looking
in the
after
no,
them.
hold on. And I mentioned
No, that
earlier,
depends on the
I said
culture.
earlier, if you don't remember, I said a lot of men leave their wife or their partner when they become disabled in some
A
way,
lot of people, not
but
men.
a lot and majority of the people that stay in the relationship are the women.
No, it's
They
not.
firm it.
No, it's not. Look, sorry to burst your bubble, but let's just be real here. It's not a men. Sorry, I got a cold. It's not a men's issue. A lot of people do that sort of stuff. Do you understand? And if we're talking
And
about,
majority
can I finish,
of the
please?
people, okay.
Yeah. If we're gonna talk about, you know, when unfortunate things happen, like let's just be real. Some people can't like, you know, deal with that sort of that stress, that trauma, whatever. So they tend to leave, men and women alike. So to put onto one party, it is crazy to me. And then I always do this little social experiment when I talk about relationships and who leaves more and whatever. If I ask Taz, let me ask you a question quickly. Are you there? And be honest.
Giving the microphone back to Taz, and then you
it's a quick question. Just a quick question. Taz, are you there?
To me, I will answer. Go through.
All right, you're there. No problem. No, I'm gonna ask you after. Who left your last relationship?
Me.
Love. Toby, who left your last relationship? Alicia, who left your last relationship?
Me.
Jupiter, who left your last relationship?
Me.
Right. So
What?
right. So and the point I'm trying to prove here. So when people try to run these narratives and say, "Oh well, men are just leaving relationships," the marriage statistics actually back what I'm actually saying. And the point I've done in that little social experiment just now. So it's absolutely
you're
rubbish.
absolutely correct.
And furthermore, let me just say
70%
something else. Let me say something.
70% of divorces are initiated by women.
Exactly. So let me just finish what I'm going to say as well. Ladies, I'll be real. I know you that you think it's a man's world, this and that and whatever, but I'll tell you this. You guys have more power than you actually think. You just don't. It's just not vocalized. But when you actually deep it, unfortunately, men are actually dogs. Yeah, a lot of us are dogs, and we'll do a lot. No, sorry, but it's true. It's true.
Don't say dogs.
Just wait. Let me land. Obviously, let me just land. Let me just land. Men will do crazy. 1 second.
Women
bro.
are bitches then.
Like, chill.
He said most. He did say most.
Stop trying to make me jump.
Lot of mercy.
Stop making me,
Brother, you got this whole.
Most women are
trying to make me jump through
Most
the
women
hoop,
are
bro.
evil. There's 85. Listen, there's 85% of children right now that don't know who their dad is. Don't know who their dad is.
I'm telling you,
Let me land my plane, please. Please. Let me just land. I'm going
See that kind of unbalanced thinking.
Yeah, let me just go.
Men are dogs. Women are bitches.
No. Just wait. Let me just land my plane, yeah, because I'm going somewhere with it, yeah. So
go on, brother.
Women actually have a lot more power than they actually think they do. Like, for instance, like you see that golden nectar that's in between you guys' legs. A lot of men will jump through hoops to almost get that. But unfortunately, feminism has damaged your brain. All this sexual liberation stuff and whatnot. The bars on the floor.
It's turn your nectar brown.
The bars on the floor. So men ain't got to do much, and it's actually within. For men that, one second.
Got a green tint to it now.
Let me just land.
Yeah, stop it.
Because I got a stutter in it sometimes when I get interrupted, so it's gonna take longer. Let me just land. No, it's calm, bro. So what it is that the bar's on the floor right now. So for the men that actually want to go out there and just get a cheap little date and then, you know, a bit of smecks and whatnot, they can do that because you guys are allowed to do so. I guarantee you, if every woman was to actually up the bar and say, you know what, I'm not opening up my legs until I get a ring on it, I guarantee it, bro. Marriage rates will go up. 100%. All these things will go up in that because you guys have more power than you actually think. But you know, it's just the bar's on the floor now. You guys have holding into it, and we're hearing it. Cool.
Yeah.
Personally, but James, you see earlier when I was telling you, that the temporary decentering of men is a necessary path in every woman's life in order to get to that stage, because the amount of conditioning that we've gone through as women in this society, once your brain matures and you actually become a full-on adult, and you need a good couple years to just detox from the lies that you were told, look within you, forget man, forget going out. You need to think about lies. Hold on, you need to think about who you are so that when it comes time to choose, you're not moving like an idiot to the point where I'm not gonna lie to you. Can I just finish? I have had to cut off a lot of girls because they can't see the role that they're playing within the demise of their own life. And one thing I'm not gonna do is be an enabler, and I've clocked that a lot of people like having brethren, so I'm just gonna lie to them and tell them that you're a victim. You're not a victim. You went on a date, you paid for the man, you put your legs in the air,
What?
and now you're mad at the consequences that happen.
Sister,
So
what
how are
age?
you gonna come complain to me when I'm gonna just tell you the truth? Do you know what I mean?
Taz,
So what's going on here?
Taz, when you said you come to an age where, you know, what age is he talking about? Where this enlightenment, where
Do you know what? I feel like depending on how much you've been traumatized or lied to, it's gonna vary. But I feel like if you haven't clocked it by the age of, I would say 26, 25,
26.
then I feel like it's
Okay.
over. Honestly,
Now,
I would
are
genuinely
you
say,
African, sister?
because I'm East African, because
Okay,
that's
you're
really
East
when
African.
you're
Now,
when
let me
you
tell you
find
something.
context develops.
Let me tell you, yeah, but listen, like this is the thing in this society. That's where it's a very Western mindset to wait to 26 before you can select your partner. And I'm saying we're not mature before that. I disagree. I disagree highly. And I'm coming from someone that's got 5 sisters, yeah, and all of them that are of that age are married with children. And to say that you have to get to that age before you can pick a man, before you can decide what you are, bullshit. They've all gone university. They've all done national service. Like, do you know what I mean? They're all well-established homemakers. They're all intelligent, independent, talented people.
1%. They're the 1%. I'm so sorry to break it to you. They are.
They're not the one.
Can I be honest with you? If you've gone through your life and let's just say you have a degree, that means until the age of 21, somebody else has been feeding you and basically indoctrinating you. So your prefrontal cortex hasn't even fully developed. And I'm not gonna lie to you, there's different types of people. There's people that were put on this earth and they've not really questioned much in life. And there's people that have thought about things. They've had to go full circle. They've had to deep life, dismiss all the toxicity that they've been taught, whether it's about themselves or it's about how life works, making money works. Yes, those people are probably going to have to pick their partner a bit later in life. Some people, they're very basic. They just wake up in the morning, brush their teeth, pick a partner.
You have given a woman 10 years.
Robotic.
At 26, you've given a woman 10 years to pick a partner and fucking have a child before like the risk the risk of her infertility skyrocket, right?
I'm not gonna lie, this whole infertility thing is also a white myth because I'm not gonna lie to you. Most women I know within my family, they've been having kids all the way up until their late 40s. So I'm not saying do that, but I'm also saying let's stop trying to rush kids.
I know you like to cherry pick a lot. You like to cherry pick a lot.
Autism in your community is very high.
My mum had my brother at 37. Maybe you have infertility running in your bloodline.
When we talk about biology, it's now white myth.
It is a white myth. They've been taking birth control their whole life
and breaking down the patriarchy.
Yeah,
we've been decoding and breaking down and we need to get to a point where you study and you decode and break down the patriarchy, and then your brain is fully able to make the right choices for yourself. That's also part of Western society. That's not all around the world where people think like that and have this massive patriarchal hypnosis that they need to free themselves from. So we're picking and choosing. Say again, sis?
We care about them. That's not us.
Because it's part of the human world that we live in.
You're taking birth control for 3 generations. A lot of these people, listen, if you're born in Africa, if you're born in Asia, I completely understand why you just meet someone. Everybody already agrees on the values. You don't even have to vet anyone. You already know where they come from. You just tell your family, go do a CRB check. Your family will go ask questions. You know about their whole lineage 3 generations back. They don't have to do what we have to do. Yeah. We need to sit down. And I'll be honest with you, a lot of these people that are having their kids, can I just finish? A lot of people that are having their kids in their early 20s is because you don't mind your kids growing up working class. My kids will be upper class respectfully. I will never have a child that will go to public school. I will never have a child that will live in a council house. I will never have a child that can't live lavish. That's that on that. That's that on that.
No, you got leave her. You got leave her because she's washing her mouth on the Western world. Leave her because anything can happen to anyone at any time. So leave her. Yeah, she didn't just see what happened.
Like that.
Yeah, but in Vid, when Vid happened and the government decided to do what they wanted to do, yeah, and shut down the whole world, that had nothing to do with classes, brother. Yeah, and what that enabled a lot of people to do and survive was the skills that they learned, the morals that were installed in them to make them function in the world how we are supposed to live.
Yep. So what's that got to do with what I just said?
That has a lot to do with what you just
explain.
said. You're not listening. All you do
explain.
Is
Okay, so you don't know how to.
No, I don't have to. I don't have to.
Me, my kids will not live.
Most people heard exactly what I said. If your son,
how many kids you got?
I have 0 kids.
If your son or your daughter No, but
Zero.
hold on, because she wants me to explain. But let me give her a situation, because your son or your daughter could come up to any circumstance in their life, right? So, for example, the company that they work for might have embezzlement problems, or the person that they've employed, because they've got a business, might create problems. They might then need to go into a hostel while everything's being assessed. There's many things in life that might be your downfall, and you may have to go
about these things. My
No,
kids,
but-
as long
no, but
as
I'm talking-
I
I'm
go
talking
to,
about
as long
real
as
life
I'm in
things
my
that happen
deathbed,
to
One at a
and
time, one
I
at a
know
time,
that
one at
my
a time.
child got given the
Let
best
her,
life.
let her finish. Let her finish, please. Taz. I appreciate that you're gonna respond. So, but let Aisha finish and then you respond, please.
All I'm saying is that these real circumstances that happen to real people, no matter your class, no matter how much money you've got in the bank, there is a time in life where life turns and you are at the bottom. Yeah, I'm not talking about minority or how people are judged. I'm talking about being at the bottom and living like everybody else, because everybody can be homeless right now. Yeah, there's nothing that creates
Well, not
you
everybody.
from not
No,
being
that's a
homeless.
lie.
Yes, anybody can be homeless at any
Normalizing
time.
that
All right, you see when
Anybody,
bit
not
happens,
everybody,
you see when bit happens and people couldn't make money. Yeah, do you know how many people lost their houses that they've actually bought outright because they had to remortgage their house and they couldn't make up the payments? Because when you miss one payment, your house
That's
is
because
gone.
they never bought the
No,
house.
but when
before
you
they
But
had the
those
kids.
are all Western
Hold on,
problems.
One at a time, please.
Yeah,
Taz
but we're
is gonna
talking about
respond.
Western problems.
Taz is
That's not my. That's what I'm saying.
and then
That's
we're
why I
gonna
never
give-
said middle class. I'm not trying to be middle class. I'm trying to be
Okay.
upper class. Let me tell you
Okay.
something. I'm a very intellectual person. I'm not gonna have no children. I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna have no
Taz.
children if I can't give them the
Let her
whole world. There's no
finish.
point. We can just keep
Taz.
it stepping then.
All
What's the
right,
point?
let me
It's
give the
fine,
microphone. Let
there's
me give
been
the
people
microphone.
People
that
want to
lost
shove
their,
their
they
low
lost their whole
mentality, their black
businesses, their whole
mindset onto me.
family
I'm not having it.
businesses from you.
The what? Black mindset.
No,
Alright,
I
cool.
said
Let me
their
give-
lack mindset.
Oh, their lack mindset. Okay, scarcity. Yeah, because when you say lack, it's scarcity mindset. I hear you. Cool. So you want to be upper class and that's what
100%.
yeah. Cool. Big up my sister Toby that also knows that anything can happen at any time. And you can end up in a and you can end up in a wheelchair. Big up though. I hear
I'm
that. Yeah.
sorry, Taz, but yeah, back
Message.
You get me?
Reality
Thank
check.
you,
I hear
Jedi,
you
because
though.
you get
I
what
hear
I'm
you.
saying, right?
But let me
Anything can hit
let
anybody
me
at
clear
any
the
time.
stage.
Because obviously we know that.
Hold on, guys. Let me clear the stage. Shit for the milk of magnesia. I'm gonna come up with a real dumb intro, but my brain's not working at the moment. So, Jupiter, please have your say, man. Because we've been talking about the white woman. And I know that's what made you jump on, and I'm so glad Taz did it. So finally, we have another white woman since Dula. So talk to me, Jupes. What do you want to say?
Okay, so bear with me because I'm not really that well. I've got a flu, so I don't know how she drawed me out, but she did. Well done, Taz. The problem is this: some of the things she says actually make sense, and then other stuff is absolutely ludicrous. Look, if you're aspiring to be upper class, then you've lost every principle that you've ever lived, and that's the first thing. The second thing is you can make money without being upper class and holding the values that actually looks down on other people. The third thing is that, yes, I've been married twice, but both of them have been long-lasting relationships, and one to a white man, one to a black man. There's not really much difference in marriage. Although I will say this publicly, my second husband is my darling, and no man ever will match up to him. But what I will tell you is that what
I don't
I've
know why I
learned
made
from
that sound. Let me go on mute. I don't know what I'm doing.
what I've learned from him, my second husband, African Nigerian man, is that
all right.
And I think Taz actually hit on it.
Begging it.
Yeah, I think Taz hit on it when she said that, you know, there's some values that you can learn from people from the continent of Africa, and it's true. When people have really gone through poverty, or even if they're educated like my husband's family were, and they had good jobs, they still saw the poverty around them. They understand what it's like to actually build yourself up from nothing. And those are values that have been lost in the West. They've been really lost, and that's because it's been ordained to be that way. They want you to be that way. They want you to think that everything can be given to you. And unfortunately, I think that's what's tainted Taz's views. I would also argue that it's better to be a woman who's young, who believes in the partner that she wants to be with, like I did when I had my first husband, and find out that actually 20 years down the line you've grown apart, than to not have had your children young and to be a young mother. I think that the West makes you think that you can live forever as a woman and that you can have children later in life. Believe me, that's not always the case. And when you find out at 38 or 42 that you can't have your first child, there's been a lot of depressed women in the West that are actually, you know, wringing their hands in shame because they bought into this career thing. I also think that traditional marriages are better than the modern marriages. That's not to say that I don't believe in equality. I do. I just think that it's equal respect and equal opportunities, but that every modern marriage in this world should actually hold the traditional values, and you should both put in. We can't argue that most men prefer to be the provider, even in the Western world. They do prefer that, and they take pride in that. They take pride in protecting their women. And so the women should honour their position, which is primarily to give birth to the children, to nurture the children, and uphold the family home. If you can find that equilibrium, you'll actually have a much happier life. Yeah.
Everything you said was.
I get a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, big up,
That's
Dukes,
easy.
man. That
That's
was very
easy
well
when you're on
put.
benefits, though, isn't it? That's easy to say that.
I'm not on benefits, and please,
Khan, stop
Khan,
doing
I
this,
don't
man.
want this low-level trolling. It's not worth
Ignore
it.
him, Dukes.
No, I'm
Ignore
serious.
him.
If
You know
you're
he's
living,
playing.
look, if you're living on
Khan,
benefits
can
and
we
in
stick
the
to the
council
subject, please,
property,
my brother?
you
Respectfully,
can't
my
really
Muslim
say
brother.
you can't really say that your husband is your sole provider because you're getting more from Keir Starmer than you are your husband right now. So,
Right, number one, I'm
kind of
not
like
on
try to talk about
benefits.
relationships and the balance
Let's not make
between a
this a
man and a
personal
woman.
attack
You got to
session.
understand the
Jupiter, please
context
don't
of.
Right, this
respond
is
to
You got to
him
understand
because
the
this is
none of us
context
bad.
of
believe what he's
why
saying.
am I not
He's
allowed to
wasting his
speak?
own
Oh.
time. Can we please
Yeah,
move
just
on,
let
guys?
so
Bad,
just
To
let
the
everyone
subject.
talk one at a
Why
time. Yeah,
did you
let
not
him
get to
finish
speak?
because the fact that she's married, yeah, she doesn't rely on the government, and the fact that she actually went married, that means that she's doing a lot of what 80% of these females ain't doing. That's sitting in their house for 20 years with one man and
No,
children.
but her
They're on
husband's not on
they're on
benefits though.
certain records and stuff,
Her
innit? So
husband's not on benefits though. He's lying, innit? That's what I'm saying. Just disregard what he
The thing
said.
is, it's not about,
Let's
even
move
if we
forward.
take benefits out of the equation, yeah. If we think about the fact, remember, we've grown up in the age of austerity. We saw the NHS get underfunded to the point where people lost their lives. We've watched people burn in buildings because the government didn't care about social housing. So forgive me if I'm not willing to put my future kids at risk by giving the power to the government. Have you not seen the statistics about the next 10 years? How this country is going to become completely mashed up. So if you genuinely try to think that you're going to survive, and that's why I agree with Jupiter a lot, because she's talking about how this country, when they give you the bare minimum, like a house, a crappy job, eventually you get lazy, eventually you get comfortable. When you're facing homelessness, you know what time it is. You better suck up that trauma, you better suck up whatever sob story you got, and you better get to work because your kids are going to be on the street. But the government, what they won't tell you is, once that house goes to shit, you'll be sitting in that house, or you're going to get shipped to Birmingham. That's
No,
the
but
part they don't tell you. So if you want to get comfortable, but my kids won't be living like that. Simple.
yeah, but why does the government
what I'm
have to
saying,
tell you
one
as a
sec.
human what to do with your life, to give ambition and to give your child something to look forward to?
Exactly. That's why I will be
why
rich in this life. Yes, that's the point.
No, I get your point. You've been screaming it all day long. You're gonna be
So
rich in it,
she's
mate.
right.
Allah
There's
bless
going
you
to
with
be,
your
there's going to
wishes,
be a
yeah.
crash.
But
There's
what
a
I'm
crash in
saying
women.
is, yeah, is that parenting is what you teach your children. Carl, when you're saying equality and all these things, yeah, and that's what Chef said earlier, yeah. Chef said earlier about obligations. So cool. This is why the world and the children are broken, because there's no mothers in their yard, because they're working stupid hours. They don't see their children. The children are at school for majority of the day, 5 days a week. So you only get 2 days with your child. On a weekday, Monday to Friday, if you do the maths, yeah, you only get about 3 to 4 hours with your child. That is no way to do family life. So they're stealing your children, indoctrinating them with whatever they want to do, yeah. And we all know the thing with the Western society, yeah, the education is shit. Yeah, they're not teaching us nothing but to be workers. A few people have said it, so we all know this. So what our job is to do, yeah, whether we have children or not, the children around us, we are their village. We are supposed to install the goodness. Do you understand what I'm saying? And that's why I made the point about we don't need money to do that earlier. If I see a child outside on the road and I want to speak to that child because he's going through something, or I can see he's going down the wrong path, I don't need £10 in my pocket to do that. I don't need to give him money to do that. Me speaking to him should be enough. Obviously, there might be things that he needs that require money, but money should be the last fool in order to help change the children for the better, to have a better mindset. To teach them, you need a business, you need a wife, you need a family. And I tell all of the children that are around me, you need a business, because if you work, you will never get nothing.
Yeah,
And the
that's point
guidance,
blank,
like you
period.
said, this is most
Yeah,
important. So
absolutely.
when the mums can be there at the park when the kids are playing football, it's less likely you're going to hear someone got, you know, unalive today at the park. Do you get it?
Do you know what
Yeah.
it is? I do
What
agree with
I
you.
want to put in there quickly, sorry, what I want to put in there quickly is that I know that you lot are very black focused, but it's not just black people that have been sold a lie.
Oh, here we go.
Big
I
facts. No,
actually think that
No, I get that. No one talks about the Irish slaves.
I actually think that white people have been sold a lie, and what's going on in the UK is absolutely despicable. It's going to affect us all, and I think that people need to wake up and understand that it's everybody that's affected in this.
Facts.
Yeah, I agree with that.
You know what it is? I kind of wanted to just build up on what Alicia was saying, because she's very correct about a lot of mothers being very selfish, and she's very correct about the fact that not everything requires money. But at the same time, yeah, when we're talking about these teenage kids, yeah, where all they think about is becoming rich, especially these boys, yeah. And if you don't have money, and if you're not got something where you can tell them, look, start a business and become like me, do this and become like me, eventually they're just going to go to the local trapper, the local older in the community, who's going to show them his chain, he's going to show them his meaty-ass whip that he bought secondhand, and he's going to tell them, if you want to be successful, you need to be like me. So realistically, there's only so much we can do for free. After a while, you just got to show people, listen, this is how it's done. If you want to do it, there's ways outside of that. Because one of the biggest issues is they don't know a lawyer that looks like them. They don't know a politician that looks like them. All they know is trappers that look like them.
But miss, this is my
You just
point.
made
It's
this a
parenting,
one-size-fits-all
because
exercise. That's
around
very
me-
dangerous what you just did. Very
No,
dangerous.
I get
'cause what
no,
about
I
the
get
kid
what
that's
she's
going to
saying.
say, I come from a trash household, but I'm going to go and get a good job, or I'm going to go and be the next
Or they have
Steve Jobs.
bitties as mums and dads and that, and they don't come out.
Yeah,
on
there's
that.
people with biggies as mums and dads that come out and change the entire environment around them. Yes, it happens.
That was literally me. That's literally me. And I just want to say, like, the thing is, yeah, a family, obviously, I think the host was talking about being in care as well. Yeah, I grew up in care as well. And in
I think he
between
said
that time,
fostered. I think he said fostered.
yeah, in care. So
So is
his
that still
care,
count as it being in care?
Yeah, being in care, you can live at your grandmother's house and get taken away from your mum. It's still
yeah,
classed
you're
as
still in care. Yeah. So the thing is, right, like, if we're really if we're gonna be honest, there's a lot of children with no parents, and there's a lot of children with even with parents. It's not great.
That ain't being parents.
That are not being parents. That are neglecting their duties, regardless of if it's because they don't have money or whatever. There isn't really an incentive for parents as well to actually do better, because the current state of the economy is making everybody depressed. Everybody.
No, I understand that truly, miss. But you see that thing that you just said, yeah?
Yeah.
There's no incentive. The Ross incentive, pardon my language, is to make your child the best human that they can be. What are we talking about
Yeah,
here?
no, you're
You
right.
see
You're
my
right.
child-
You're right.
if
You're
my
right.
child is a boy, my child is 13. I'm sure that he has brethren that think that they're bad, man. Yeah, and I'm sure he's got brethren that roll with certain things, and that is not my child. And if I catch one of them youths round there doing that, they know I'm pulling them up, and I will go and talk to your parent, and I will find that parent. And if I can't find that parent, I'm going to your school and I'm telling the teacher who's on it, like, brother, you see this youth here? Yeah, problems for that youth.
Yeah,
and with
big
the
up,
girls
man.
as well. Yeah, because it's my duty as a human, as an adult, to not allow these things to happen around me.
Yeah, no, you're right.
That's
We've
my
got
point.
a duty of care. And that's
I agree with you, Tahi, but once you start involving the system, sorry to say this, but once you start involving the system goes against your kid. And
are you talking to me?
You know, it took a long time for my eyes to open up to that as somebody that was born in Britain, English through and through, and understands the system.
All right, let me give you an example, miss, about the system, yeah? Because like I said, it's about parenting as well, yeah? No one in this world can tell me to put my child into nursery, period. Yeah, my child's all 2 years old or just reaching 2. I'm getting letters about, oh, you have to put your child in nursery. No, I don't. Because my child will go to nursery when my child can speak, rude boy. Yeah, when my child can speak and communicate what has happened in their day, what's gone on, whether it's good or bad, that's when they will go. Too many people want to push their child into strangers' hands. And if you break down the hours, there's 24 hours in a day. Children sleep for 8. They're at school for 8 to 9 hours, depending on the time. In the morning, most people don't do what I do. And everyone always gets on to me. I wake my kids up at 6 o'clock. Why are you waking them up so early? Because why are we waking up an hour before you have to get ready for school to get ready, shove food in your face and bounce out the yard? What kind of parenting is that?
because this is the norm for the society now. That's not the norm for me. That's not
What
the norm
time
for
are
me
you
being a mother.
Tap the screen, family. Tap the screen. Come on, man.
So is it Tahu? I can't read from here. Is it Tahu?
Who? Which one?
It's Toby. Her name's Toby. Toby Tough.
Oh, sorry. I can't read from here. I'm not trying to be funny.
Yeah, it looks like a U, but it's not. It's a
like
O.
like Toby
Okay.
Carvery.
So Toby. Oh God,
funny.
we could get into some dangerous areas.
No,
with
we
this,
could.
Toby,
But have you
whatever.
seen Roots? No, let me leave it.
Oh yeah, Jedi. I knew you were going to pick up on it too. Toby, what I would say to this is it's not so much of a worry what time you wake them up. Believe it or not, the studies are that shows that what time they go to sleep. And the earlier you can put your children to sleep for the longest amount of time possible. And I know that people are going to laugh at this, but if you can manage to get your kids, even up to the age of 12 or 13, to go to bed really early, actually studies show that they actually absorb more and understand more and can weigh up more, which is even more important with the education system we've got at the moment.
Yes,
I
agree.
I think that we can all agree here that what is being taught in Western schools now, I mean, in the past, you might have had your arguments, but at least it was more academic. Now it's about political ideologies and it is harming all of our children.
Yeah, but again, parenting, miss, my children have over 400 books in their house. Like, there's no excuse in it. Like, when
I personally
this
think
happens,
waking your kids up at 6 o'clock in the morning is a master stroke. It's a genius move.
No, but it's to get them up and get their mind ready for the world.
Yes.
Because the child is not waking up, foggy brains, going outside into the world, already having enough challenges and racism to look at every step they do, because they could spit on the floor and it's a problem. Do you understand what I'm saying? I've taught my children the right way of how society works, and I've taught them how life works. And this is what happens. We live life first, society second. So
it's also been proved that only 27 books in a household, as long as you keep changing them, obviously you don't. Only 27 books in a household will show the difference between a child that furthers themselves in future and a child that doesn't. So
yeah, but this is my point. My books are fiction, non-fiction, science. My books are medical. My books are carpentry, because they need these skills. Like, everyone forgets a child is a mini adult. A mini adult, what does that mean? That at some point they're going to have to function in the world by themselves.
Yeah, true.
Yeah. And like I said, if my son can come from my ends, the hood, yeah, Peckham, Brixton, all these areas, and move to another area, which is a bad man area, Murder Mile, yeah, and not be involved in any nonsense, it can be done. I didn't need to move out of London. I didn't need to cut off everybody I know. I still talk to my brothers. I still talk to my friends when it's suitable for me and my life schedule, because I am a mother. And this is another thing that people fail to realize. When you have a child, your life is done. Simple. The only thing you require to do is give all your energy to that child. So I can go to work, yeah, when my child's able for me to go to work. There's many things I can do that the government can't tax me on, but won't look at as equipped. But when I'm paying my rent, what can they really truly tell me? Where did you get your money from? None of your business.
Do you live in London? Do you live in London?
Yes, and my child is doing year 11 work right now, because I'm not having this system dumb my child down. So what I did as a parent, as a mother, I made sure they know how my child is, yeah, and what home he comes from. And as I said, but all these things that you do, yeah, because you think that people are stupid, yeah, you go on forums and you think, okay, single household, this child has no father, he's one of the ones we can get our claws in. Not my son, he's a human being, yeah. So guess what? All the teachers there know my son. There's 500 people in a secondary school, plus the sixth form. Yeah, that's another 200 people. If I phone up and I say it's Kai's mum, everybody knows who I am. Every single
Kai's
person.
mum. You're Kai's mum. Do you think that Kai's mum, yeah? Do you think that the way you are actively involved in your child's life gives him an extra shelter to hide under when the world gets too much for him?
No, because like I said, I don't lie to my children. So I teach him the real
No, I
world.
don't mean it in that way. I don't mean it in that way. I mean, do you think kids that don't have the kind of mother that you are to be around in those extra moments, are those kids that are disadvantaged?
Yeah, of course they are.
So at that point, do we need to shelter our children better? And this leading back to the point that we said originally, you know, when we take the mum out of the household, the kids no longer have that extra bit of shelter and that extra bit of shade to keep them out of the heat.
Yes,
Can I
because
Yeah,
it's
but you
chime
our
have
in
to
on
be
job
that?
careful,
to
Shifa. You
raise them
can't shield
properly.
them too much.
Can I
Even if
chime
you
in?
can't
The
shelter them,
late
there's
alley
real
cat,
life
is it
out
alley
there.
cat?
Yeah, right, I agree. Not too
Is
much,
the
but
dad
they still
involved
need.
with your child?
But
No,
the thing
they're
is,
not. But that's a life choice.
yeah,
There's gonna be no man around my child that's not productive and doesn't love my kids. Do you understand? So
Oh,
you're
I
not
don't
gonna be
agree
here
with
for
that.
me. You're not
I
gonna
don't
be here
agree
for
with that.
me and sit down with me. No, I do. Because if you're not here to love my children, there's no reason for you to be around. Point blank, period. What am I showing my child? What am I giving my children values? What am I showing my child is okay to accept and behave in life? What am I showing my
Okay,
child to then
can
take
I
into his
explain though?
family?
Please, before you attack me, let me explain.
No, sorry, miss, if you felt like an attack, but I'm not attacking you. You asked me a question
Yeah,
and I just
yeah.
gave you
So,
my life views,
so
innit? Because there's certain
it doesn't matter
situations and
how
reasons that
worthless the
led to
dad
that.
is, right? At some point, your child is going to want to know his roots, and the best thing that you can do is allow contact. And
All
then
right, so
make
if
up
the
for the
contact only
and
requires
make
him
up for the
stepping in my house,
shortfall.
no, let me answer that. If the contact means that the only way you're gonna see your child is if you sit around me, what part of my child do you want to love or no? Let's break that down. Because there's too many men out there that do that too. So this brother wants to be around me, and that's the only time you'll see your children, but you can't take them out, you can't take them to your mum's house, you can't take them out for an hour, you can't be a father unless you're sitting around me. You're not a
yeah,
father.
that's mad. That's
You're not a
mad.
father.
That's mad. I agree.
Why am I
Okay,
allowing
so
my
you
child
give him the
around that?
choice of that, and it's only if you're there that he'll see him.
Right, so that's what I
Okay.
said. So that's my
Okay,
reasoning
so
for not having him
that's
around.
different. That's not by your choice. That's by his.
No,
Yeah.
but it is because if there's a lot of women out there that will allow that. This brother only wants to like, let me just clear my schedule so Friday that we can chill, so that he can see his kids. He doesn't want to see them. Accept it. Show your kids that it's not their fault. Your dad's a bum. Simple. Like what?
Instead of traumatizing your kid and giving them anxious attachment style in the long run, where they spend the rest of their lives hoping people that don't love
Right,
them love
additional
them.
trauma.
I just want to chime in quickly and on behalf of people on the panel and the comments just say, I think it's Elisa, I hope I'm saying that right, but
Yes,
you're a wicked mum, man. Like your son is very lucky. I have a similar like sort of upbringing in the sense that my mum reminds me of you quite a lot. So I grew up in a council estate and a bit of a rough environment. Dad wasn't around and whatever, and not a sob story whatsoever. But listen, to respond to the point about whether you can be a mum like Elisa, but also work at the same time and empower yourself in the workplace. My mum had no choice, right? And she was able to do both. So I'm not going to speak on women's experiences as a broad statement, but I certainly know women in my life that have been able to do both. And in terms of like the tangible benefits that had on me, look, I'll be very frank in saying I read a news article today. I've got a cousin brother that got arrested today for selling drugs, right? So I don't live in the best environment, but you can tell hopefully by the way I speak and articulate myself, hopefully that I've worked very hard and now work in a city job in London, right? So that sort of motherhood of trying to keep your son away from bad people, keeping your son away from maybe a dad that isn't around, being very active in the schooling environment. I remember my mum used to go into parents' evening with a notebook and pen, and all my mates used to take the piss out of me and go, why is she taking notes? But trust me, she'd spank my ass if one grade was slipping. Do you get what I mean? So I wanted to say on behalf of the panel and the audience, because I've seen a lot of people saying that Elisa is intense and all this rubbish, but I think her parenting style is bang on, particularly from...
I know we all noticed it, bro. We all noticed it because your money can't buy these things, innit? This is the thing. And like one of the sisters said, it's not all about being upper class and having all the money in the world if you ain't even got the time for your own people, your own pick me.
But again, I think you can do
So,
both, mate.
but you know,
I think
exactly,
you can do
because
both.
you know what it is, eventually with that kind of mindset, that's how the upper class kids get created. That's how you get the class consciousness. Because let's be real, when we look at statistics of what most working class people are spending their money on, it's not books. They're not like, even if it's in GCSE sociology, a lot of them don't even show up to parents' evening. A lot of them aren't phoning up the school when the school's violating their kids. A lot of them aren't putting their kids in tutoring. So when you start doing these middle class things, even without the middle class money, yes, your kids are going to have the upper class money. That's how you move up the system. So
I agree.
yeah, someone has to do it.
Hold on. And to add insult to injury, when you are disabled and you don't know your what's it called? Your diagnosis, right?
and you're going through school and somebody is trying to fight for you, no matter how much money they have, if they don't have the passion and the time to sit with you, to help you, bearing in mind, majority of the people with disabilities, sorry, I keep bringing this up just because, as I said, any of your kids or even you can become disabled at some point in your life. So these things I think is important to think about, because even when you're thinking of a plan, the virus showed us all this, that our physical health can deplete very quickly. And so the power of community is really, 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 really important, especially if you see a child that has behavioral issues or they're new, taken from them because they're not able to, or they're trying to juggle all of the balls at the same time, but there's no community there to support them. So it's not just about man and women clash, if that makes sense.
I agree.
No, I get you, miss. But like I said, my child's in year 9, right? And I've dealt with the school from year 7. He's going to be there for 5 years, yeah? So like I said, make them understand that he has a parent at home, yeah? And that his parent is his parent. And the school is a school. And all you're there to do is teach them social skills and interactions and education. That is it. You're not stepping over no lines and no boundaries. As for this thing of not being diagnosed, what they're doing is there's a book, yeah, which every man got when they opened schools of how to teach black people. And that's what the curriculums run off, yeah? The curriculums run off the opposite. So everything that we're not able to do is used against us. We can't sit down and stare at a wall for 25 minutes because our work's done. My son is now doing year 11 and 12 work because I had to make them know my child ain't no dunce. He's not going to know autism assessment because he wants to react and lash out in certain lessons, because one, how are your teachers treating my son? Because it's always with one teacher. So I've had to pull them about that. I've had to pull them about my son's hair. How are you telling my son that me the mother, that you're going to report my son to social services because his hair's messy? I had to walk in the school and I got everybody around the table, yeah, and I phoned social services, put them on a loudspeaker, and I said, we're all going to have this meeting right now. Let me break something down to you, yeah? You see all the white children in your school that come in that look like they just rolled out of bed? Do you penalize them like that? I said,
Exactly, with
listen,
their
you got a lot
noses.
of melanated children in this school, and you need to understand how their hair works, rude boy. Yeah, because my son's hair is not easy to mend, yeah, not easy to fix. So if his hair's cane rolled and it looks a bit nappy, so be it. If his hair's not smelling, you don't see grey patches in it, there's ways to determine neglect and uncleanness. It's not happening.
So that's the thing, like, because we don't have enough education about disability within our community, when we are questioned and when we are probed about our children, when they're completely normal things that a black child would do, this is what I'm saying, that if there was a community, if I wish that you didn't have to go down there on your own, there should be bare man them or a community with you to go with you and stand for them. The only reason hold on, let me finish. The only reason I have that.
Yo, let me big up Leon Flames for the $5 that you sent in via PayPal. I appreciate you, broski. I've been on here for 5.5 hours and on TikTok for about 7. And the total sum of you lot's appreciation is £5. Yeah, that's for my personal brethren, a man who I went to his wedding and whatnot. He's the only one out of everyone that thought, you know what, let me give my homie some love for his time, and I appreciate him so much. Probably why we're friends. The thing with YouTube is people that it's so saturated with bollocks. You know you're getting great content, and it's just like a lack of appreciation. And bare people have told me, like, you know what, you got to know your worth. You know, do you know what I mean? So big up to the 43 likes, and big up to my brother Flame. Get me? And big up to other people that support in other ways, because this ain't even for all of you lot. Because some of you lot support in other ways, like, and I'm eternally grateful. But for the rest of you, I think 5.5 hours is more than enough. I don't think you actually deserve any more. And yeah, man, love. I'm gonna lock off the TikTok. But the thing with TikTok is they're actually paying to view. They're paying. They're sending gifts.
they're paying in it, they're contributing in some way. But YouTube just got this vibe of just take. Don't give a fuck. Saturday evening, just gonna sit here for the whole day, whole afternoon, watch, enjoy, and not show no love. But there's no cinemas you can walk in. There's no streaming platform that you can get this much edutainment from and not have to put even a penny in your pocket. So big ups to all of you lot, but you lot need to come better. In 2025, you lot just need to move better, man, and show appreciation to the people that actually create content. And this ain't no sneak diss to anybody, because there's people in the chat as I'm looking that blatantly have had my back and blatantly show support in multiple different ways. And then the majority of you guys just here to just get a free ride out of Jed's, get a free ride out whatever. If I'm not here, you'd be somewhere else doing something else. Don't even really give a fuck. So yeah, like I said, big up to man like Flames for the PayPal contribution. And yeah, the rest of you lot, peace, love, you know what I mean? And yeah, catch me on the next live stream. I'm out, man.